Standardization Seminar Common Characteristics that ensure quality, held with the purpose of getting to know the quality policies, standardization programs of the defense sector at the NATO level and in Latin America, as well as the scope of standardization in the defense sector. This in order to strengthen mechanisms that promote transparency and efficiency in the use of resources allocated to the sector, just as the development of standardization models for the defense sector, ensuring quality and interoperability. Equally, it is a great honor to have the presence of representatives of different Latin American countries, military attachés, representatives of NATO offices, delegates of the military forces and the national police, as well as leaders of different organizations and public and private institutions that favor the growth of the economy with development and to cover market requirements. We will now start the session. We will please stand for the national anthem.
Instalación.
The seminar will be opened by Dr. Antonio Fernando Mosquera Muran, Director of the Logistics Office of the Ministry of National Defense.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos. Sean todos.
Good morning, everyone. Be very welcome to this seminar on codification and standardization. The Vice Minister, Jairo Garcia, would like to extend a warm greeting because of different issues. He could not, has not made it yet, but he will arrive at any point. I would like to extend my greetings to the services, our Army, the National Police, the Navy, our Air Force for being with us here today. Thank you, General Flores, for being with us here. Admiral, thank you very much as well. I would like to thank the DRE team, Colonel Dan Georgi. Thank you very much, Colonel. And I would like to tell you that standardization has been considered traditionally as a topic that is of exclusive technical nature, but it has become relevant because of globalization aspects that we evidence in international markets. Today, standardization is so important that in the international arena, standardization has become a parameter to measure technological development of the countries, and this through the different technical standards. What this would suggest is a whole quality system behind. You will see from the different presentations of today that one technical data sheet is not equal to a technical standard. And this suggests that everything related to the development of technical standards has a whole quality and transparency aspect behind it and the use of resources. Today, our services have been working together with the logistics direction in everything related to developing a standardization plan that is priorly subjected to the approval of a committee so as to be able to standardize procurement or processes undertaken by our services. Because of all this, the purpose of the seminar is precisely to communicate quality policies and standardization programs at the NATO level and at the Latin American level for our armed services. So without any further ado, allow me to welcome you warmly to this seminar, hoping that you learn as much as you can from these successful experiences. Be all very welcome. So we start the conferences in the field of standardization with the presence of standardization model in the Colombian defense sector by Mario Andres Garcia Carrion. He is the coordinator of quality assurance of the Ministry of Defense of Colombia. Engineer Garcia, coordinator of the quality assurance team and codification team of the Ministry of Defense, is an industrial engineer with a specializing in logistics management, maintenance management, with a big background in logistics and the defense sector. He is a coordinator of maintenance, weapons maintenance, and coordinator of production in the maintenance battalion and the Class 2 battalion. Furthermore, as part of his functions of public servant, he worked in the Class 2 direction and the DLOG Department of the National Army, focusing on minor and major arms of the service, as well as working in procurement projects and investment projects of the sector. Good morning, everyone. As mentioned by the MC and as mentioned by Dr. Mosqueda, for us, it's a wonderful honor being able to share today's session and learning the experience of Latin American countries and European countries and all the knowledge that they're going to share with us. I reiterate the honor of DIRI having supported us throughout the process. It's an honor that Stephen Lapsley is here, that Stefan Otterbach is here with us today, as well as Matthias Schadel and Tasha, Dr. Olga. The fact that they are here today with us is of the utmost importance, and it is so because these types of events and standardization matters, we had never had them previously, and this is the opportunity for all of us to put into practice everything that we will learn from them. They are wonderful people, and all those who are present here today from class 2, from the military services in general, are people with a vast technical knowledge, and this will partly help us implement a standardization model similar to those of these countries that are with us here today. As mentioned by Dr. Mosquera, the topic of today's seminar is it is a technical seminar. The agenda today is this. I will be talking about the quality, the national subsystem. I am also going to share with you how we have implemented the quality in the defense sector, the impact thereof, and in what stage of our development we're currently in. I'm going to be sharing with you the standardization model of the defense sector, sharing with you the resolution 1819 that all of you already know, and of course I will mention that one way or the other standardization integrates a general system, as is the case of quality assurance. So, to start, national quality subsystem. In Colombia, guidelines and policies related to quality started coming to life in 1993, when the National Standardization, Certification, and Metrology System was implemented. After that, a series of modifications were made, a series of adjustments, and in the year 2015, the guideline that is currently in force in the country was established, which indicates standards relative to the national quality subsystem. By this, we mean that there is initially a standardization institution in Colombia, and under this subsystem, we were given, I mean ministries and different state institutions, we were given the possibility or the faculty to implement standardization systems in which technical documents are developed with a clear support and basis to cover the needs of the different sectors. In this slide, what you see is the general scheme of the quality subsystem. A system includes different actors. And here you can see that for things to work, there are creators, there are regulators, and of course, there is a specific objective, in this case, the consumer. What is the function of the regulators? Well, they ensure that the different guidelines that were established are complied with, and companies are the ones who put these guidelines in practice, and they are regulated by the bodies that fulfill the role of supervising, and the fundamental basis of any market is the consumers. Consumers are, in the end, those who define the needs that we have, and based on this, companies may understand, and they may say, if this person expresses this need, what parameters, what guidelines, what do I need to implement, what materials are going to ensure, what guidelines, what mechanisms are going to ensure that that which I want has the quality level that is favorable for all users. In Colombia, the general scheme of the subsystem says that we initially have international standards, ISO standards, different standards from different international institutions. But in Colombia, we also have the national body Standardization and Certification Institute that is called ICONTEC. ICONTEC takes international technical standards and implements them in Colombia and adapts them to Colombia, or develops Colombian standards. And under this subsystem, there is the possibility of entities such as the ministries that in turn develop technical standards that are of compulsory implementation. Here we have then technical standards, technical specifications, which are the documents under which procurement of the military services and the state in general are undertaken. As mentioned, standardization would not have a normal functioning if it were not integrated in a system. Here, the system is a conformance assessment. What is that here in Colombia? I think that it is the same as globally. Conformance assessment, in fact, what it does is ensure that whatever is written on paper has a scientific and technical argument behind ensuring strict compliance of what is written therein. In this case, in Colombia, we're talking that this process is supported in a certification, in accreditation, in a metrology, and of course in international standards. Here in Colombia, in the general quality subsystem, we have inspection, control, and surveillance, which is controlled by INVIMA, ICA, IDEAM, and the Superintendency of Industry and Trade. And in this big number of processes, procedures, and entities, we can reach a result such as economic openness, innovation, competitiveness, and of course consumer protection. These have been the basis on which the guidelines here in Colombia have been established. And in this slide here, you can see how we ensure quality of products in our country. As I said, in our country, we have a quality system, but we also have pillars on which the system works. Here we're talking about standardization, regulation, conformance assessment, metrology, and accreditation. So here we see that when we're talking about the quality assurance, this is not only a technical standard or a document. This goes far beyond in the sense that if all this subsystem is complied with, things work very well and things will continue evolving as we have evolved in Colombia. In Colombia, we have made important progress in terms of ensuring that quality in Colombia is good quality, and it is controlled because there are a series of bases that everyone implements. In very general terms, this allows us identifying that the process is based on the fact that there is standardization generating voluntary standards, which regulates technical standards, that there is international acknowledgement of the document, technical regulation, which ensures that there is compulsory regulation, that there is a development based on a clearly defined structure, a document that complies with a series of parameters, and within the process what corresponds to metrology. And here in Colombia, and I am sure that this will come up in the questions, if in Colombia we have entities related to accreditation. Well, in Colombia, this is a mechanism that has been recently implemented. There are results, but I'm sure we will be talking about that today to see if we have procurement directors, and I think that this is an important topic to discuss. This is in the country. If we now look at the Ministry of Defense and the services, ever since the beginning, of the quality subsystem, this has gone hand in hand with these policies and guidelines. In 1993, ever since the national standardization system was defined, the ministry defined and created in due time the technical standardization team, made up back then only by 3 individuals, but a team that has been moving forward and evolving to date. The Ministry of Defense also developed under Resolution 2514 the National Standardization and Quality Assurance System for Goods and Services of the Defense Sector. And also, based on Decree 1595, the Ministry also implemented something that has had very good results, and that is the implementation of Resolution 8912, just as Resolution 2514. Resolution 8912 talks about quality assurance in the defense sector, and it talks about and Resolution 2514, that is a strategic committee of logistics and expenses, efficient expenses, so that a technical document is developed jointly with the participation of the different services, so as to have an adequate coverage of the different needs. Based on this, and considering that we are part of the quality assurance subsystem, there are a series of general items of this subsystem under which we work. Initially, in the subsystem or in the document sector, standardization units are mentioned. We are a sector unit of the Ministry of Defense, and based on the decrees whereby the government defined the system, we fulfill a very particular function, and that is preparing our own standards of the sector following international guidelines established for this activity. I think that it is quite clear that we as the ministry have this possibility, and as the ministry we indeed have developed technical standards that meet standards and parameters that ensure quality. Thus, we can see how the quality assurance subsystem works in our country and how we operate. In Colombia, all institutions are made up and all have worked because there are clear standards. There are clear parameters that have ensured standardization as a common mechanism that is going to ensure quality. Now, going into the detail and looking at the ministry, at the police, and at the military services, all this is also based on the fact that standardization for us, the defense sector, in very simple terms, is an activity that consists in preparing, approving, discussing, and implementing technical standards. This for someone who develops or structures a technical document. More globally, this is an activity that seeks to unify goods according to their use, what standardization seeks. Just as you were able to hear yesterday, codification, one way or the other, also unifies items. But unifying items happens under a code. We cannot talk about unification under a document that covers, if it's a washer, all washers, if it's an aircraft, all aircraft, but with a little bit more technical characters based on which we will assess if the aircraft works or not. Because the codes exist. But for a code to work and for a procurement to be ensured, that must be implemented with standardization of a product as well. Standardization of the defense sector in Colombia has had very positive results. We have seen, for example, that as the ministry has developed technical standards, we have seen how competitiveness of companies has increased. There are cases, for example, in textiles in Colombia, we have a big potential in terms of weapons. Indumil has a big potential as well. We have a big potential with Cotecmar. And this in itself has leveraged our capabilities. Another benefit that we have had with the implementation of standardization is that we were able to increase the commercial capability of a country. We cannot deny that in Colombia, our production capabilities have considerably increased, but globalization has also allowed that standardization is not only focused on a country, but rather that this is something that can be projected globally. Benefits, another benefit is that it protects the people's health and safety. Not only health and safety, what it actually protects is that the economic resource that a person invests is actually beneficial for them, not only for an individual, for a company, for an institution, for any need that exists in the general economy sectors. If we were to structure a technical document with quality, there are going to be benefits that favor the environment because we will have control. We will have ensured that whatever we manufacture falls into what the world needs to be able to function properly. Objectives, very quickly. Well, reduce the different classes. Standardization also reduces costs. It satisfies needs, and mainly and mostly it suggests mechanisms and reliable tools to ensure quality. Standardization is nothing else in logistics than a tool or a mechanism that ensures that the whole supply chain works properly. Here in many of the committees that we have had, and those of you who have heard me say that logistics is based on standardization and on codification. This is the basis of everything. If we do not have these bases, it's going to be a vehicle without wheels because it won't have the foundations for things to work according to the needs. As a premise, we have something important. When we develop standardization, items must be compatible. Items derived of capabilities that follow or that are for common needs, and that every item must be identified and checked and specified. Very quickly also, internal impacts of standardization in our defense sector. Internal impact, well-being for our personnel, operational efficiency, of course, cost reduction as well, product quality, and the interoperability of the services. When I say interoperability, that means when we're going to buy caliber 556 ammunition, we know that the ammunition used by the Air Force, Navy, Army, and police are the real ammunition 5.56 that we're all managing, not only at the level of ammunition, at the level of whatever weapons we're using. When we talk about standardization, 556, an example is, for example, we have the capability, and standardization has allowed us that industries such as Indumil also become integrated and implement and generate products that ensure interoperability. The external impact is strengthening the national industry as well as research and development. The other ones are important as well, and this has an effect externally in terms of transparent contracting processes. The standardization methodology that we use, we at the National Ministry of Defense, the services, and the police are divided in these stages. The main stage is where we have the participation of personnel who, one way or the other, are appointed to fulfill this mission. It's people with broad technical knowledge, people who have become empowered with this development. There is a planning stage, a development phase, and an approval phase. When we talk about personnel participating in a process under the methodology of the National Ministry of Defense, our main customer is and will continue being our public services. Private companies are also one essential party in a standardization process, and as well as R&D. Here we see how the whole process directly integrates the different actors and the different sectors in our country. A customer, an industry, and of course R&D entities that allow us to leverage the capabilities that we have in Colombia. Planning is a fundamental stage under the methodology that we have defined at the Ministry of National Defense. First, we need to identify a particular need and generate a draft project, including the methodology that will lead us to the final product. And as Dr. Mosquera mentioned, all this is based on standardization plans that are not approved by one single team, but this is in general approved by the services as a whole. Development is something very important in standardization. You can see that here. For things to be ensured, for us to ensure that whatever we're going to implement is going to work, we have an activity that corresponds to research of materials. We have another stage, which is developing prototypes, and yet another stage that has also been very important in Colombia because of transparency reasons, as is public consultation. Public consultation in a standardization process in Colombia has a lot of relevance because this is the prior step to the approval of a document, and it's a prior stage in which the different sectors and entities make their observations so that in due time we don't use a word that is uncomfortable, and that the institutions are able to follow. Following our methodology, we ensure that there is a plural nature to the approval of these processes. And approval is not only given by one person, approval is given by the leaders of the services, in this case, the second commanders of the services and the vice minister of the Ministry of Defense. Standardization that we in Colombia have been implementing has specific points that focus their development on the need, on the team inventory and infrastructure. That is, a technical document is not defined without a clear foundation. A technical document is always structured based on the needs of our services. Also, at the Ministry of Defense, a special area has been created, capability projection, and that is something that in NATO and in different countries is already a fundamental basis for standardization. Speaking now about what a technical document is, Dr. Mosquera very well referred to a standard and a specification. In Colombia, and this is for your knowledge, technical documents that we manage in the defense sector are technical standards and technical specifications. What is the difference between a spec and a standard? The level of a technical standard establishes requirements that must be complied with, but all this is based on field tests. We do trial and error, and the field tests are done after a strict analysis of the need, and all this internally and externally has an impact. That is, when I develop a technical standard, that technical standard in turn has an internal, domestic and international impact. Internally, the impact is satisfying a need, economies of scale, reliability, implementation of new technology, technologies, standardization of procedures, and operational efficiency. Standards at the Ministry of Defense internally have had this impact. We have seen this in textiles, we have seen this in personal protection. This has truly had an impact in terms of operational efficiency and especially reliability. Here we also have externally the work joint work of the national industry, plural offerings, improved quality, implementation of new technologies, and all this has improved the quality and what is required. When we talk about technical standard and technical specification, what is the difference? A standard in the ministry is developed jointly by the services, and a technical specification is a document that also describes features, but in some cases it is developed by the different units individually. The standard, as I mentioned, is defined, is reached under consensus, whereas the technical specification is defined by personnel. All this leads to something that we have been working on for the past 2 years, and NATO and those who are with us here today know that we as an institution have already worked on a model that has had good results, a model based on the quality assurance system, a model which defines functions such as participation in the development of a technical standard, but we have also gotten to a stage in which our model must evolve. That is something that we have been working on thanks to the support and help of different NATO countries, in which, based on the results after having applied Resolution 18912, we have seen that the services already have the knowledge and baggage to define and write a technical document. The Ministry of Defense has always established guidelines to integrate these documents. And what you can see here is a small draft or a small drawing of the model that we're currently working on, a model in which we have an organizational chart and levels of competencies defined first in one line, which is model management, the second line, which corresponds to follow-up of the model, and a third one, which corresponds to the development of the standardization process. When we talk about management, what we mean is that there are committees, groups, directions that have control over the quality assurance system. They still have it, but the idea is that in our ministry, standardization covers other fields. We all know, those of us who work in the defense sector, we know that standardization in our sector has been very much limited to Class 2 and weapons. But now, according to the state in which we are, and according to the integration that we have had as partners of NATO, we realize that standardization doesn't only apply to these two levels, but that it goes far beyond. Therefore, one of the projections is that standardization covers all the capabilities of materials and equipment of the national ministry. What we have projected is that we have a logistics committee. Well, it exists, but we need it at a higher level in terms of approval of technical standards of the different capabilities, a supply subcommittee, the logistics direction, and the standardization team. This would make up or include these actors. For follow-up, according to the different models that we've analyzed of different countries, what we have seen is that the heads, the staff, the chief of staff would participate as well as other institutions such as GSET and other ministry entities. And in terms of development, according to the experience that we've gained, we already have battalions and units that have the knowledge, both in terms of codifying, and they have the technical knowledge of the product to develop a document that covers that need. This model is a projection that we have. To a large extent, those of you who are here have had knowledge. And as I mentioned, all this is based on our NATO participation and participation in the models or knowledge of the models that other defense sectors have implemented. So that is our standardization model in the defense sector. But as I said, all this would not work if we do not integrate it with quality assurance under a quality assurance policy. When we talk about quality assurance, what we mean is that the whole process starts from identifying needs. Then it follows with planning, it continues with defining technical features, then with the selection of vendors, a contract agreement, a control of receive, a use of the procurement, and a feedback. In this graph, you can see where quality assurance plays a role, and not only the quality assurance as a group, but where we intervene. We see that quality assurance participates in defining technical features. We also participate in controlling the receiving of goods, and we also participate in providing feedback for improvement. And this whole process allows us to continue improving and to continue improving in our quality assurance system. Here you can see in a more simple way. A need is defined, a technical standard is developed, the item is codified, the procurement is made, quality conformance is assessed, supply and distribution take place, and then we do a follow-up. And this is the supply chain under quality assurance control. And here there's something very important that I wish you to bear in mind. Yesterday, Dr. Susana from Argentina mentioned that standardization and codification are processes that are integrated, that go hand in hand. Because one way or the other, a technical standard requires a code. And a code also requires a technical standard. At this very moment, the restructuring of the Ministry of Defense was based on that. Based on the fact that the stages or the process is homologous, and when a technical standard is developed, one proceeds to codification, and that's why we define the group of quality assurance. Something very important here is this. A technical standard works. A technical standard covers needs. But then there's other activities that are important as well for this to happen, to evolve. This stage of conformance assessment is a fundamental part of the work of the Ministry of Defense and the services. Why do I mention this? At the National Ministry, apart from structuring technical standards, we have been structuring processes and procedures. A clear example of this is the technical standard of conformance assessment. Our area is not only dedicated to structuring technical documents, but it also assesses conformance, and it defines parameters so as to have standardization at the level of assessing conformance. This has worked efficiently because we have seen that the services have implemented and have put in practice all of the quality conformance assessment guidelines for Class 2 and weapons based on what we have worked on jointly. All this, I hope, has been very clear. The idea of my presentation is because today's topic is going to be very interesting. At the Ministry of Defense, we decided to make the seminar to get to know our current condition at this very moment. We're in a state of development, but also, according to the presentations and the briefs of those who are with us here today, you will be able to evidence the evolution and innovation that is necessary for our system. The actual grounds of this seminar has been that we, as Colombia, continue projecting ourselves and seeing ourselves as a country. And I am also sure that you can testify this. Colombia has developed surprisingly in all of the different sectors. Colombia decided to be able to make arguments, establish guidelines, and other countries say, oh, Colombia is very right. So the purpose of the seminar is also that the panel of our guest speakers and all of us together understand that standardization and processes work best if we work jointly, if we all together define guidelines that are clear. If there is a guideline of quality for weapons, I think that we cannot have quality differences. Quality is very specific, and that is defined equally throughout the world. That's why at the Ministry of Defense, projects on standardization and quality assurance intend to continue working for quality. Thank you very much.
Presentación de la conferencia.
Now we will hear interoperability and standardization in NATO by Lieutenant Colonel Matthias Charlet, NCO and head of the cooperation section with the NATO partners right now. He is the military deputy director of the Office for Standardization in NATO, and he is the head of the cooperation section with partners at the NATO headquarters in Brussels, Belgium. In 2005, he joined the training of officers of German military forces. He has been head of personnel and public affairs in Rotary Wing and head of section of personnel. He managed a CAOC in Torrejon in Spain. He has been head of infantry battalions of the Air Force. He has university titles and has a master's degree in psychology, business psychology, intercultural relations, and adequacy diagnostics. He has a master's degree in political sciences in Munich, Madrid, and Murcia. He has business psychology studies in the Hamburg University. He has studies in policy of the military forces university in Munich, Autonomous University in Madrid, Spain, and the Murcia University in Spain. Training of officers of the German Air Force at the School of Office in Fürstenberg. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, generals. My name, as you already know, is Matthias Charlet, Lieutenant Colonel of the German Forces, Air Force, to me is an honor and a privilege to be with you here today to talk on behalf of the Standardization Office of NATO. On behalf of our Director, Major General Zygouslakis, I would like to extend his greeting. He could not attend the meeting today, but I can tell you that him and the whole NSO are more than willing to support Colombia in this journey with NATO. And for this support, I already had the pleasure of teaching the services in the area of interoperability and standardization last week. I would like to greet you and thank you for your support and the support that I have received here, also in Brussels from the military attaché. So I am very pleased to address you today on these topics. In terms of NATO, I speak a little Spanish. Nonetheless, my presentation will be in English, because the official language of NATO, as you know, is both English and French, but also because those who have heard me in Spanish finally will understand me when I make my presentation in English. So much for the introduction. Let's go to the conference.
So, no. Gracias. So, what I'm going to do today, I will split my presentation in three parts. First of all, I would like to speak at the beginning about general concepts, about what is interoperability, what in NATO we understand as interoperability, and also how standardization is linked to this interoperability. And then, in the second part of my presentation, I will speak about our organization. So this means how we do standardization in the NATO, but also how we as NATO Standardization Office are doing work in this area. And then the third point will be support to partners and also the contribution to partners in the area of standardization. This will be, I think, the more practical part of my presentation. And I know that the first two parts will be very theoretical, but they are also very important, and that's the reason why I have to do it. And I hope that I can fill it with life as much as possible. Okay. So normally I always do or start my presentations in smaller groups with this picture. And normally I do like a small question round and ask what they see, what this picture could mean in regards of interoperability and standardization. But I will not do that today, as the audience is a little bit too big. But what you can see in there says a lot about multinational cooperation, interoperability, and standardization. You have two JAS Gripen fighter jets from the Czech Air Force, refueled from a German Air Force multi-role transport tanker. What do we see in that? First of all, we have not only two nations in it, we have three nations in it. And we also have a partner nation in it, or still a partner nation in it. So we have Germany, you have the Czech Republic, and you also have Sweden, who is the producer of the Gripen, which is a partner nation for NATO. Then you also see that if this needs to happen, or if this should happen, then you need material that fits together, that is compatible. So we speak about designs, we speak about tactics, techniques, so procedures in general, and we also speak about administrative processes, like, easy question, who pays the bill afterwards? And of course, it's also a question of terminology. Starting with this example, it's obvious that to achieve the alliance objectives, in particular in operations, largely depends on the smooth and close cooperation between national, multinational, and NATO assets. To be able to function in accordance with agreed political guidance and direction, NATO allies must be able to interoperate with each other, and when required, also with non-NATO nations, non-governmental, and also international organizations. Back in June 29, 2009, defense ministers approved an action plan to improve interoperability, including the development of a revised policy and a new strategy, and to integrate interoperability into the NATO defense planning process, the NDPP. I will speak also about that later. With this said, the definition of interoperability is the ability to act together currently, effectively and efficiently to achieve allied tactical, operational and strategic objectives. So we see we have 3 levels of interoperability, not only the tactical or the operational level, but also the strategic level. Having our picture in mind, what I just have shown, and derivated from that, interoperability has 3 main dimensions. We have the technical part, speaking about hardware systems. We have the procedural part, speaking about doctrines, procedures, and we also have the human part, language, terminology, and also training. All are complementary to each other and conditioned by national and international provisions. In many cases, weaknesses in one dimension can be mitigated by strengths of the others. But it's very important to have all 3 dimensions always in mind. When we speak about interoperability, I would also like to give you an introduction about the interoperability principles. We have 7 interoperability principles, and the first one is the holistic approach, which means that the achievement of interoperability requires coordinated and sustained efforts in 4 areas. First of all, we have the definition of interoperability requirements. Then we have the identification of interoperability solutions. Then the implementation by all parties involved of agreed interoperability solutions. And of course, the test and evaluation of fielded solutions. All of these must be in place to achieve meaningful interoperability. Also, interoperability must be addressed systematically and may need to concentrate on certain areas in greater detail. The appropriate level of detail has to be defined by the relevant planning domain and the lead committee responsible. Also, third point, consistency and coherency of interoperability. There is also a need to have a consistent and coherent approach of interoperability, which should be achieved through a constant and comprehensive coordination of interoperability and standardization aspects between all relevant stakeholders. We also speak about timeliness of interoperability. That means that solutions to interoperability shortfalls need to be implemented at the earliest cost-effective time in the capability lifecycle. Also, the level of ambition is important, because interoperability needs to be developed only to the degree required to enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of joint and multinational capabilities required to support the full range of alliance missions. Optimizing the cost-benefit ratio will determine a reasonable level of ambition for interoperability. We also have the continuity of interoperability efforts. The effort to achieve interoperability is a continuous process, which will be part of every capability during the entire life cycle. Lastly, interoperability can only be achieved if nations and the NATO structure commit to the implementation of this policy. This means that without nations' commitment, interoperability is extremely limited. Now we come to a slide that I really like, and I think that's also a very important slide when we speak about standardization and interoperability in Colombia. Interoperability uses 5 different tools to achieve its aims. We have on the basis standardization. Without standardization, it's very difficult to get the other things right. Furthermore, we have education, training, exercises, and evaluation as a second step. Also, lessons learned, cooperative programs, and lastly, technical trials, tests, and demonstration. As stated in the NATO interoperability policy and strategy, standardization is and will continue to be a key element in achieving and maintaining interoperability. And as I said, I think it's also very important for Colombia. Especially, I'm a military officer. if we speak about operations, if we speak about exercises within Colombia or also with NATO, it's very, very important to have the basic rules in the system. Because if we speak, for example, about a Navy exercise or a Navy operation, of course, we can do maneuvers, but if we don't know the rules, if we don't know the procedures of each other, then it's very difficult to proceed with these procedures. And we will have a lot of trials and errors until we get to the point that we really can work together. Therefore, for me, the standards are really the basis of interoperability. As such, NATO and nations will have to continue to develop, approve, and collectively implement allied standards. With this explanation of interoperability and a little bit of background, I would like to now talk a little bit more about standardization. First of all, I will throw again the definition of standardization, and then I will speak about more in detail what it means. So in NATO, we understand standardization as the development and implementation of concepts, doctrines, and procedures to achieve and maintain the required level of compatibility, interchangeability, and commonality needed to achieve interoperability. So we see standardization is a big part of this interoperability. As I just done it with interoperability, we have also principles that are important for standardization. As a primary tool for achieving interoperability, standardization requires an overarching and systematic approach, starting with the definition of the requirements, the development of solutions, and implementation and validation. Standardization should also provide solutions to interoperability requirements coming from the NDPP, so the NATO defense planning process, alliance initiatives, NATO operation planning, so top-down, or lessons learned bottom-up, through exercises and evaluation. We also have, again, timeliness. So standardization solutions to interoperability requirements should be implemented at the earliest practical time. Developing and implementing standards before crisis is essential to rapid response and reinforcement of allies. Commitment to implementation. Implementation of standards by allies is the indispensable national contribution to NATO standardization and gives a qualitative indication of the development of interoperable capabilities needed to support NATO readiness and responsiveness. Also, we speak about consistency and coherency again. So standardization is a shared responsibility among all stakeholders involved in the process. The approach to standardization has to be consistent and coherent through the use of NATO processes and management tools. Also, standardization activities shall be transparent through reports and widest participation of stakeholders and subject matter experts, including partner participation. Also, we have the terminology as a principle of standardization. So NATO-agreed terminology should also be used in the NATO standardization documents, and as far as I know, they are used. And that's also one very important part is the use of civil standards. I'm quite sure that my counterparts and my colleagues will also speak about the use of civil standards, and I will just give a short introduction into that. And this means that NATO should also adopt and refer to suitable non-NATO standards in the place of developing standards to the maximum intent. This means that NATO should only develop a standard where no other suitable non-NATO standard exists. And this is becoming increasingly more important in today's technological innovative time. And as you might consider that we in the military or also in the ministries of defense, we don't have always the expertise in this technological field. So we speak about emerging and disruptive technologies, which are very, very important also in the further battlefield, let's say, and we just cannot keep up with that. And so if there's already a non-NATO standard, we always take this too. The levels of standardization. they were also already mentioned in some definitions. And alliance standardization requirements are specified in these levels of standardization, which means that NATO standardizes to the level necessary for the interoperability required by allies or to the recommended useful practices in multinational cooperation. We have 3 levels of standardization, as I said. So the lowest one is compatibility, which is a very difficult word for me as a German. So what does it mean? It's the suitability of product, processes, or services for use together under specific conditions to fulfill relevant requirements without causing unacceptable interactions. I give a short example. It's a very random one. If we have data and we want to transfer it from one system to another system, but if this data is not compatible, we have to translate it. So it costs a lot of time, it costs a lot of work if the 2 systems cannot read this data. The second level is interchangeability. So it would mean the ability of one product, process, or service to be used in place of another to fulfill the same requirements. If we take the data example, it would mean we have the same data on one system, but it's also ready to be read from the other system too. So we have to change the systems, but we don't lose time by, for example, translating this data. And then the highest level is the commonality. It's the state achieved when the same doctrine, procedures, or equipments are used. So we have the same system, we have the same data, and we have a very efficient work strand. The fields of standardization. I already mentioned a lot of components in there, so I will be very quick on that. We have the operational field of standardization, and I think that's very important also in this conference today, because I know that there will be a lot of discussions about logistics. But it's also very important, and especially for me as a military official, that we have operational standards. So we talk about doctrine, we talk about tactics, techniques, and procedures, what we also have linked with the picture, what I have shown at the beginning. Also training and education. Furthermore, we have the material field of standardization, which are weapon systems, subsystems, C3 systems, so command, control, and consultation. We have the interfaces, components, spare parts, and consumables. And then also the third part, which was also mentioned in my little example at the beginning, we have the administrative field of standardization, which are processes, which is terminology, which is human resources, or for example, military ranks as well. This picture shows how the standards are, let's say, distributed in NATO. The 1,299 promulgated NATO standards is not up to date anymore. At the moment, or as of 20 April, we have 1,342 promulgated standards. But the percent figures are still the same. So we have 53 material standards, we have 46 operational standards, and we have 1% administrative standards. And that's also one point that stress just my explanation. Of course, material standards are important, but also operative standards should not be forgotten. Advantages of standardization. I already mentioned it a little bit, and also I know that Mario already spoke about the advantages of standardization, so I will be very quick on that too. Of course, we save money if we standardize. I think it's obvious. If we can buy 1,000 weapon systems instead of 10, it's much cheaper because we can produce more, and it's more efficient. Also, we save time, as I just mentioned, for example, in this example, with the 3 levels of standardization. Also, it strengthens our reliability, the cooperation, and the transparency. And this is in the end that standardization is a key part of this jigsaw that facilitates NATO's interoperability. Coming to the end of the standardization interoperability part. Why do we standardization? To achieve to support achieving, maintaining, and enhancing interoperability in order to improve efficiency and the use of available resources, to strengthen alliance defense capabilities, and also to enhance alliance operational effectiveness. And this is also linked again to the definitions of standardization and also interoperability. The main takeaways from this very theoretical part. We have an increased requirement for interoperability and standardization. On the one hand, we have the globalization. But on the other hand, if we just look at conflicts that are going on at the moment, if we look into Ukraine, we see that there is a need and there's like the necessity for interoperability. We see it with the Russians. They have problems to be interoperable within their forces, and we see it with Ukraine, that they have a kind of interoperability with NATO, that they're able to get weapon systems. And so we have two different fields of interoperability, but they are coming more and more important. This is also linked to that interoperability is crucial for the success of multinational activities. So the alliance doesn't act alone, and collective effects are greater than the sum of individual parts. So this means that in this case, 1 and 1 is not 2, 1 and 1 is 4. And when done right, interoperability improves awareness, enhances readiness, contributes to deterrence, and lowers costs and saves lives, which is also very important for military officers. Standardization, as I already mentioned several times, is the foundation of interoperability. And interoperability by design is a key factor. Furthermore, and this was mentioned with the pyramid, standards assessment and validation and exercise and evaluation is fundamental for a realistic approach to standardization challenges. And the harmonization of operational and material standards is essential to enhance interoperability. So I hope this was a clear overview about what NATO understands when we speak about interoperability, what it means when we speak about standardization. With this knowledge, I would like to enter now in the organization of our standardization efforts and also about the organization of my office, the NATO Standardization Office. We have, I would say, two different NATO standardization communities. The first one is what we can see here. We have ones, the allies, so the NATO nations. Their role in NATO standardization is to propose standards, to provide subject matter experts, and to develop standards, to ratify them, and to finally implement them. That's the goal. Then we have also NATO partners. And as you know, Colombia is a NATO partner. They can also propose standards. They can also participate with subject matter experts in standard development activities that are open for partners. And as far as I can say, from my expertise and from my knowledge, almost 98% of standardization activities that we do in the NATO Standardization Office are open to partner nations. And also, they can adopt and implement standards. What this means, I will talk later about it when we have the part about the partners. Another community, or another group of this community, is the NATO Standardization Tasking Authorities, so the senior committees. What are they doing? In the senior committees, they validate standardization proposals or the objectives. They establish the related standardization tasks and produce, endorse, and maintain the resulting NATO standardization documents. It's important to know that tasking authorities may delegate its remit to a subordinary body, which then becomes a delegated tasking authority. On this picture, we can see the tasking authorities. So we have like several authorities. So we have the military committee, we have, for example, the Conference of National Armaments Defense Directors, we have the Committee for Standardization, and we have different tasking authorities. For me, as you can maybe already see it in the picture, I will speak later or now a little bit more about the military committee, especially because we in the NSO are the main supporter for this committee, as we are also for the Committee for Standardization. We have also our role linked to the other committees, but it's more like an advisory role for that. So what are our roles and responsibilities, or what are MC standardization elements' roles and responsibilities? So on the top of this, let's say, top-down, bottom-up approach, we have the military committee. The military committee is a very, how can I say, a very general committee that gives broad guidance, that oversees standardization and approves the priorities. Below that, we have the standardization boards. When we speak about the delegated tasking authorities, the standardization boards are that. What are they doing there? Nations propose priorities, and also nations approve documents, and also the nations consult with ACO and AC2, so the main strategic commands that we have in NATO. These standardization boards give guidance to the working groups below that. And in the working groups, they coordinate documents and the document development. Working groups are also a big part where partner nations can participate and also be part of the standardization process. But I will talk about that later. And these working groups give also guidance to the teams and the panels, and that's the place where national experts drafting NATO documents. So that's also the place where, for example, Colombia could participate with their experience that they have in special fields. So we see the structure. And what is our job in the NSO regarding the structure? Our director, the director of the NATO Standardization Office, is the principal advisor to the military committee on operational standardization. For the boards, we have our NATO branch heads, or our NSO branch heads. You will see that later. They are chairing the MC standardization boards. For the working groups and also for the panels, we as NSO provide secretarial and administrative support to all MCSBs and working groups. And that's one thing that I think it's very important to stress, because maybe it's not for everyone clear. We in the NSO, we don't write documents. We don't write the standards. We are just providing administrative support. We provide the secretaries for these working groups, so we are not the ones that have the subject expertise in these fields where the standards are created. Furthermore, we also manage all approval process for all standardization documents. This means we are not just doing it for the military committee, but we are also doing it for other committees too. Now, I want to give more insight in another part of the NATO Standardization Committee. We have, on the other hand, we have the Committee for Standardization, which is a very, very important committee in regards of standardization. What are they doing there? Experts, domain governance for standardization policy and standardization management within the alliance is done there. So what does it mean? It means harmonization and coordination of the whole standardization community, and therefore it's a very important committee. Then we also have the NSO as a part of the standardization committee. We initiate, we coordinate, we support and administer all standardization activities, as I just mentioned, under the authority of the Committee for Standardization. We provide standardization management support and standardization advice for the standardization community and support the military committee standardization activities. And also other NATO bodies are involved in the standardization process. So we have, for example, the strategic commands. We have ACT, we have ACO, but we also have NATO bodies within the NATO HQ, so for example from the international staff, but also from the international military staff. as I just mentioned, our office. We are located within the NATO HQ in Brussels, and we, as it is maybe not that clear on the picture, we are an independent office. So we belong to DGIM, so the Director General of International Military Staff, which is at the moment a German 3-star general, just in regards of human resources and budget. But in regards of topics, in regards of the subject, we are independent, and that is very important to know. The structure of the NSO itself, as I mentioned, our Major General Sigulakis is at the moment from Greece. This position is rotating every 3 years, and all NATO nations can apply for that position. We have 6 branches. We have one branch which is policy and coordination, which is like a very central part of NATO Standardization Office, because it doesn't only support the CS, but it also works in the field of policy and in the support of the NATO defense planning process, also the cooperation with other standardization development organizations. For example, also my section, the support to partners, is within this branch, and also terminology and lessons learned. Then we have the 4 operational branches that are, as I just said, the branch heads are the chairs of the military committee, of the boards of the military committee. And then we have also the standardization support branch, where all the documents and all the standards are managed. So it's also a very important branch, but not that involved in the day-to-day business of creating standards. To summarize, the NSO mission, and I already mentioned that several times, we are there to support the Military Committee on Operational Standardization. We support the Military Committee Standardization Boards. We furthermore initiate, coordinate, support, and administer all NATO standardization activities that are conducted under the authority of the Committee for Standardization. And also we provide standardization management support and standardization advice for the whole standardization community. So, we are done with the theoretical part. So I hope it's getting now more interesting, in case you didn't thought that it was very, very interesting. Support to partners. With support to partners, I would like also to speak about the contribution that partners can have or can do to NATO. First of all, I want to give a general introduction about partnership in NATO. At the moment, we have 40 partner nations that are grouped in 3 frameworks. So we have the PFP, the Partnership for Peace, the EAPC, the Euro-Atlantic Partnership. We have the Mediterranean Dialogue, MD. We also have the Istanbul Cooperation Initiative, ICI. And then we have partners across the globe. Colombia is a partner across the globe. And it's very important to know that the partners across the globe are not a NATO framework. This means that these nations have a more individual cooperation with NATO. On this picture, we have an overview about cooperation that we are doing. And it's one important part in this picture, because it also shows organizations. And that's important to know that when we speak about partner cooperation, we speak also about cooperation with different organizations. So we speak about cooperation with the European Union. We speak about cooperation with the OSCE. But we also speak about cooperation with the United Nations, or for example with the Red Cross. And I think it's also important to say, and for some people, this is sometimes a surprise, that Colombia is the only partner nation in South America to NATO. This is in my presentation, I think, more or less the most important slide, because it's a very important thing to know for you as Colombians, but also for the NATO standardization community in general. And I want to start with the basis of the slide. And it says that NATO's or that NSO engagement is based on NATO and partner agreed goals and objectives. What does it mean for our cooperation, for example, with Colombia? It means that we, as NSO, as kind of service provider, we depend on the NATO programs and the content in these NATO programs. For example, when we speak about the ITPP, it's the Individually Tailored Partnership Program. It's a program, and it's the highest political document in regards of a cooperation of NATO with a partner. Colombia was the first partner nation that had this ITPP done with NATO. I think it's a big step, and we were also able to get standardization content, to get interoperability content in it, because it's important. I would not be here if there would not be standardization content in it, because we really depend on NATO-agreed goals and objectives. And also, this is important because you see after ITPP, the Military Committee Direction and Guidance. And this was a part when I spoke last week with the military here in Colombia. It's very important to have that in mind. Every standardization content that should be in the Military Committee Direction and Guidance, so which is like the main document for military objectives, should be in that. And I just can invite Colombia to work with their military attaché in Brussels to provide their goals, to provide their objectives in this document, because it's very important. After this introduction, I would like to speak also a little bit about what we as NSO are doing to help and to support partners. In my job now, I'm in the NSO since 2 years, and I worked very close to Colombia, and it was always a pleasure. And I think a lot of offers that we have for partner nations were also taken by Colombia. So first of all, we are the focal point of contact for NATO nations in regard of operational standardization. Of course, we help them when there is interest in other parts of standardization to find the right counterpart. But mostly, we are for operational standardization responsible. So what are we doing? We foster partners' participation in the Military Committee Standardization boards, working groups, and panels. It's important to know that partners are not in the Military Committee Standardization Board. So they only can participate in the working groups and panels. Also, they can participate, and we help them in the Committee for Standardization, which was, for example, held last Monday, and I know that there was a representative from Colombia in this committee. And also, they can participate in the SMG, so in the standardization management groups, and I think that there were participants from Colombia in it already too. Furthermore, we offer and support standardization education, which I'm doing now, which we have done a lot also in the past. And also, we help NATO partners in getting access to NATO documents and standards in general. I will not go into detail as much as I could, but I just want to show, as I know they are not just very high-ranked military officers, but also maybe officers that are working in the field of standardization and maybe have an interest in that. We spoke about the participation in standardization activities. As I said, we have several opportunities that are open for Colombia. And it's very important to know that 80% of the costs for these events are reimbursed by NATO. So if someone from Colombia decides through their chain of command that, for example, they want to take part in an air-to-air refueling working group because it's a topic of interest of Colombia, they can, when they register through ePrime, which is like our internet portal, they can register and they get 80% of all their costs reimbursed. And I think that's a quite good deal for Colombia. So they get reimbursed their flight, they get reimbursed their accommodation, and even the per diem and the meals. Also, we offer different education formats. We have 3 courses that are happening regularly. We have the NATO orientation course, which is held 2 times a year in Belgium. Then we have the standardization with NATO course in Poland, which is a week and 2 times a year, and which is more detailed. Also, we have the drafting, production, and maintenance of NATO standards in Greece, which is also 2 times a year, a weekly. Then we have online education. I will speak about it in the next slide. Also, a good place for education, because you have a lot of subject matter experts from the nations, you have a lot of education parts in these working groups, are the working groups, or the Committee for Standardization, or the Standardization Management Group. And also, a very, very interesting part, I know it costs a lot of resources, but a very important part are also our 2 partner offices that we have within the NATO Standardization Office. What does it mean? At the moment we have, for example, a partner officer from Ukraine, and we also have a partner officer from South Korea, which is working in my section. And if you want to know how NATO standardization work, the 2 posts within our NSO are the perfect place for it. Because these military officers get in these 2 years of their appointment there as much as knowledge as you never get through any training, because you always have only the look from outside if you get trained. But if you are in the NSO, you have the access to documents that are normally hard to get. You have the insights of the procedures of NATO HQ, which are very difficult, as I can say, and it's my 2nd appointment of NATO. So, online education, as I just mentioned, we have a lot of information, we have a lot of material on our website. This starts with briefing and video content. So for example, you don't have to go to the NATO Standardization Orientation course. You can log in on our website. You have all the presentations that are recorded in this orientation course there. You can have a look at it. You can have a look at it 3 times, 4 times, until you are sure you have understand it, or as many as you wish. We also have very important publications on our website, like the AEP3, which is like the Bible of the standardization process. And also a very, very interesting education format is the online training, which is under a platform which is called Chadl, more or less like my last name. It's on ACT website, and it's like a 10-module training about NATO standardization. And if you have done that, we have a really, really good insight how NATO works in regards of standardization. I just can recommend this online training to everyone who is interested. Then, I would like also to mention the access to NATO standards. As I mentioned, we have our website, and we have a protected website. All Colombians that are working within the forces or working within the Ministry of Defense that have an official Colombian email address can register on the protected website. So you have not just access to this education format, but you also have access to our NSDD, which is called the NATO Standardization Database. There you can download more than 1,100 standards that are up to NATO unclassified. If you just remember, I said something with 1,342, I think, standards that we have promulgated, and you already can download 1,100. So there's not much left. But for these documents that are higher than NATO unclassified, we also provide assistance in regards of the release of this document. I just will go a little bit into this process. That is very important to know. If Colombia sees the need, for example, because they have an operation, because they have an exercise with NATO, to get a NATO standard that is, for example, NATO confidential, there's a process. They should, and that's very important, because all the 30 nations have to agree if a document is released. So that's very, very important to know. And that's also important to know because they have to persuade allies with, for example, any applicable partnership goal that is mentioned in the ITPP or that is mentioned in the Military Committee Direction and Guidance. if they just want to have like a specific part of the publication. Also, if, for example, they offer any participation in NATO exercises, operations, and to justify, for example, to have this document. And so, if they have this package together, you find a more detailed description on it also on our webpage. The partner nation has to request this access to this document via SHAPE-PD, the Partnership Directorate, where is also like a Colombian representative in the grade of a colonel. And he requests through this command, to this chain of command, to the committee of to the secretariat of the committee, and in the end, the committee or the originator are deciding with a consensus if the document is released or not. After speaking the part of what we are offering, how we are supporting the partner nations, I would like to also go a little bit into the part where partner nations, where Colombia can contribute. Because I think, and that's my experience from the last 2 years, partner nations have a lot of knowledge in parts where maybe NATO doesn't have that much knowledge. And so I think it's very important that their contribution is implemented in NATO standardization too. Maybe it seems difficult on the first look. That's the NATO standardization process. I will not go too much into detail. But what's important to know on this page, and you see it on the right side at the bottom, that it says possible partner involvement. And you see on top of each phase the green bar. So this means NATO partner nations can participate in every step of the NATO standardization process. So they can also, as I said, they can propose, for example, standards. They can propose requirements that they have found. The only difference, what they cannot do, is in phase 4 and 5. That means that they are not able to ratify and implement standards, which is, I think, obvious, because only the 30 nations can ratify a standard. But nevertheless, the adoption of a standard from a partner nation is a very, very good sign, and it's also an important message. And adoption, I just will explain it to you what it is. It's a process in which a partner nation analyzes the standards covered by a STANAG in order to determine the national position regarding the implementation. So they identify if and how they want to implement the standard. So, this concludes my briefing. Thanks for having me. At the end of this presentation, I just want to stress 2 or 3 points that I think that are important. First of all, I think I mentioned it several times, standardization is an important part of interoperability. I said it last week to the forces already. Maybe standardization is not the most sexy part that you do in your military career. But nevertheless, it is absolutely crucial for the alliance success. It's also absolutely crucial for cooperation with the alliance if you are a partner. And I hope that this view on more the operational part of standardization was getting also a little bit a different insight, because I know that we will speak later a lot about logistics and about the technical part of it. And that's what I wanted to show with you. Standardization is a broad field. We have the 3 fields, as I mentioned, and the operational part is one big part in it. And so, at the end, I just wanted to invite Colombia again to enhance the cooperation with us, the NATO Standardization Office, NATO in general, and I invite everyone to join our trainings to enhance their knowledge of standardization, to enhance their knowledge about NATO, as I think we share a lot of common values, and I think that we can benefit from each other, not just in the area of standardization, but also in general. Así termino aquí mi presentación.
With this, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much, and let's toast for a good cooperation. Thank you.
I forgot something to say. He traído.
I have brought information material, and you will find it here next to the podium. Since my suitcase is terribly heavy, I am not going to be able to take some things back to Germany with me. So please make use of the material I have brought to share with you.
Presentación de la conferencia Consolidación.
Consolidation of capabilities, interoperable by design, by full Captain Nikolaos Myriounis, manager of the NATO normalization, commander of the Greek organization and programming for the... Since 2004, Colonel Nikolaos Myriounis is the manager of standardization for the Joint Chief of Staff for the National Defense in Greece, planning and programming directorate for defense purposes in the Standardization Committee for NATO. At the national level, he is responsible to manage the standardization in NATO and to define interoperability requirements for planning purposes in defense. Since 2013, he has designed and directed and successfully executed the standardization for the Greek services, and he received the Medal of the GRC Chart.
So, buenos dias, good morning from Athens, honorable political and military leadership of Colombia, honorable and distinguished guests. I would like also to address for this introduction our appreciation of receiving this honorable invitation to join you in this very important seminar today. You have also, on behalf of the Minister, Nikolaos Panagiotopoulos, and Chief of Defense, Konstantinos Floros, all the support and all the appreciation for holding this important event in Bogota. Unfortunately, we couldn't be present there physically. We had the obligation to participate in the Committee for Standardization this week, and we were very pleased also to see the defense attaché in Belgium, Colonel Alberto Betancourt Paniagua, in the first representation of Colombia in the Committee for Standardization meeting, NATO committee in Brussels. We were very happy for seeing Colombia with active engagement in NATO standardization. My briefing today, if we can see also the slides, the presentation. So if we can see the slides, my briefing will be based on building up interoperable capabilities and interoperability by design. Is there any technical problem of not seeing the presentation? Or I have to do it by myself? Great. Thank you very much. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Exactly. Actually, I'm gonna speak today about interoperability. I will go a little bit further than Matthias done before. but I will try to avoid the application of explanations, and we will focus then on how we determine interoperability by design, how we are building up interoperable capabilities. And of course, we will see also how Greece is doing so, and we will end up this briefing with conclusions. And next slide, please, about interoperability and normalization. So here, I will not repeat again what Matthias said before. The most important thing is that NATO has an innovative definition for interoperability. Normally, interoperability is focused in the international organizations on ICT standards, on networking, on communication, information systems. But here, NATO defines interoperability as the ability to act together. The most important thing is to act together effectively, efficiently in synergies. So that's interoperability, and includes a number of factors, as Matthias said before. And of course, standards is the core of this effort. We can go to the next slide, please. Let me explain you about the concept of interoperability of the post-war, Cold War NATO, and how we are facing now interoperability requirements. As you can see, in the Cold War, all NATO nations offered large units as brigades, as large units for NATO operations. Then the interoperability level was at the level of brigades level, so it was a challenge, of course, but not such a challenge as of current days. As you can see now, the current NATO, we have less defined and numerous threats, and smaller and specialized national capabilities. So now, a NATO command in Afghanistan, or now you can see on the eastern flag of NATO, it's being formatted with smaller units in a battalion, also in other levels. So we need to have more interoperable units in order to be ready to plug in each other and to have a day zero interoperability, which means once we need to act all together to do so, which is very important and critical, especially today. Next slide, please. Here you can see how important is interoperability in the Eastern flank, especially in this day after the Russian invasion in Ukraine, and we have such a great challenge. The war actually is on the front yard of Europe, but also of NATO. And here you can see how important is interoperability for the NATO's enhanced forward presence, where different nations contributed forces together for one result, for a unified result. So you can understand how important, critical, more than ever, is interoperability for operating together and have as a force multiplier and maximizing operational effectiveness. So today, interoperability is critical more than ever. Next slide, please. Here we can see how interoperability is being faced by NATO as an organization. What are the challenges in NATO? And then we can see for nations. In NATO, you can see we have three major challenges. We are starting from the organization itself, which is NATO. So actually, NATO should be interoperable within its agencies, command structure, force structure, and all NATO command structure entities should be interoperable. So this is the first challenge for NATO. The second challenge, which is the major one, is as an alliance, the member nations. So member nations should respond to interoperability requirements in order to be interoperable and to have common operations and common mission. The third level is in federation, when we need to cooperate with partners as Colombia, also with international organizations and industry. And why? Because, as Matthias said before, interoperability also is necessary in order to cooperate with international organizations in multinational operations around the globe. So these are the three levels. It's a continuous and persistent effort to have these levels satisfied for our mission. On the next slide, please, we can see what is the challenge for nations, and here I referring to Colombia, but also applies to all NATO allies and partners. For example, in Colombia, we can see that the first level, you should see interoperability as an enterprise within your organization, the MOD, Colombian MOD, Armed Forces. So it's the first level that we should seek for interoperability level within our house. The second level, at national, we need to engage with stakeholders like other governmental actors, like as you know that you have police within your structure, but with firefighters, with civil protection, also industry, academia, and ICONTEC, that we will hear from ICONTEC later. So this is at national level, interoperability requirements. You should communicate at this level. And the third level, as a federation, Colombia needs to have an interoperability requirements together with NATO, Peripheral Alliance in South America, international organizations, other SDOs like ISO, ANSI, other organizations outside Colombia, and international industry. So these are the three basic fundamental layers of interoperability challenges for Colombia, but for all countries, even for Greece. And you can see later how we deal with this. Next slide, please. As Matthias mentioned, we have three basic main dimensions of interoperability, with people, actually the human dimension, processes, which is the procedural dimension, and technology, which is actually the technical dimension. Let's see how these dimensions have an impact. And we can go to the next slide, where you can see the impact of technical interoperability, the systems for having interoperable technical systems, and you know, to have technology in introducing military systems, that these systems can cost as much as 40% of the acquisition and maintenance of the system. What does it mean? If we want to introduce high-level standards, we need to invest also. So interoperability is also expensive, but only in the start. On the long run, it saves money. So interoperability increases, of course, our investment, but on the long run, saving money, saving costs, and optimizing resources. How now we can see the impact of interoperability in the human factor. The next slide, please. Here you can see an example in COMISAF. There we have problems with communication of people. So actually we have problems on abbreviations, terminology, and common language, and also communication system. And you can see that we had risk to lives, we have human casualties. That's exactly that by the hardest part was creating a common mindset. And here I can go also to refer that the most important and the most difficult part, according to our experience, are not investing in systems, but creating a common culture about interoperability and standardization. And today, it's a great example of this forum of how demonstrating your decisiveness to create a common culture. Congratulations. So because by far, the most important is to think all together the same language. Next slide, please. We can see also interoperability enablers. As you can see also, Matthias explained this slide. The only thing, please keep in mind that the standards are on the heart of the effort and the heart of enablers. Without having standards, we cannot test standards in exercises, we cannot test standards in evaluations, in demonstrations, in cooperative programs. We need to have a set of reference. Next slide, please. And that exactly, actually I wanted to demonstrate you this slide just to see that standardization is exactly the vehicle for interoperability. If you can see in this slide that the definition of standardization, actually it serves the three levels of interoperability, the three dimensions of interoperability. So actually it's the unique vehicle to interoperability. If you look at the definition of standardization, exactly serves the three dimensions of interoperability. And here also, I would also recommend you and advise you to look back again to your definition established by the Colombian MOD, as Mario Garcia said before, because you are focused only to the technical part. Here, as NATO, we're offering you a new dimension, a new advice, also to expand the definition of standardization to tactics, techniques and procedures, operationals and administrative domains, terminology, as Matthias said before. So is another one major point I would like to stress for the audience. Please reconsider your defense definition for standardization. It's very important to have a holistic approach, also material plus tactics, techniques, procedures, and terminology. Next slide, please. And of course, I will not speak again about why we need standardization. Matthias already done that to achieve interoperability, optimize the use of resources, and at the same time improve efficiency and enhance operational effectiveness and strengthen alliance capabilities. And that gives me the floor to go deeper for capabilities later, where you can see how we are building up capabilities. The next slide, please. Here, when we are analyzing capability in NATO, since 2010, we have introduced a model of doctrine, organization, facilities, material. Also, we have used the model for technique, also for training, leadership, and personnel. This model actually looks for standards in each of these domains in order to build up a capability. For example, as Matthias showed you before, for air-to-air refueling, we need to search for a common doctrine or a common tactics, techniques, and procedures. We need to look for organization that is well suited for the air-to-air refueling operations. Also training, you need to train our personnel, our people, how to conduct air-to-air refueling. Material, we need to buy drag and drop or systems to refuel and to be compatible with the airplanes. Leadership, we need to have the leadership already in place for these capabilities. Personnel, well-trained, well-equipped, and well-placed in the structure. And finally, facilities that will give us all the necessary means to conduct this kind of operations. So if you want to build a capability in air defense everywhere, please analyze, have this slide as a checklist to see that all these areas need to have standards, common standards. So next, we will see now the next slide, how we are moving to the NATO defense planning process and capabilities. I don't see, the next slide, please. Great. Now we will speak about standardization in the NATO defense planning process. And the next slide, please. Okay, let's see now this slide, because it's very important to understand about the holistic approach of NATO. We have here on the top the collective defense, crisis management, and cooperative security. These three tasks are the NATO core tasks defined by the NATO strategic concept. The NATO strategic concept will be reviewed this summer in the Madrid summit. So these are the NATO core tasks in order to fulfill all NATO missions. One of them, cooperative security, is exactly the core task, including Colombia and other partners. These NATO core tasks are supported by a number of initiatives like the Readiness Action Plan, smart defense, where nations sitting together to acquire common material, capability roadmaps, connected forces initiative for training, and also the major vehicle is the NATO defense planning process. So everything will be driven in NATO by one process for building up common capabilities. The NATO defense planning process actually is called NDPP. This NDPP drives us for transformation and strategic adaptation for 2030. The major vehicle in NATO is NDPP. Next slide, please. Here we can see now what is the purpose of NDPP. The most important purpose is to ensure that NATO nations, the national contributions are interoperable and adequately prepared, equipped and trained and supported in order to fulfill the missions. So what you've seen before in the map, in the Eastern flag, NDPP should facilitate allies to be ready when needed and to harmonize national and NATO efforts. Next slide, please. Here you can see how capabilities between allies, but also in partners in Colombia, can all together we go to a different direction if there is a common reference, a common factor. And this is exactly the NATO defense planning process and a common set of standards for every capability. So this also applies to your armed forces. If you have a different planning between your armed forces, you need to bring this planning together. One planning, one set of standards, one result, one effect. You can see a capability launched that more than 20 years from the designation of the capability for the design, then to delivery of the capability. 10 years goes for the designation and also for the acquisition. And then we have also the application of the system, and we can go later to the follow-on support. So one capability can last 20 years to be built up. It's a very painful process. That's the reason we need to harmonize efforts and to put standards in the very early stages. We call it interoperability by design. Next slide, please. As we said, the focus of NDPP is a timely identification, development, and delivery of the forces and capabilities needed to undertake alliance missions in the area of responsibility of the Supreme Allied Commander in Europe, SACEUR. Next slide. The steps of NDPP now, the major steps actually are the steps that all NATO countries more or less are introduced, adopted at national level. It is very important for Colombia to see how the strategic planning, how the defense planning, the national defense planning mechanism is tailored to this continuous circle in order to synchronize and harmonize this defense planning cycle with the NATO one, on the long run, of course. It's very important. The first step, as you can see, is establish political guidance. The second step, determine requirements, where all requirements are determined for to respond to all the plans of NATO. The third step is these requirements are discussed and also are apportioned to NATO allies. And the fourth step, to facilitate implementation of the capabilities. And the fifth step, review results. So these steps, if we can go to the next slide, we can see that the established guidance is delivered every 4 years. So now we have the political guidance of 2019, and this September we will start reviewing the guidance for 2023. This guidance, what exactly does, gives the level of ambition of NATO, that you will see later, and also defines the core operational scenarios for NATO. It's the highest document after the strategic concept. It's like your national military strategy. It's like your national defense policy. This is the level of political guidance now, equal to Colombia's defense policy and strategy. So, and after this is the cycle every 4 years. The only constant cycle is the facilitate implementation, where implementation of capabilities is a continuous effort. You can go to the next slide. How now standardization is introduced in the NATO defense planning. Standardization is one of the 14 major planning disciplines. And as you can see here, the political guidance and all the defense planning process defines a focus on interoperability and standardization, and to use the NATO defense planning as a tool to strengthen standardization. You can go to the next slide. You can see here that standardization is not something not of priority. Standardization is major priority. If you look in this slide, you can identify your area of expertise. Someone of you belongs to air defense and missile. Someone of you to aviation planning. Some other to armaments planning. Someone in civil emergency, intelligence, logistics, as you have standardization in Colombia. Medical planning, force planning for operational users, force planners. Cyber defense, consultation, command and control. Nuclear deterrence, resources, science and technology, as Mario Garcia referred before, and standardization and interoperability. All of them are at the same level of priority. Some people saying standardization is not a priority. NATO proves here that is a high priority, belongs to the 14 major disciplines, and is cross-cutting because we need standards in intelligence, we need standards in logistics, in air defense, aviation standards are everywhere. So you can understand how important and how top in the hierarchy is standardization. Please consider that when you are developing your capstone documents and when you are developing capability. Standardization is critical, is a very high top priority for everyone. Next slide, please. So in the step one, as I told you before, we have the political guidance. Political guidance includes standardization as a major guidance. One of the major chapters of this political guidance includes standardization. And that's exactly what I advise to you is Colombia, when we review the national defense policy and strategy, to introduce a chapter on standardization interoperability. It's fundamental and is best practice. This is my humble advice to the audience. The second, step two, step two of the process, the next slide, please. You can see on the step two that we have the determined requirements. In this level, NATO produced all the minimum requirements for achieving all operations and missions in NATO. In these capability requirements, we have a list, a table of establishing a traceability between capabilities and standards. More than 350 capabilities we have in this paper, minimum capability requirements, and by BIOC capability codes and statements, where we have the connection between a capability, a sub-capability, and a portfolio of standards required for this capability. As Colombia, if you can see your capabilities, please advise NATO to share with you the portfolio of specific capabilities. As done before by Matthias, we have a specific package for air-to-air refueling, a portfolio of the critical standards required for the air-to-air refueling. The same for CID, where I know Colombia has an advantage, the CID sense also. So please consider these reference documents very useful to understand how capabilities are linked with standards, and also to facilitate your work. Next slide, please. Step three, actually, is when NATO comes to allies and asks for contribution. For example, in Greece, when we're receiving the capabilities, then we see our performance and standards. And with this performance, we are responding back to NATO if we are interoperable enough or we are capable enough to take over this capability. This book is called Blue Book for Greece, Blue Book for United States, Blue Book for Germany, for all allies. Next step is step 4, when we have all the final capabilities delivered for allies, and then NATO asks allies to implement these capabilities. And allies, how they're implementing? They analyze the capabilities with the Dolphin system presented you before. Doctrine, organization, training, leadership, material, personnel, facilities, interoperability. So consider this practice very important for the capabilities that you are developing. And of course, NATO asks for nations to report on implementation of standards, which is very important. Next slide, please. And step 5, the step 5 is the final result where NATO comes back to nations every 2 years through the defense planning capability survey and asks nations and partners with the PARP system, partner PFP, how they are implementing standards. So ask questions, goes deeper. Are we really interoperable? Do we have any shortfalls? Because these shortfalls are identified in the field and we are having human casualties there. So standardization saves lives, not only optimize resources, but save lives. This is very important, and as Matthias said, has proven now in the war in Ukraine that all our systems and all our training to the Ukraine as partner was very important for Ukraine to respond, to be interoperable with NATO systems and to defend against Russia. That's the reason. So we need to train allies and partners in the same way, to train as fight, which is very important. Next slide, please. And here you can see an overview of how standardization applies in every phase of NDPP. I explained again, but please keep in mind that in your national defense planning process, from the strategy, from the defense policy, until the capabilities guidances that you develop in Colombia include standardization. You will see that in the long run, you will have major benefits. Standardization does not belong only to logistics. It belongs to all planning disciplines and to the defense planning process. This is my humble advice and message. Next slide, please. Here now you can see how we did it in Greece, how we translated the NDPP in Greece. Next slide. In Greece, we have also these 5 stages: national defense policy, national military strategy, defense planning guidance, priorities and targets. When we have also the force structure review, and we have later a triennial program of procurements and long-term capability requirements projects. All these stages, we introduced standardization and allied standards as an integral part. And that's exactly the model we are proposing to take back at home and consider how you can also harmonize your planning program with this one as a best practice. This is the same by Germany, by other countries, and also recognized by the Alliance as a best practice model. If you can see here, in next slide please, you can see that in every step of our process, we introduced also standardization, what also we're advising and we're offering as an idea, as a proposal to your systems as well. To reference interoperability, standardization, and standards to every phase of your planning process. This is the way you are building up interoperable capabilities. You have interoperability by design. And I will explain why. If we can go to the next slide, when you can see the best practices, what we are doing. We're harmonizing the defense planning priorities with our national priorities. We're synchronizing our processes. Also, we define standardization as an integral part of our process. We're trying to adopt a best practice model as you are doing in Colombia for standardization, coordination. Also, we need to have implementation, analysis of standards, which is very important to see in the reality how we're implementing standards. And also, with education and training programs. It's very important because, as Mario Garcia said before about the quality, but quality is not an act. Quality is a mindset. It's something that's said by Aristotle, the great Greek ancient philosopher, not me. So quality is a mindset. It's very important to build mindset through training. Next slide, please. And then I can go to conclusions. Next slide. And here you can see the next slide. Not this one, please. Actually, there were some slides, it's not this one, about, I had some pictures there with some, next slide, please. Also not this one. The next one. No, actually, there's another one presentation probably. Please accept my apologies. Actually, the slides I wanted to demonstrate you were about that when you want to build interoperable capabilities, harmonize your planning well before that. So, for example, the NATO IFF system, the system identification of friends and foe, it costs about 100 million euros to apply to the all armed forces. So this system should be integrated in the plans years before. If, for example, you will go to an operation, it's too late to see that you are not implementing IFF. IFF actually we can kill each other if you have this system. So it's very important to integrate in your plans all these interoperability and standards that NATO or national standards you do have. And also, my last recommendation is that if you want to be interoperable, as I said, interoperability, you need first of all to check into your house, our house of the armed forces, then with our brothers in arms, military, police, fire brigade, then to national quality organizations and metrology like ICONTEC, academia, research technology, national industry, and there to NATO and federations and international organizations. And that's my final advice. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. It was a little bit more strategic and more inside presentation. I hope that you managed to take away some important points. And said this is that I wanted also to express my appreciation to Mario Garcia and also to Mr. Dan Giorgi for their contribution to this excellent event and their honorable invitation to join this high-level distinguished forum. I'm at your disposal for any questions, for any comments, and please go ahead. I would like to answer any of your questions you may have. Thank you very much again for your attention. Great honor for me.
A continuación, los invitamos a disfrutar.
Now we would like to invite you to enjoy a coffee break, and then we will hear from ICONTEC presentation in 20 minutes' time.
Feeling like I need a purpose. But when you talk to me, give me the impression that I won't scratch your surface. And I could walk for days, searching for your praise. But is it even there to find? Is there a chance for me to learn your memories? Will I slowly lose my mind? time to make you mine. Baby, show me how.
Than myself. Thought that I could count all I could be. Told me, yeah, I was off the tracks, it felt like hell. You were the old man, I was the low man. I need you, I need you, I needed something just to. I need you, I need you. I need something. I need you. I need you. I need something just to. I need you. I need you. I need something. I need something just to hold on. To hold on. Places you would hide, I took all the pieces you would say. Oh me, you were heaven, I was stuck in hell. You were the old man, I was the low man. I need you, I need you, I needed something just to. I need you, I need you. I need something. I need you. I need you. I need something just to. I need you. I need you. I need something. I need something just to hold on. To hold on. I need you.
Can't escape your love. It's following me. I'm afraid that I won't move on if you never leave. everywhere I hide, everywhere I look, and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run, everywhere I hide, I find you. Can't escape your love. It's following me. I'm afraid that I won't move on if you never leave. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run, everywhere I hide, I find you. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run, everywhere I hide, I find you. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run, everywhere I hide, I find you.
Thinking back to the days I fell in love, beginnings hard at end, and I know this much. Just needed the time and place to see it through. Kept me holding on. It was always you. If you call me, I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way for you, doll. If you call me, I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way for you, doll. I just wanna move on till I find love, till I find love. I just wanna move on till I found love, until I found love. I'll be on my way. Running through the streets and the hills with you on my mind, thinking that what if? Just wanna know the places we have missed. If we both went on, would it be like this? If you call me, I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way for you, doll. If you call me, I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way for you, doll. I just wanna move on till I found love, till I found love. shooting star, and everyone will see my shine. Falling star crosses that dark sky. I made a wish with closed eyes. By the thought of life without you, I guess you are so near that I can feel you. Close your eyes, face the sun and smile. It looks so gorgeous on you, like the stars that come and go, that guide you to your dreams. Close your eyes, face the sun and smile. It looks so gorgeous on you, like the stars that come and go, that guide you to your dreams. Close your eyes, face the sun and smile. It looks so gorgeous on you, like the stars that come and go, that guide you to your dreams. And everyone will see my shine. On the sun crosses the dark sky.
Su atención, por favor, nos preparamos para continuar con el seminario. Dentro de 2 minuticos, por favor, nos preparamos, nos alistamos para seguir con las actividades del día de hoy. Su atención, por favor. Seguimos con el programa para el día de hoy.
We will now continue with today's program with our codification and standardization seminar, common features that ensure quality. The next presentation will be technical standardization in Colombia by Dr. Luisa Fernanda Pallares Wilches. Luisa Pallares Wilches, she's project manager and in charge of international standardization at the Colombian Institute of Technical Standards and Certification. She has over 15 years experience in standardization in Colombia and internationally in topics related to management.
Bueno, buenas tardes, buenos días.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Thank you very much for this kind invitation to this very important event. These are topics that are absolutely key to us, and we have heard the previous presentations, and you will hear that I will be repeating some of the topics because of the standardization process. But to us, it has been very interesting to listen the experience that exists in terms of technical standardization. I will be telling you about Econtech. Econtech is a private, non-profit organization that seeks to generate competitiveness, sustainable development, transformation of culture, and generating trust amongst organizations. That is our purpose as organization. These are some of the services that we provide in figures. As you can see, we offer different services. One is standardization, but we also have the service of educating and certifying for standardization. It's important that you see that we have 6,783 standards of products, services, processes, terminology, tests that cover almost all sectors. In the country, we have over 250 national committees. I will explain what that is. That's like the working groups. We call them national standardization committees. We have over 250 of those, where we have over 6,300 experts participating. Those are the experts that come from the different stakeholders, the academia, the government, guilds, traders, trades, associations, consumers even. We also belong to ISO and the ISE committee, where we actively participate. And that's why we adopt these standards in the country, or adopt them and adapt them for the country. These are our services. We have the standardization service. I will tell you why we are the national or standardization body. We also have the education part. Here we develop training courses on the standards that we develop, with the intention of helping organizations implementing the standards through providing knowledge for them to understand the standards that we develop. And to this end, we have developed these specific courses and the standards that we develop. We also have conformance assessment. We certify management systems. We certify product. We inspect, validate, and verify, which is a very strong topic now, especially regarding measurement and follow-up of carbon footprint, climate change, adaptation to climate change. And we also have health accreditation. We have a metrology lab, and in addition to this, we have an area called cooperation in special projects, where we try to blend all these services to be able to offer services and products that can be implemented by communities. And the idea is, together with the communities, to develop, to give example, and to be able to generate all of the information and training required when we implement these types of projects. Allow me to go in what it is that we are. We are a private entity. Nonetheless, we undertake a public function that was given to us by the national government, ratified or granted to us by means of Decree 2746. Our mission is to promote, disseminate, develop, and guide the implementation of standards and technical standards in Colombia to obtain an optimum economy, to improve quality, to improve productivity, competitiveness, access to international markets, and facilitate relationships between customers and vendors at the national and international level. This means that we are the organization developing Colombian standards and guidelines that the country requires, that the sectors require to strengthen their sector, to have access to other markets, to ensure quality and safety of their products and services. And we are also government advisors in terms of standardization. That is, when the national government needs to develop activities to implement public policies or to regulate something, we advise the government in the technical standards that currently exist. That is our role as government advisor. We support regulators in developing technical standards and developing the legislation related thereto. We are part of the Intersectoral Commission of Quality. I'm going to explain that in a moment. And we support the commitments that the country has at an international level, especially in terms of obstacles, technical obstacles to trade. And as I said, the idea is to reach commercial agreements that the country has with other countries, so as to be able to develop these commercial and trade agreements. We are part of quality infrastructure. You also have an infrastructure. This here is the infrastructure of quality that we have, led by the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Tourism. As you can see, we have standardization. Well, we have Ecotech under standardization. In accreditation, we have ONAC. There is metrology with the National Metrology Institute and all of the regulating centers as part of the technical regulation. This is CICAL, quality infrastructure that helps Colombia generate trust in our products and services that the companies develop, products and services that they procure with minimum quality and safety requirements, and thus we close the cycle. We assess these standards and regulation, and we accredit those bodies that survey and monitor quality conformance entities. We are the ones who develop Colombian technical standards, but we also move in a voluntary arena. It's very important to work on regulations and the voluntary part. I don't know if you remember, for example, years ago in Colombia, it was not compulsory to use a safety belt in the vehicles. You did not have to buckle up. Nonetheless, they started developing two types of campaigns. I don't know that one was a voluntary campaign, and they started working to generate awareness of the importance of bearing your safety belt or of buckling up in your vehicle, but also there was a compulsory part which came through the regulation, which forced you to use the safety belt, otherwise you would be fined. And that is still the case today. So the idea is to combine both aspects, because some people work better or react better to a compulsory suggestion, to compulsory obligation, or to a voluntary suggestion. So we move more in the field of voluntary world. Nonetheless, when we advise, when regulators need to implement Colombian standards, we give them these rights, and they start calling the Colombian standards, including them in their regulations, and that's when Colombian technical standards become compulsory. Regulators can take the full wording of the technical standards, or they can take parts of our regulation, and you will see that there's many regulations in Colombia where for different topics that refer to Colombian technical standards, and this is what we intend. This is like the good practice, that sectors need to develop technical standards in the voluntary field, and that this is then regulated based on the existing technical standards. This is our national standardization process. We work on developing technical standards through what we know are the technical standardization committees. These committees have all stakeholders participate there, and we always seek a balance between the government, the academia, producers, traders, guilds, users, labs. And the idea is that all of them can participate in these technical committees. Participation therein is voluntary. It has no cost associated thereto. And this is where knowledge is developed. This is where the technical part of the construction of technical standards takes place. What we have called standardization is an exercise of collective construction. I also said that we don't develop standards. Econtech doesn't develop standards. What Econtech does is to provide the space so that the stakeholders can together build, collectively build the content based on technical aspects. Oftentimes discussions within the committees to develop technical standards are based on particular interests. And the intention really is that there is a technical justification underlying to ensure that one private interest is not preferred. And one of the main principles is that all technical standards are developed by consensus. Consensus is not understood as everyone agreeing, but rather that there is no sustained technical justification behind so as not to be able to implement that requirement. Let me give you an example. Sometimes in technical standards, producers have many problems with assessing conformance because of the lack of laboratories in Colombia. And doing the tests abroad oftentimes is very expensive. So sometimes a series of things want to be eliminated, or they want to eliminate things to reduce costs. But if we see that that requirement is important to ensure that the quality has a certain level of quality or a certain level of safety, we cannot remove it even if it has a very high cost. This is one of the main concerns, the lack of infrastructure, of lab infrastructure in the country. We guide ourselves with the principles of transparency. We're always open. Information committees are open. The balance of stakeholders. We always seek that that in the technical standards we have the balance so as not to favor one party in particular, and for everyone to realize the needs of the other stakeholders, and together to reach an agreement, to reach a consensus regarding what is that requirement and good practice that should be included in the standards. It's an open process. As I say, it has no cost. It is voluntary. Discussions are based on technical arguments. What we intend is not to focus on costs or how easy or difficult it is, but that the discussion is based on technical arguments, consensus. We operate by consensus, and we respect individuals and protect individuals, the safety of individuals and the planet. These are our principles. This here is our process. We start with a need that stems either from a public policy, from a certain organization, a sector, a guild, an association. And what we do is we start prioritizing these needs. We have a tool whereby we consider a series of criteria to be able to select those standards, and our priority. Econtech is a private organization, and with this public function, that does mean that we have public sector resources to develop the standards, and of course we have a limited budget. That's why we always must prioritize a series of standards to be able to develop. The first part is to prioritize the identification of those needs, coming needs, and for this we have a tool where we look at criteria such as if it is a product that will be exported, imported, whether there's a public policy associated to it. And this tool also allows that interested parties access the tool, enter into the tool, and prioritize this topic. So they sort of rate this, and based on all of these criteria, we start working on on the standards on a yearly basis. We started working in the technical committees where we see that what we intend to have is a balance of interest and where we have discussions by consensus. In those committees, we currently have over 250 technical committees in which we develop all of these discussions. Once the discussion is over in these technical committee meetings, we have a stage of public consultation where the public is placed at the disposal of the public in general. Anyone can have access to the document for free. They simply go to the Incotec website, and there the idea is that interested parties who could not participate in the technical committees have the opportunities of sending comments and also understanding the document that is being developed, and that they can give their opinion on that document, their feedback. After the stage of public consultation, we meet again in the technical standardization committees to deal and analyze the comments that we received. Once this process is over, we start an internal process prior to ratifying the standard to ensure that all of the principles of standardization have been complied with and that the process has been undertaken the way it should. And then the standard is ratified. Afterwards, the dissemination process starts. This is one of the processes that we wish to focus on. We're working on this because that we need to disseminate the information, disseminate documents, help organizations understand them so that they're applicable, and that we can start the cycle of standardization with an update if required. So this is the normative process that we have in the country. This is something that we already saw in previous presentations. Why standardize and the benefits of standardization? Because of quality and because of safety. This establishes the minimum performance requirements, minimum safety requirements to protect the well-being of users and also to protect the planet. This is a very important tool of technological transfer. We have seen it here oftentimes. Sectors become strengthened through technical standards because standards do establish minima, and organizations tend to seek those minima by strengthening the sector. So this part of technological transfer is very important because it facilitates knowledge. I know that some organizations might review what it is that their product or service requires to be able to implement it in an easier way. We also have the part of terminology that was already mentioned, and that is that we should all speak the same language. Oftentimes, for example, the funerary sector, sometimes they talk about coffin, about casket, and we have to see what is the right word to use. And the sector must speak and have a conversation and generate trust among users. Interoperability, that is super key. We already heard this in the previous presentations. Standardization also enables and facilitates trade. Here we are part of the World Trade Organization, and to avoid technical barriers to trade. And what we seek is that our products and services can reach those international markets, can become immersed in those international markets so that we can export more and that we can contribute by avoiding technical barriers to trade. We also have conformance assessment standards. By establishing requirements help facilitate the conformance assessment of products, processes, and services. It is also important for organizations that procure, because based on these requirements, they identify which those products are, the ones that are more adequate for their needs. That is why it's so important in the part of procurement and in competition, because we also have the faculty of developing competition standards. We don't work much on this. I think that this is more done by SENA, but in standards, we try to see which are those competencies that are required by these processes when we talk about the service or procedure standards to properly develop or undertake these products and services. standardization levels. Well, this pyramid, what is different from the previous presentations. These are the standardization levels. The most basic one is the company standardization level. These are the handbooks of an organization, their own guidelines. Then we have association standards, which are those when you start standardizing things with guilds, with association. We have one for palm oil. That was done with the Palm Oil Association, and the idea is that associates and other stakeholders can start working on palm oil in a sustainable way. Then we have national standards, which are the Colombian technical standards and Colombian technical guidelines. We have the regional standards. That is, when we work in a region, we belong to COPAND. COPAND will make their presentation later. We're also part of PASCO. And these are the regional standards. And we finally have international standardization bodies, which gather the different standardization bodies and other entities at an international level, such as ISO and IEC. Nationally, we develop the standards for companies, for associations. We develop Colombian technical standards. We also work regionally, and we actively participate in the international work precisely to facilitate the adoption of technical standards, international standards, as well as and to adopt them as if they were Colombian standards. We have different types of documents. We have the Colombian technical standards, and these are the documents that establish the requirements. These are the minimum requirements that the organizations must meet for a certain objective, either a product, a service, a process, where our intention is to establish the what must be complied with without going into the how that should be done. We also have technical Colombian standards, guidelines. These are important documents because they strengthen implementation of Colombian technical standards, and they have two functions. Colombian technical guidelines are the ones that establish the how. How can I do it? And they're important because at some point when a sector is very well structured, that sector needs the Colombian technical standards because they already have a certain development. But when there is a sector that is growing, quite new, not much experience, Colombian technical guideline guides that company to develop products and services. So that's it. And when we have a Colombian technical standard, they support in the implementation of those requirements. We also have available regulatory provisions. These are documents, temporary documents that in the end become either a Colombian technical standard or a Colombian technical guideline. But these are documents that do not meet the whole cycle. They're missing the part of public consultation, but for some reason it is required that the document is urgently published. This has done so in certain aspects when the government needs something. A faster, quicker document is issued, and the process continues, although it is already in the market, to become at a certain point a Colombian technical standard or guideline. And we also have the sectoral technical standards. We work with the coordination of other bodies that dedicate themselves to developing sectoral technical standards. For example, the tourism sector, they have their own sector unit, and they develop all of the standards for the tourism sector. And we support the development of those technical standards, and we guide the development of the whole regulatory process. We also have a series of standards depending on the origin thereof. We have technical standards that are adoptions and adaptations of international standards. And you will say, oh, but that's simply an adoption. It's the same standard and you need only to translate it and that's it. No, we do translate. Of course, the idea is that not everyone speaks English here. And the idea is that standards are in the local language so that people can use them. But what we also do is ensure that these requirements that are included in the international standards be applicable to Colombia. That is more of our function. It's not only the translation thereof, but ensuring that those requirements are applicable in Colombia. That's why what we do when we do the adoption. We also have modified technical standards. The modified standards are modified when we do an exercise, when we analyze and we see that the standard is not fully applicable to Colombia, that there are certain requirements that either don't apply here because they come with international legislation or because whatever other region. And there we always start working on the modified ones. And we also have standards based on different sources of information, which is when we start working with the experience of the interested parties. This is maybe the most difficult and time-consuming effort, and it's the one that we need to work on more and that we need to strengthen on, for example, in the agrarian sector, where we're seeking to work on these topics where I would say additional national matters are required, and to work on with them on experience without forgetting the purpose of taking their products to international markets or their products to international markets. I am now going to be talking about standardization and defense-related matters, although this part here is done by the Ministry of Defense. Nonetheless, we have done certain job in this, certain works here. This is something that we did 2 years ago, and we developed technical standards of action against landmines. It's a reality that sadly affects our country, landmines. And what we wanted to do was to develop internationally. These standards exist, but we wanted to work on this at a national level. And as I said, well, we always need to look at national conditions to be able to implement these international requirements. So the Office of the High Commissioner of Peace of the President's office were the ones who moved this, and we started working with them to prepare and develop these standards. If you see, these were the stakeholders that participated in the development of these standards. There you have government agencies, service providers, communities, NGOs were present there as well, seeking to participate in this. And these are all the standards that we developed, that we built. We have technical standards from a strategic level. For example, the release of lands, humanitarian demining activities, monitoring for humanitarian development. We also have technical standards at an operational level. For example, this one of technical studies, the clearing of these landmines, the dogs, when the canines are used to do this type of jobs. And we also have, and finally, we talked about other ones that were more of a support nature in the technical part, such as disposal of explosives after the process. It was a very interesting process. We had a lot of discussions around the topic. It's a topic that is quite critical for safety of people from the different communities. First of all, because you need to ensure that the territory is absolutely free of mines. Secondly, for people who provide the service, you need to keep these people's safety, and you need to see how to dispose of these, finally dispose these explosives. We have also worked together with the Ministry of Defense in some activities, some other activities. For example, we have quite a strong textile committee with the participation of the main textile producers in Colombia. And we also had, well, back then, they were seeking Class 2 material, and we had difficulties. They had difficulties with the textiles that they were requesting, so we sat down with them and we worked together to look at the quality of textiles and thread that they needed for the Class 2 material. We also worked on explosives. This was worked with Indumil, together with Indumil as well, and with other organizations that practice mining activities, where we sought to standardize explosives matters from procurement, transportation, storage, and use of these explosives. And this here is a case that we recently got. We're just starting to work on this, and it's not an organization. This is an individual who addresses us because he is interested in the developing of a standard for protection boots against landmines. We already talked to about this because in these topics we need to start working not only based on experience, but we need to do tests and see if these tests are the ones that should be done and if they meet, and start working on identifying which are those requirements, because this is a prototype for an individual. But taking this to the industry for that end, we need to do lots of tests and ensure that the person who will be using this type of boots is going to be protected. So we're looking for resources for this, as well as the stakeholders interested in participating here. We have Indumil for the tests. We're thinking of help from the Ministry of Defense because they buy these types of boots, and they would help us with the testing part. And we're also contacting producers of this type of product, or maybe they're interested in selling these types of products.
Next steps to strengthen and better coordinate with the Ministry of Defense. I think this is something extremely important, especially after everything we have heard today, and that's to acknowledge the work done at the MOD and to find a way of continue working together to generate technical standards which are required for Colombia, not just related to defense matters, but generally speaking. So in the future, we need to find the ways of better coordinating our efforts, both from the resources and experiences and lesson learned perspectives, as well as the knowledge acquired, precisely to be able to generate new ways of setting out the standards, new ways of reaching out to the communities. I think that standardization is experiencing a key moment where it needs to evolve. We cannot continue working on this like we have done up to now, because communities, the users, and the organizations are asking for swifter processes. They're also asking for the fact that maybe everything needs to be online now. The standards don't need to be submitted on paper. So, for example, if I want to prepare installations of a building, I don't have to read the full standard. I just go and read what I need to meet to be able to build a construction. So we're trying to streamline our efforts in the dissemination of the standards. So these are the next steps that we are working on in the future. So basically, that was the information I had to share with you. And I'd be more than happy to entertain any questions if you would like to address them. And just to confirm that we are fully committed to working with you in preparing the technical standards that may be required. Thank you very much. I don't know if there's a question in the audience. Okay, so thank you very much. Presentation of the brief how the normalization and standardization of defense in the UK has transformed the operational model by Mr. Stephen Lapsley, Senior MIT Director of Standardization in the UK and NATO. An engineer with over 30 years' experience in managing the Ministry of Defense of the UK, supporting these services with different roles related to engineering and which are related to procurement and securing the safety of everything related to supply chain, responsible for delivering the national projects on MOD standardization, 14 years of experience in standardization in NATO, and former representative of the UK on the standardization board for the NATO with the standardization CMG of NATO. He has also been the representative of the UK in the work group on document management and standardization CMG of NATO. Since 2008, he has been a part of this group, and he is deputy director of the standardization group CS of the UK. Stephen was a key architect in the transformation of the Normalization Committee and a member of the experts that represented the structure to simplify the terms of reference TOR. Stephen was also the leader contribution to the UK to provide support to standardization of the reform of the agencies for NATO and the creation of the Standardization Office, NSO. As a member of CMG for a long time, Stephen has participated in AAPP 03K in restructuring the Civil Standards chapter for the adoption of joint development and transfer of civil standards into the industry. Appointed president of CMG since 2019 to 2022, he took the office of director in the UK in the Standardization Committee in NATO in April 2022. You have the floor, Mr. Lapsley.
This might be a challenge this morning for the interpreter, interpreting from Scottish to English to Spanish. Good luck. So good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As was said, my name's Stephen Lapsley. I'm the UK and NATO Standardisation Manager. I'm also the UK Principal to the NATO Committee for Standardisation. It's an honour and a pleasure to speak to you today, and my brief will be on how UK defence standardisation has transformed its operating model. And following this brief, I'm more than happy to discuss separately with anyone after the meeting on any points that I've raised. Now, from what I've heard from Mario earlier, Colombia already have a solid model in place. This presentation will give examples of where the UK has improved its operating model and could help with some best practice for Colombia. So who are DSTAN? So DSTAN are UK Defence Standardisation. So my organisation is the UK's Standardisation Management Authority. We develop standardisation policy nationally and internationally, and our main policy strapline is civil as possible, military only as necessary. We also support acquisition through the intelligent selection and use of standards, leading to increased interoperability. We coordinate all UK NATO ratification and implementation, and we also represent the UK at NATO and other standardisation committees. We have approximately 24 staff based in Glasgow. We have one person based in Bristol, down in England. And we are a collection of specialisms. We have some project managers, we have some engineers, obviously, we have information technology staff, and also clerical staff. So we're a mixed bunch with the main aspect is to deliver good, high-quality standardisation management. So it's not all about engineers, it's about the other staff as well who make it happen. So where has our journey started? Well, it started in 2015. Right? What we used to do was we maintained and developed a portfolio of defence standards and published them in a library hosted on a website. That's all we did. We maintained a list of national defence standards, and we did it for subject matter experts. How long did we do it for? 47 years. And we never asked the question, is it what the customer wants? So we asked the customer, what is it you want? So they wanted us to speak to projects so that projects understood exactly what standardisation was about and what standards were required. So we changed our operating model. We stopped managing standards and we started standardisation management, which are two completely different things. So as I said, why we had to change? We asked ourselves the question, what value were we delivering? And what was the customer expectation? So our customers didn't just want a library of defence standards, they wanted access to all standards, and they wanted support in their selection to meet project requirements. So, as I said, our transformation started in 2015, and it focused on 5 specific areas: policy, process, people, Now, people are the lifeblood of any organisation, so you have to make sure the people are able to do their job well. Toolset, STANMIS, which I'll talk about later, and access to standards. So STANMIS is our fully integrated standardisation management information system, which I'll mention later on in the brief. So the first aspect was policy. Right? First phase of our journey was to develop a policy that set the controls for our business. It provided national governance and ensured that we aligned with NATO policy. So our main policy document is Joint Services Publication 920, also known as JSP 920. It's the UK MOD Standardisation Management Policy Directive and is written for personnel who have responsibility for the specification, requirement setting and acquisition of defence equipment and services. So you can see it's all about projects that deliver equipment to the armed forces. So the key principles of JSP 920 are to implement NATO standards as enablers of increased interoperability. And the key wording there is implement NATO standards. The second bullet is to use civilian standards wherever practicable and military standards only where necessary. To harness the benefits of open procurement, maximise new technologies while maintaining the performance levels specified by MOD. So moving on to NATO and UK defence standards. Our policy JSP 920 states that ratification and implementation of NATO standards shall be in accordance with the time frame set by NATO. So the tasks and authorities within NATO set the time frame to ratify NATO standards. It could be a month, it could be 6 months, it could be 12 months. It changed recently, it used to be 6 months as standard. So we align with that. So we make sure that we ratify by the date given by the NSO. And also UK defence standards shall be maintained on a 5-year review cycle. We still do that. However, we ensure their ongoing requirement and technical relevance, and I'll mention that just in a minute. That's the important bit. We still maintain them every 5 years, but however, we have a process in place to make sure they're actually required, and we don't just update them and put them on a shelf and nobody uses them. So the second phase was to develop new processes. So we developed 2 new processes. First one was called the Standards Requirement Verification. As I mentioned earlier, that's to test relevance and requirement of new and updated UK defence standards. The second process is the standard selection and assurance, and that's to support delivery teams in the intelligent selection of standards. That's something that we're very, very big on now. We call it the intelligent selection. Standards bring requirements to life, right? So having the right standards in your project is what it's all about, right? So you don't get equipment that doesn't do what it's meant to do, and there could be a major cost further on in the project to change the standards. So that's something that we focus on right from the start. So I don't know how easy this is to see. Our standards requirement verification process focused on the maintenance of our national defence standards portfolio. Right? So there's 6 phases here. First phase is the requirements phase. That's to establish project demand for a standard. Is there a project out there that wants that standard, wants to use it? If there's not a project, we don't update it. We just withdraw it, because there's no point spending money updating a standard that's not going to get used. Second phase is validation. And that's to search for an existing solution to satisfy a requirement. So is there a NATO standard out there? Or is there a civilian standard? Or is there a national defence standard that actually does the job? So that's very important. If you pass that phase, you move on to the authorisation phase. And that's to confirm, that's the confirmation of ownership by the sponsor and that development is relevant and required. There has to be somebody that pays for the development of the standard. Our organisation don't have a budget to update standards, so we have to find a sponsor within the UK MOD who has the funds and the expertise to update the standard. Okay? We manage the process, we publish them, we provide access on our database. We manage the process. SMEs, somebody has to sponsor it, somebody has to pay for it, and that's very important as well. Development phase. So this is all done on STANMIS, which as I said, I'll mention later. SMEs are engaged in the development and review process. So the document is updated on our STANMIS system, right? And the SMEs are heavily involved in writing technical content. Again, our engineers are not technical experts in all the standards. They have a general engineering knowledge, and they can help out, but they don't have the depth of knowledge for the standards. So there has to be an SME who engages with us and develops it on our STANMIS system. Following that, we move on to the approval phase. That's the declaration that the standard and the technical content is fit for purpose. That's a final check to make sure the standard's good to go. And we have to get that signed off by a technically competent senior officer. And lastly, we publish a standard, and that's published by DSTAN, by us, and it's published on our website and on STANMIS as well. So that's the standards requirement verification process that we go through with every national defence standard to make sure that there's a reason to have it, and then we go ahead and update it on behalf of the customer. So I mentioned earlier that our customers wanted help with the selection of standards. So that this is the hierarchy that we use for customers selecting standards in projects, right? And GISP 920 directs the order of selection, right? So number one, top of the list, is international treaty-based interoperability requirements. So that's STANAGs, that's NATO documents. Second is European standards adopted by, British standards. So we have a policy in the UK that we adopt every Euronorm that's produced and every ISO. So it becomes a BS ISO, so British standards, BS. So it becomes a BS ISO or a BSEN, right? And that would be the second and third order of selection for us. Fourthly, international standards, any other international standards that are available. Then British standards, and then civilian technical specifications originated and recognised by industry. And not surprisingly, you can see at the bottom, a UK defence standard is bottom of the list. So, you don't use a UK defence standard unless there's no other standard available. That's our rule, right? Whether it be NATO, civil, whatever. If there's something else out there, we use it. We only write a national defence standard when there's no other standard available to fulfil the requirements. So the second process we developed, it was standard selection and assurance. So in GISP 920, we stated that all platform, system and equipment projects shall develop and utilise a standardisation management plan to describe the approach taken to standard selection, management and maintenance throughout the project's life cycle. This process has been running now about 2 or 3 years. There's three main lines to this process. Now, the benefits of this are interoperability is maximised through the use of NATO standards. Okay? Opportunities for innovation are exploited through civilian standards. So quite often civilian standards are more technically up to date, more technically relevant with the latest technologies than a national defence standard. And lastly, the third one is specific military requirements are included. So where there's no other standards, so in the military we fly planes higher, we operate kit outside the envelope of normal civilian kit. So quite often we have to have a national defence standard that takes on that delta, if you like, that difference between what a civilian standard can give you and what you actually require. So we would write a national defence standard for the difference between the civilian standard and what we required for the kit. I don't know whether that moved on. That's it. We also look at NATO standards, UK critical standards. So since 2019, and you heard this with Nick talking earlier, right? Since 2019, we've been identifying capabilities that the UK have agreed to supply to NATO. So you heard Nick talking about there's 350 NATO capabilities, right? The UK will have agreed to supply a selection of them, right? Maybe 50, 100 or so, right? Underpinning those capabilities are NATO standards, right? So what we've done is we've identified the NATO standards that underpin our capabilities, well, not our capabilities, but the capabilities that we've agreed to supply to NATO. That gives us a list of what we refer to as UK critical standards, right? So we prioritise them in our processes, because we consider them to be top of the tree for importance. Right? So these standards are prioritised for UK ratification and promoted for implementation through project standardisation management plans. So the SMPs, which I'll talk about I think in a second, the SMPs the projects create are effectively a list of standards that they've selected for that project. And we make sure that we promote UK critical NATO standards where it's appropriate for that project, just to make sure they've been implemented where they need to be implemented, you know, to make sure the UK are interoperable. And currently we're sitting about 80% of UK critical standards are now implemented in projects, and we're working hard to get that up to obviously 100%. Okay, so I mentioned standardisation management plans. So the SMP is the means by which a delivery team identifies, selects and manages the standards needed to support the project. So DSTAN support over 120 standardisation management plans for the UK MOD, spanning projects in maritime, land and air to a value of about £100 billion worth of projects. So it's a sizable amount of projects that we support. SMPs are used to provide technical assurance on the intelligent selection of standards to meet, this is key, user and system requirements. This is what it's all about, to make sure the standards selected meet the requirements that you set at the start of the project. That's key. So this assurance provides governance to our senior decision makers that standards are being selected appropriately. And as I mentioned earlier, this matters because standards bring requirements to life. And as I also said earlier, 3 benefits. Interoperability through international standards, the latest technologies through civilian standards, and the military requirement through national defence standards. That's key. So people, I mentioned people earlier, people are the most important part of an organisation, as we all know. In order to ensure that our people are developing their knowledge and experience, we've developed a career pathway, right, focusing on 4 levels of attainment. And the levels are awareness, supervised practitioner, then practitioner, and then expert. Now, an example of career development in NATO policy, right, for awareness would obviously be an awareness of NATO standardisation policy. Right? Supervised practitioner would be somebody that applies and understands the benefits of NATO policy. The practitioner should be able to advise on the requirements of NATO policy, and an expert would be somebody that develops NATO policy. So you can see the scale and experience moving up there. So this just gives you an idea of what we would consider the average person to attain over a period of time. So after 6 months, we would expect everybody in the organisation to have an awareness of, and it's not just NATO policy, there's loads of other business we do, so an awareness of all our business after 6 months. Supervised practitioner, 18 months. Then a practitioner, probably after 3 years, there's a lot more responsibility in that one. And an expert, we would consider to be, on average, 6 years. And a typical example would be a NATO rep to the SMG NATO. Okay? Somebody that really understands and has a lot of experience in standardisation. But as I mentioned earlier, NATO is only one element of our business. Right, but we would hope that an individual has reached these levels in all parts of the business. Moving on to the toolset. Excuse me. Moving on to the toolset. STANMIS. Mentioned it earlier. So that stands for Standards Management Information System. It's a platform that hosts our processes and is a configuration control tool for all UK national defence standards. It's also got a direct link to the NATO Standardisation Document Database, NSDD. So we worked with NSO a few years back, and we were given access to the back door of the database. So we have our STANMIS system talks to the NSDD and downloads any updates once a week. So effectively, our system replicates the data that's on the NSDD, but it puts a UK front end on it, right, and delivers other information that we give to our customers. So it pulls in NATO data, updates it with other UK-specific data, and presents it to customer. which is a great benefit for them. It also provides access to STANAGs, allied publications and NATO ratification information. And it also provides links to civilian standards. So it's a complex tool. We've been working on it for a while now. We've spent a lot of money on it, and it really has shown benefit. Apologies, I hadn't moved that slide on. Apologies. So STANMIS, this is a graphic of the main elements of STANMIS. So top right-hand side, we have the standard verification process, standard requirement verification process. It's hosted on STANMIS. We also have an integrated standardisation help centre to help customer in any questions that they have. It also records any project and committee information, NATO committee normally. We've also got something called the decision support tool, which I'll mention later. It has a watch list provision, so you can go on, if there's particular standards that you want to keep up to date on, you can highlight the standards on STANMIS. Whenever that standard is updated for anything, you'll get an email which tells you. So you can set, your watch list can be as big as you want it to be. If anything changes on the status of that standard, you'll be pinged with an email to inform you, which is obviously beneficial. It's got a role-specific dashboard, so depending on whether you're a standard user, administrator, NATO user, or a project, the dashboard that you see will be tailored specifically to your role, whatever role you're given. It's also got multi-level role-specific access and functionality, which is just basically the same thing, but it allows you to access the information that you just need to see. Also gives you access to national defence standards. As I mentioned, it gives you access to NATO standards, and it's web-enabled. So it's on the latest technology, and it's very, very easy to access from wherever you are. So STANMIS, excuse me. This is our STANMIS login and registration page, right? You'll see by the red arrow there, right, this is where you can create an account. It's very simple. The web address is on the screen there. You can go in and MD can register with STANMIS. You can go in, you can have a look about. You would be given the standard profile, obviously, but there's many, there's many nations on there, industry are on there. It's open to anybody. National defence standards are free for anybody that wants to use them. They're not classified. So anybody can go and download them and use them, should they wish. This is just a landing page. This is a quick links page. They'll be offered to you the first time you go in. You don't have to see this page every time, but if you want, this will give you quick links to what you can access. So you can access national defence standards, you can access NATO standards, you can create watch lists, or you can create an SMP. So I've mentioned all them earlier, but these are quick links to take you right to the part of the application that you need. So this would be your typical sort of, first page when you log in, right? It says here, welcome Stephen, so it's me. This would be tailored to whatever role you were given when you registered on STANMIS. And if you were to, after logging in, you're presented with your home page. If you scroll down that page, that's only a small part of that page. If you scroll down, there's portlets on there that give you access to all different information, right, depending on what you wanted to access. And it's very easy to use. As I said, you could be a standard user, a NATO SME, or an administrator, and you would be presented with the information that you wanted to see. So I mentioned earlier the decision support tool. So the main functions of this is to help delivery teams in selecting appropriate defence standards, STANAGs or APs. Right? You can link defence standards promulgated in UK STANAGs and APs to your standardisation management plan. That's the whole idea of it. You link these standards to your plan, and your plan is held on STANMIS, right, for you to refer to, and it keeps a configuration control of all the standards within your project. It works using a series of tags. right, that have been allocated to all extant defence standards and STANAGs. So whenever we create a new defence standard or a new STANAG is published, we'll tag it with specific criteria to allow us to manage it within the database. Now, there's also the facility to search by keywords and combinations of keywords and tags. Okay, and you know, specific tags could be armour, or it could be body armour, could be coatings, could be fuel. We've got about 30 or 40 tags in these sort of main technical areas, right? So you have that facility. You can also search on keywords, so you can put anything in there, and it'll do a search, you know, within the database. Excuse me. Right. So here is a decision support tool. As I said earlier, you can search via tags and keywords there. You can also use logic commands. If you're familiar with an or an and, right? You can build logical searches that can be quite complex, right? Depending on how you build it up. And the idea is that if you think about it, we always refer to it as the Amazon website. So if you're on Amazon and you're presented with 10,000 items, right? You down select. So you put in keywords and you do different things and you get down to a list of items that allow you to scroll through exactly what you want. This is no different. This does exactly the same. So you down select from maybe, so we've got 1,200 defence standards in the UK. You can down select that down to about 6 or 10 standards, right? And that allows you to have a more precise, you know, selection when you're putting these standards into an SMP, which will eventually find its way into a contract with industry. So it's really, really beneficial. It's really powerful once you learn how to use it, and it's not that difficult. It's really powerful in you know, down selecting the standards, and the red arrows there are the logic or and and. So the last one was access to standards. So historically, this is before we started our journey. Historically, we had a framework agreement with a supplier, right, for access to British standards, and we had an enterprise licence, right, and it cost a lot of money. Plus, we had demand orders from various departments within UK MOD who wanted custom collections of standards depending on where they were, and it was site specific, right. So different areas ordered different sets of standards, and it became very difficult to manage, and it was very, very expensive. So what changed? Well, we no longer use that framework agreement now. Right, we contract directly with BSI, so we were using a third party to supply British standards, which sounds daft when you think about it, but we did. So we now contract directly with BSI on a system called British Standards Online, which is BSOL. We made a significant investment to fund mod access to BSI, and BSI adopted standards, as I mentioned, BSs, BSENs, BSISOs, you know, they're all up there. We no longer fund access to other documents. Right? Users who require other standards now require to fund their access, right, on a separate framework agreement. The bottom line was nobody was accessing a lot of the other standards, so it was costing a lot of money for no benefit to customer. So why? So funding of non-BSI adopted standards did not demonstrate sufficient return on investment. Right, the number of downloads did not support the investment. Some standards were actually costing 10 times their actual value, right, you know, per download. So it was a big waste of money, right? And decisions, right? So the decision was taken based on analysis to achieve better value for money. So that was one of the areas where we you know, we really saved a lot of money. So this is the BSOL homepage. As mentioned, BSOL provides access to all British standards for UK. So this contract is only for UK MOD. So if you're employed within the UK MOD, you get access to British standards free of charge. Right? We do have some industry projects on there. Just depends on a case-by-case basis, but it's mainly UK MOD. As well as access to all British standards, we supply access to 100 ISOs. So what we do is we take feedback from customers. If customers are looking for an ISO that's not on there, then if there's other ISOs that we've had no downloads, we'll take that off and put the new one on. So it's constantly been updated to get the 100 ISOs that really benefit projects. And this is an important bit. Our performance data tells us that civilian standards selected in SMPs has risen by 10%, which is an indication that it's value for money. So we can track, on our STANMIS system, we can track standardisation management plans, we can track the civilian standards contained within them that projects are selecting. So we've saw a big increase in civilian standards being selected in SMPs, which shows that the money we're spending is providing access to projects, and projects are benefiting. And again, it's supporting our policy, civil as possible, military only as necessary. So it's a win-win, if you like. So it's good business for us. So the main question, are we there yet? Well, we've just revised GISP 920 to ensure governance and project compliance. We do that once a year. That's something that we do regularly. Processes, as I mentioned, we've created a standardisation requirement verification process. We've created a decision support tool, and we've also started providing assurance to projects on the selection of standards. So when a project, through its life, a project will get to major milestones where it has to go through a decision panel in order to, to gain funding for the next stage, in order to keep the project alive. At those major milestones, we provide assurance to the projects that the standards they've selected are as accurate as possible based on the requirements of the project. So we use our expertise on the standards, on understanding the requirements. So we give the project the assurance. We issue them with a letter of confirmation to confirm to the seniors in their project that they have engaged with us, used the tools, selected the right standards, NATO, civilian. So, we provide that service, and we've been doing that now for a couple of years, and it really, really does help projects. Then moving on to people. So, as I said, we've implemented a career pathway to monitor and improve staff development. And tool sets. So I mentioned STANMIS. It's a shared working environment with fully integrated electronic end-to-end processes that improve efficiency and provide a better customer experience. So that's what STANMIS is all about. Everything, all our business, pretty much all our business, is coordinated through our STANMIS system. That means we know exactly what's going on and we can measure it. We've got KPIs, key performance indicators that we produce, so we know exactly how our business is operating, and we can see where there's problems. We can go in and we can take action on that. So are we there yet? No, definitely not. We're constantly trying to improve our national coordination, the efficiency of our business, and ensure that we're interoperable with NATO allies and partners, such as Matthias mentioned earlier. That's key to us. It's okay having a very efficient national system, but you have to be able to integrate and work with NATO allies. That's where interoperability comes from. So that's something that we're constantly striving for. So that's me come to the end of the brief. If anybody wants to speak to me or contact me after the event, there's my coordinates there. You can drop me a line or you can give me a call. And right, with that, I'm happy to take any questions. I think we're pretty much on time, but I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has any. Was that okay, Annette? Thank you.
Por el momento, este ha sido el bloque de conferencias programado para la mañana del día de hoy.
These were the conferences that we had planned for the morning. We would like to invite you with the next conferences as of 13:40 in the afternoon. I would like to invite you to stay seated for your lunch that will be brought to your seats. Thank you very much.
did you? Thanks.
Say you're gonna treat me right.
treat me right. And you don't really know it. It's not what you say you want to say. So you're gonna treat me Feeling like I need a purpose. But when you talk to me, give me the impression that I won't scratch your surface. And I could walk for days, searching for your praise. But is it even there to find? Is there a chance for me to learn your memories? Will I slowly lose my mind?
Than myself. Thought that I could count all I could be. Told me, yeah, I was off the tracks, it felt like hell. You were the only, I was the lonely. chances you would hide. I took all the pieces you would take. Oh me, you were heaven, I was stuck in hell. You were the only, I was the lonely. I need you, I need you, I need something just to. I need you, I need you, I need something.
Can't escape your love. It's following me. I'm afraid that I won't move on if you never leave. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run and everywhere I hide, I find you. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run, everywhere I hide, I find you. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run, everywhere I hide, I find you. Can't escape your love. It's following me. I'm afraid that I won't move on if you never leave. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run, everywhere I hide, I find you. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run, everywhere I hide, I find you. Everywhere I look and everywhere I go, I find you. Everywhere I run, everywhere I hide, I find you. And I know this much. Just needed the time and place to see it through. Kept me holding on. It was always you. you on my mind, thinking that what if? Just wanna know the places we have missed. If we both went on, would it be like this? If you call me, I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way for you, doll. If you call me, I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way for you, doll. I just wanna move on until I found love, till I found love. I just wanna move on until I found love, until I found love. I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way. When I die, I will become a shooting star, and everyone will see my shine. Falling star crosses the dark sky. I made a wish with closed eyes. Guess it's not a fear by the thought of life without you. I guess you are so near that I can feel you. Close your eyes, face the sun and smile. It looks so gorgeous on you, like the stars. They come and go, they guide you to your dreams. Close your eyes, face the sun and smile. It looks so gorgeous on you, like the stars. They come and go, they guide you to your dreams. Close your eyes, face the sun and smile. It looks so gorgeous on you, like the stars. They come and go, they guide you to your dreams.
see the fire. Tell me, do you wanna love? Tell me, do you wanna love? You can feel the fire. 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 You're gonna get burned. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you can feel the fire. 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 You're gonna get can feel the fire. You can feel the fire. You can feel the fire. You can feel the fire. You're gonna get burned. You can feel the fire. 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 You're gonna get burned. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh,
The universe is endless. We have to go where it sends us. Can't fight our instinct to fall in love. We're two chemicals. We can't control the truth. We're animals just animals. When the lights go out, I know that our hearts are gonna change. When the lights come up, the whole world will never be the same. We'll never be the same. Same.
about it. Easy come, easy go. No stress, I'm good without it. Easy come, easy go. Let's keep it fun and simple. Easy come, easy go. Let's keep it fun and simple. Easy come, easy go.
Don't overthink things, baby, 'cause I know that you do. You've been a stranger lately, and I know that's not you. Easy come, easy go. No need to fight about it. Easy come, easy go. No stress, I'm good without it. Easy come, easy go. Let's keep it fun and simple. Easy come, easy go.
to make you mine. Lost in your maze, stuck in your game. I'm out of time to make you mine. Lost in your maze, stuck in your game. I'm out of time to make you mine. Lost in your maze, stuck in your game. I'm out of time to make you mine.
This could be good for me. Lately I was feeling like I need a purpose. But when you talk to me, give me the impression that I won't scratch your surface. And I could walk for days, searching for your praise. But is it even there to find? Is there a chance for me to learn your memories? Will I slowly lose my mind?
Hola, sí, hola. Sí, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. We would like to invite you to take back your seats to continue in 5 minutes. We kindly ask everyone to go back to your seats so that we can start in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. We're starting in 5 minutes.
Muy buenas tardes para todo el
Good afternoon. We would like to welcome you back to this Codification and Standardization Seminar, Common Features that Ensure Quality. We will now continue with today's presentations. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon also to everyone present and to everyone connected virtually to this seminar. We continue with the afternoon agenda. We have the presentation of the conference, Importance of Standardization of Processes to Ensure Quality, by Lieutenant Colonel Juan Carlos Arango Forero of the Class 2 Battalion Number 2, Las Juanas. Lieutenant Colonel Forero is a specialist in leadership and decision-making. He's a specialist in logistics management, specialist in security and national defense. He's got a master's degree in strategy and geopolitics, and he has held the following positions: Officer of Agreements of the 8th Division, Logistics Officer of the 15th Brigade, Executive and Second Commander of the ACPC Battalion Number 3. C3 Officer and C5 Officer of the Logistics Command of the National Army, Commander of the Supply Battalions Number 1 and 2, Colonel Pedro Fermin Vargas. Currently, he is the commander of the Class 2 Battalion Number 1 in Las Juanas. Welcome, sir.
Buenas tardes para todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lieutenant Colonel Juan Carlos Forero Arango, commander of Class 2 Battalion. To me, it's an honor addressing you here today, having the opportunity of sharing with you the capabilities of this battalion. And I want to make an important contribution to the sustainment of our national army.
De antemano, el Código de Honor del Soldado Colombiano. This
is the Code of Honor of our Colombian soldiers. This is our roadmap, our Bible, where we all, members of the institution, are famous for these 12 points. One main pillar for our function as members of our glorious military, in line with guidelines and policies that guide our institution. This battalion develops and produces uniforms, shoes, to satisfy the needs of the National Army with quality, service, competitiveness, and transparency. Considering the acronym AMPLIASTE, which are the logistics operations that guide the logistics operations of the nation, of the Army, we develop 4 important logistics operations: maintenance, reverse logistics, delivery of a final product, and delivery of production, which is our main pillar, and which is what the mission of this battalion is. Regarding the logistics operation of delivery, once we have prepared and manufactured the final product, immediately we do a technical closing and we do a commercial closing as well. All this has the proper document tracing to ensure transparency and adequate processes in all of these steps. The final product, once we procure the raw materials and we produce the items, this becomes a final finished product, and the finished product is delivered to the ACPC number 21 battalion, which in turn does the logistics operation of delivering the product, like logistics battalion 1, 2, and 1 and 2, which are located throughout the country in very strategic points in order to shorten supply lines and ensure sustainment of the units that are at the front. Maintenance is a logistics operation executed internally in the battalion. But to make this come about, we need to do preventative maintenance that we do with the maintenance section that the battalion has, which is specialized professional personnel doing preventative maintenance to the machines. Nevertheless, it's not enough. Some aspects require something much more specialized, and therefore we need the support of SENAC from Puerto Aranda, which is an office that does the proper hiring and the subcontracting to acquire services and spare parts to be able to undertake the maintenance of our machines and be able to do the production in the unit. The reverse logistics operation, although we don't execute this fully, we manage everything according to established protocols and a roadmap. Reverse logistics as an operation is fundamental to our work. We have lots of scrap from the different plants, and we need to give it a final use. This is what is established in the contract. In the contract, when we procure raw materials, and it is them who take and dispose of this spare part, of this surplus material. What we do is we select the material and keep a roadmap, and we trace the material in order to be able to collect it in a temporary collection center, and then later, according to an organization that we have, we take it to companies who dispose to the final disposal of this material. Let's now go into the production logistics operation, which is the strength of Las Juanas. Everything stems from a need, the need that our men require to fulfill the needs of our men and women throughout the country. This is done by Logistics Department number 4 that unifies the demand and establishes the needs and execute production orders, which through Logistics Brigade number 1 and through the Battalion of Las Juanas execute the logistics operation of production according to the needs in the different plants, and the shoe plant, and the carpentry plant, in the uniform plant. And something very important regarding this production operation is that we have design R&D in our unit. Here we verify the needs of our service, what is required to be able to produce the product and manufacture the product, which is what we need. But we cannot work on our own. This goes very much hand in hand with the Technical Standards Office of the Ministry of Defense, as well as Technical Standards of Department number 4, which give us a roadmap for us to be able to execute our operations. This is a work that we do hand in hand, what we then do is to be able to develop it in our production plants, in campaign materials, shoe store, uniform store, and we do a very specific follow-up and control. And here I wish to emphasize 3 initiatives that we have developed in this battalion regarding the TOT application, regarding the Phoenix group and the quality group. This, together with something that existed before, which was a production line inspection, which is what we do before delivering the product. In terms of innovation, we have interdisciplinary personnel, systems engineers, industrial engineers, business managers, and professional and specialized personnel to be able to undertake everything required by the battalion, and especially the service, to do these activities. Everything goes through the procedures developed by our section research and development unit, and we stick, of course, to and we follow technical standards of the Ministry of Defense and technical specifications of Department number 4, which allow us to implement our products in the plant. We also design projects in terms of product. We innovate the products that we develop, always aligned with the current needs of the service, and always aligned with what the technology requires to ensure the constitutional mission that we were entrusted with. We also have machinery. As I said, we need to align ourselves with our machinery, and we need to ensure that the different plants produce what they have to produce. And I mentioned the TOTH application. That is a software that is used to manage raw materials with the purpose of controlling them, verifying them, ensuring full transparency in the products, seeking only to use those resources that are required, minimizing efforts and maximizing results. That is our intention, and that is what we're doing at the Class 2 Battalion. Regarding the production plants, we have the cutting plant. The cutting plant is actually the core. It's a fundamental part of the battalion, despite the fact that this is only aligned with the sewing and campaign material plant. This is where everything starts. This is where we verify the needs, then the designs. We do digital cutting, and then later these cut parts are distributed to the different plants for them to manufacture the different uniforms. Here we have specialized personnel, heads of plants, supervisors, operators, and personnel such as engineers and so on, supporting this. Talking about the sewing plant, the tailor plant, this is the plant that produces everything related to uniforms, all types of uniforms. We have a chameleon uniform, a new uniform that it was developed. The number 4 uniforms and normal uniforms that the different training schools have. Here we have heads of plant, 5 module supervisors, we have 430 operators, and we have engineers who are also part of the development of this plant of tailors. The campaign material plant, we have campaign equipment such as tents, ponchos, multi-purpose vests for soldiers to do their job. Here we have 3 heads of plant, 2 module supervisors, 106 operators, and just as in the other plants, we have professional specialized personnel for them to be able to do the follow-up of the logistics operation. In the shoe plant, here we make boots. We have tukla type of boots, jungle type boots. We have shoes. We manufacture shoes for under non-commissioned officers. We have 4 heads of plant, 6 module supervisors, 56 operators, 51, he excuses himself, and 4 support personnel. This is the carpentry plant. As I said before, everything stems from the needs of the services. All of the requirements arrive at department number 4, and they're the ones who send them to production for us to be able to manufacture every item that is required. And an important role is played by the development and design section of the unit, because we're constantly seeking to improve and modernize each of our items. Here we have trained personnel as well, heads of plant, operators, module supervisors, to be able to undertake the different projects and to satisfy the needs of the services. Follow-up and control, quality. Follow-up and control, as I said before, everything stems from a regulation. We follow technical standards of the Ministry of Defense. Here is where the Phoenix Logistics Transparency Group is born, and we unify 3 processes here: internal control, intelligence, counterintelligence, and acting to ensure transparency of the material procured for it to get to the final destination. Our main customer, as I said, is our war man. This is Group Phoenix is operating in the battalion in each of the processes, be it at the moment of procurement of raw materials or when we do the corresponding production. Once this is done, and from here we go to special quality team. This is also initiative of Los Juanes Battalion. It's true, the battalion in each of the plants has specialized personnel specialized in quality. The GRECAL, which is a quality team, is a team that is currently being trained in order to ensure that from a technical standpoint, all material procured is a material that the force services require for us to undertake what we need to undertake or manufacture what we need to manufacture. This corresponds to a flow chart, a roadmap, a documents that we ourselves established in the battalion to ensure this control. Then we find quality control, which is those individuals who are also part of the battalion, and they are in the different plans, and it is them who finally approve the finished product. Once they do the logistics delivery to ACPC, they need to ensure that the material gets there with in enough conditions so as to be able to deliver the material and the items to the soldier. Thank you very much.
Presentación de la conferencia.
Now we have the presentation structures, procedures, in standardization of strategic material of the German defense sector by Mr. Stefan Otterbach from the Ministry of Defense of Germany. He is the coordinator of the ministry for standardization matters, and he is the contact person for tests, assessments, and weapons related to terminology.
Well, hello to everybody. In Germany, when we start a WebEx and I'm involved and I want to check whether everybody can see me, hear me, I always ask, can you see me? Can you hear me? Do you like me? And if this reaction comes, I know that everything is working. During my presentation, you will see some of my hobbies I have, and I try to live these hobbies also in my profession, in which I'm now since 1998. And I never left the world of standardization. So. And having found the right button, you see here my rank. I'm the coordinator of the MOD for material standardization. It's not operational standardization. I will show you later that this is done in a different office. Material standardization is my business. I'm the POC also for terminology, and I'm also the point of contact for test and evaluation. And when I'm doing a presentation like this, and I do this since 8 years for the newcomers in MOD and also for the new people in the procurement division who come to the academy, and within 6 months they have to pass an exam. Okay. This is better, I hope, yes? If an expert says something, it's better. If an expert contributes in standardization, it's always good to listen to him. So when this training and presentation is done at the academy, people are looking at me, okay, we have in 4 weeks, we have our exam. What does this guy want to tell us about standardization? Is it relevant for our exam? And within 8 years, there was never a question in the exam about standardization. And I always raised one question, a very simple one, and you all could answer it after this hours of presentation. What's the relevance of interoperability for standardization, and especially for standardization of defense material? You all could answer this. And I always put this question in. It was never taken. Okay, you see, remembering one of the slides, standardization was number 14 on the list. And this is also the reality in Germany, and since years I'm trying to at least raise awareness on standardization, give the people the feeling that they are heard, and they are heard by me, and also tell them the brutal truth: if you do not contribute to standardization, you will be standardized. Because then other people will do the standardization, and you will be surprised that your concerns are not considered. And your concerns may have been that your cables in your vehicles should have had another layer of wire for EMC reason, and things like that. Simple things like that. But if you are not heard, it will not be in the new standard. And then, do you really have the resources to draft your own standard? It's a matter of time, it's a matter of resources, and instead of raising this simple request, additional layer and camouflage color on the outer layer, and put this as a simple military Annex 1 into a civil standard. It's a one-day work. You know what you want to have. So raise it, bring it into the right fora, and then see, and they will listen to you, because you are a big customer in cables. So again, if you do not contribute actively to standardization, they will standardize you. And standardization is a big business. I will tell you some numbers about standardization in Germany. Here you see what I have done before, and since when I'm involved in all these topics. And I came to this not as a born standardizer. Nobody is a born standardizer, except one of you is a born standardizer. Let me see. No, so it may also happen to you that you come after your training to your boss, and he tells you, here you have some papers, in 2 weeks we will go to Brussels, to NATO, and you will be the German representative in a group addressing these topics. And it was configuration management, and I'm a civil engineer. I asked him, configuration management? What? I have no knowledge. Read it, you will make it. And by the way, in 4 weeks, you will go again to Brussels, to another group, technical documentation. And again, I'm not a born standardizer, but you all at a certain time will get this question, and then you will hopefully realize that standardization can really help to solve your problems. You already realize that I like to talk, and I always try to cause a little bit panic how complicated the whole thing is. But the big advantage is I will not click quickly through the slides, and there are a lot of slides, but you have the slides and you can read it. If you have some calm moments, perhaps some of the questions you might have for your problem are on slide 76 to 70. Maybe. So it's more important to listen what I say, I think, and to the small stories I tell from practical life than listening to what I have written in a lot of documents in the government and in the procurement division. And the red line more or less is, how do we do it in Germany? What we should do. I'll leave you some seconds to read it. Unfortunately, I cannot read it. I have to think German, speak English, translate it in Spanish, and so I need some time to get the overview. But I think I do not have to say a lot of things, but this is more or less the motto I have and what I want to achieve in Germany. And the problem is, first number, we are talking about worldwide 1.5 million standards. And they are not addressing 1.5 million topics. They are addressing a big number of topics, but a lot of these standards are addressing the same topics. And unfortunately, there is a German DIN standard on a certain issue. There might be a Colombian standard on the same issue. There might be plans for a European standard on the same issue. And all of a sudden, you have 3 of them. And the big problem is to have a certain, and this is in my role, a certain overview what is going on, and then ask the right people, please, there are 3 activities, please concentrate on one, because you don't have time to address all of them. And done, if your request is done once in a clear and understandable way, it's in the game. And if it's in the German level, it will come automatically, and I will show this, to the regional, the European level. This is then, if you once fire the shot, it will go out. And the process will work, I can guarantee. And we can control this and inform the people what happened to your standard proposal or to your request. We have the tools, meanwhile. We are doing advertising, you see here at the bottom DIN, which is our German Institute for Standardization. They are doing also advertising for this scenario, which is a land scenario. And later, when you have the chance to look at the paper version, you will see that a lot of these mentioned stuff here, it's NATO standards. It's also civil standards, because you cannot build only on NATO standards a vehicle. That's impossible. And to build this bridge between civil standardization, DIN, and what NATO is doing, raise awareness what's going on and to work complementary. And this was mentioned also in one of the previous presentations. This is again a big challenge. I'm a civil engineer, so building bridges is not a problem for me. But this is also a big challenge, because I hate to tell the people, yeah, well, on Monday and Tuesday you go to the NATO group, NATO Army Armaments Group on armored vehicle, and on Thursday and Friday you go to a DIN group when they also talk about automotives. Please concentrate what you want to have at one point. And also when I do this training in the academy, I ask all the people, and I cannot do this here, where will you be in your future profession after your exam? And what will be your involvement in standardization? And quite often they say, I go to the vehicle department, I have not the slightest clue what to do. And I tell him, as soon as you are a project officer, project manager for this and this, give me a call and I will tell you what you have in your standards portfolio to be considered. And I will also come to this, how we are doing this. It's a little bit similar to the project, it's a standardization management plan. It's a little bit different, but it's in the same direction. Okay, I speed up a little bit. Interoperability, you have heard about it. I don't want to repeat it. It's a NATO definition. I like it. It's important. You heard about STANMIS. This is how they call it in UK. We are a little bit shorter. We call it STAMIS, which is the Standardization Management Information System. It's not hosted by me. This is done because it's dealing with NATO standardization by the planning division, which is responsible for operational standardization. But they have the full database, including also the material standards. Everything is documented. You can have a look at the famous standard 4370 you see here. Why is it famous? Well, when I started, the third group I had to attend was a group on environmental testing, and I was a German representative in climatic test methods. Again, no training, you go there and make the best out of it. Meanwhile, this is the Bible of environmental standardization in NATO 4370. And there is a European study going on comparing this to a civilian standard, and the recommendation will be for defense material, it's somehow logical, the NATO standard has precedence. If you have to do environmental testing, use the NATO standard, and only for special circumstances, use the civilian one. Because this is, in some areas, it's more detailed. But there is a good recommendation in form of such a standardization management plan. Who is giving this recommendation? History, I said it's my hobby. The first standard ever produced by DIN was DIN 1, of course, and it was addressing this simple piece of metal, the taper pin. And it was developed in the time of the First World War, and it's really amazing that it was a problem that you could not exchange the taper pin 1 from one manufacturer with a taper pin of another manufacturer. And if it does not work, the whole machine gun did not work, which is strange. But it was a fact, and so DIN does not like it really, but I always say DIN is battle-born, because DIN was born in the First World War. Here you see this famous machine gun. And also a nice description. As I said, history is my hobby. I want to share this with you. You compare this description with the nowadays description in the digital world. But it worked in the past. And I still have a copy of this DIN 1 in my files. DIN, you see here, cooperation with NATO. DIN has a cooperation agreement with NATO, and the boss of DIN and the former head of NSA, General Axit, joined in 2013 an agreement to cooperate. And there have been a lot of these technical cooperation agreements. And it was my pleasure also to attend this meeting, and there was really the will to work together on standardization of management methods. And of course, NATO wanted to make use of civil standards. Why to develop something on NATO purpose if industry and DIN are already providing results? This more or less in a very short form is a structure. You see A42, A for armaments, 4 a simple numbering system, 2 again. This is the office where I'm working, and I'm more or less supervising the level below, which is the BAIN-BW, very strange acronym. You see here what it means. And they are doing the practical work or try to implement what I tell them to do or what I plan to do. And also the level below, the organizations of the procurement organizations, they are the ones to provide the experts for the standardization activities. And the head of it, you see at the top, it's a Ministry for Economic Affairs. Meanwhile, we had elections in Germany, and I forgot to change the acronym. It's not E at the end for infrastructure anymore, it's now K for climate. But since I'm in MOD, I'm in the 7th office meanwhile, and those things are changing quite regularly. Only for reading. I'll give you some seconds, I don't want to comment it. Because theory, I think, is not so important. It's more important to show the practical things. And of course, I start with the important documents. A very, very long list. I will tell some examples, and you may have a total different system of how to place orders or how to, tell other organizations what to do. More or less, here is a very long list where I always tried not since 1975, but since 2009, to put the idea of importance of standardization, and especially for the organizations in MOD, the real motto that they should contribute. Again, a long list of documents, and during the translation of the documents, there was a question about these documents, decretos, because the translation says that it's meant a little bit more. A decree is a very high thing, but in normal documentation, it's a document like all others. But I like really this discussion about decreto. So decree, I like this term. It's not standardized, by the way. The first paper on top of was and is the famous contract between our National Standardization Organization, DIN, and with our government. 1974, they decided that DIN is the national standardization body representing Germany, and on the other, other direction, DIN, by having this role, will support the government in standardization. And one of the small advantages of this contract is, if you want to send from the government or from the procurement office an expert to a DIN meeting, we do not have to pay. If you are from industry and you want to contribute to standardization, to the development of a standard, you have to pay. So this is one of the small advantages I see daily based on this standardization contract, and it was also mentioned in the presentation of your standardization organization, but I will ask the lady later whether it's also a contract you have with your government or whether it's a different form of paper you have. The next paper, which was my first to be involved, is this document. Concepto de Normalización del Gobierno Federal. I hope it was not too strange. You can download it in English and German via internet. It's not a secret. And the government told the people what they expected from standardization. So it's far more than the standards contract from 1975. Two words are highlighted here, economy and interoperability. Standardization is not done by DIN for helping us achieving interoperability. Standardization is money. Standardization is an economic factor. And of course, DIN is interested to organize it and then to present the results as DIN standards. And the bigger player, of course, are not from the defense side, they come from industry. We have 5 objectives, some seconds to read it. The market importance, of course, of standardization is important. Standardization and innovation should be a unity. The reality quite often is different, and this has to be improved. A second objective. Standardization to support legislation. It makes no sense to produce big laws with a lot of details. It's easier to make the law understandable and then the details to be solved by reference to a standard. For example, if you want to say something about the safety of the worker, you place the law and the details, the detailed concentrations of certain dangerous factors, they are addressed in a civil German standard, in a DIN standard. And it works. It speeds up legislation. And of course, DIN is supposed, as a responsibility of DIN in the normalization contract, to address this. And it's working. And it can really help. Okay. Speeding up a little bit, more or less in other words, what has been done before, what has been mentioned before by me. Enough. Everybody in Germany can contribute to DIN development of standards. Of course, everybody has to pay, except the guys in the public service based on the standardization contract. I forgot to mention it. The minimum is 1,500 euro per year to be paid for contributing. And it does not mean that you will be successful with your requirements. Only the chance to contribute and to get involved in the different draft stages. Next slide. You see one red marking, Material Standards Harmonization Team. This was my input to the whole paper, because the MSHT is addressing defense material standardization. And in 2009, I took the chance to place this in this document, because quite often in Germany, when I tell somebody to do something, I receive the question, where is this stated, in which document? And here has been the chance to place this magic term, Material Standardization Harmonization Team, and make it official. And this was a very successful story. Not only because for 12 years I was the chairman of this group, but also because Stephen Lepsley was the secretary, and also it was not a European group. Also Latasha and Greg, they attended this meeting. So it was a worldwide group addressing trends on standardization and how to contribute to civil standardization and what are certain gimmicks you have realized in US which might also pop over to Europe. And standardization lives from information exchange. You have to talk to other people, because meanwhile I'm getting a little bit, I'm not sure stubborn is I think the right word, I'm getting a little blind. And after 40-something years, I hesitate to say again and again, experience shows. So experience shows, I have to say it, exchange information with your colleagues and also with other organizations. I saw representatives from the police forces here. We also, from MOD, have an exchange with our police forces, which are a different ministry. Because these defense shields, which are in use in defense and also in the police environment, they are meanwhile addressed as an important topic to exchange information and to work on a common standard, because if two organizations use the same standard, you have only advantages, and I do not want to mention the advantages of standardization. And by the way, surprisingly, this standard is meanwhile published as a NATO standard. There was another one on hybrid tires, how to test tires. There was a very old 1917 document, it has to be updated. Security forces are using these tires and they have to be tested the same as defense. So work together, and meanwhile, it was not the basic idea was to make a civilian standard. But also meanwhile, this comes out as a NATO standard. This does not mean that NATO is always the default, but in NATO there is an expertise how to shoot and how to use different calibers to do this testing. And to come to this solution, it should be a NATO standard, was a result of this exchange information, what are the requirements, who can do best produce this standard. It's a matter again of information exchange. MSHT, I told enough about MSHT. It was a successful story. Meanwhile, it's a matter of resources, and also the pandemic did its part to slow down the business a little bit. But we all have the honor to have one of the vice chairpersons of the MSHT in this room. Latasha is the vice chairperson one of the vice chairpersons of this MSHT. So MSHT is still existing after 20 years. I think 20 years. I mentioned also the European Defense Agency. You all have heard about it and the role they are supposed to play, you see on this slide here, and they are also to play a role in standardization. Nevertheless, we do not want in Germany EDA also to become a producer of standards, because 1.5 million, you remember, there are enough producers of standards available to do the work. We do not need an additional organization to produce additional standards, stealing the resources. There is NATO about defense material standardization, and also there are some nations who are doing defense material standardization like UK and Germany. So you do not need another cook in this game. Up to now we have been successful, I think. And I think also EDA has realized that they cannot do the work, they have to rely on the experts. And where do the experts come from? From nations. And they cannot come, I said, Monday, Tuesday to NATO, Thursday, Friday to national organization. They cannot spend the time to go on Wednesday to EDA, even it's also in Brussels. We do the experts, we want them to concentrate on one organization, because we want to have one only standard addressing it, and this is supposed to be then the best practice standard. Another document which is relatively new, it's a DIN, German standardization strategy, which they are producing every 8 to 10 years to state their role and their understanding of standardization. This document is available also in English and German via internet. Why do I mention it? Oops. Because of this red text here. Since 2016, interoperability is also addressed in this DIN standardization strategy. And I still remember me sitting in Berlin at DIN, I think almost the same amount of people, and then anything else to be said, and I raised my finger and said the defense ministry wanted to have interoperability also in this paper. And it worked. Again, as I said, you have to raise it, otherwise they would not have addressed it. And now it's for the first time in, this document, in the shortest form, you see it here. And additionally, I took the chance with the contribution also to draft a paper which is described here, which is more or less describing for the first time since the foundation of the Bundeswehr really what the Ministry of Defense has as an objective and aim in standardization. It's a very short document, 3 pages. It's also available on request in German and English. And this is the basic paper I show everybody in MOD who says, what do you want? Where is it stated? Material standardization is a strategic thing. The position is described on the next slides. It's repeating partially what has been done before, like support of legislation. So I click very quickly through it. Interoperability, it's always the magic word. And for the first time, you see here another magic term. I'm not sure how the light is working here. EDSTAR. Remember this term, I will come to it later. This is a very important word because I remembered we want to have the one and only standard, the best practice standard, and EDSTAR is a database for a lot of areas, technical areas, addressing the best practice standards which should be used. Developed, the list is developed, of course, by experts who come together, exchange views. Everybody is defending his old standard or the standard he is used to, but nevertheless the request is, no, you have 5 different systems of environmental testing standards, and there have been 5 different systems. We want to identify the best practice one, and this has happened, and as I mentioned, it's a Standard 4370 of NATO. Okay, this is one of the services we are providing for all those brave guys and girls who are contributing. Every week on Friday, they get an email identifying or listing the new draft standards. ISO standards, EN standards, national standards, other standards. And certain offices, we identify that they are the main impacted. They get another email to say, please provide your comments, send us a copy of your comments, but this is your chance to contribute every Friday, which is simple because I get this information from DIN and I distribute it, make a selection, and quite often we see how far civil standardization has already worked. There are a lot of standards on artificial intelligence nobody in MOD is aware of. It's certification of artificial intelligence. This is what they are looking for. And so this quite often is the first chance that they are informed. Again, information is 90% of the game. Okay, let's only show some other documents from the long red list in the beginning. In a calm minute, you may read that in this planning order for the armed forces, you see also that norms are important. It's always the same message, but for different levels, and for me, somehow it's a waste of resources, but the better you tailor it to the organization you request to contribute to standardization, the easier it is to tell the people, look in your own paper, it's stated on this and this page. Okay, I click Planning Division 2023. So you see that every year I have to provide this input. Another challenge we have, which is supposed to be cleared by this TL decree. TL stands for Technische Lieferbedingungen. These are our own delivery specs. You see the magic number of 25. We realized that 25% of the standards referenced in contracts are wrong, outdated, wrong standards. And this is, you lose your face when you place a contract on industry. And it's like printing money for industry for solving this problem. It's like giving the right to print money for them. And we try to reduce it, and meanwhile, since 2016, we have reduced it to almost 5%, which is still too much, but it's working. And how do we do it? We do it by some very strict rules. You have to do the review of your documents. If you do not do the review, we'll cancel your documents. And people, of course, do not have time every 5 years to have a look on their own documents and see whether they are updated or not. That's ridiculous. And quite often it happens, well, we have withdrawn the standard, and then all of a sudden they need it, and then it's this, whoops. Then all of a sudden they want to have their standard back, because they realize they are not able to write it in 3 words what they want to have. The standard is a perfect tool to clearly describe what you want to have. And it's really this. There are strange things. I'm running out of time, I know. We had a delivery spec on this, how do you call it? This textiles you put around your arms to say that you are in the role of a specific and you have to do this. This was based on a from the 70s technical delivery spec. It was not used for 50 years. So it was withdrawn because they didn't do the review. And now they need it, because to describe what's in the delivery spec, how this should be fabricated and which color and which size and machine washable and blah, 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 the specification they had in the past, it was a simple one. It was a most simple thing. Now they had to describe it on their own, and it's not so easy because you forget quality assurance. Do you have quality assurance on it? How do you want this whole stuff packed? And now I'm kidding. Is there a difference between this stuff for right and for left and for right-handers? And all these details, but this was a joke. But you forget a lot of things if you do a free description. It seems to be less work, but you make mistakes. And to control this, once a month I get the information, how many TLs have been reviewed, how many new TLs, delivery specs, how many have been cancelled. And as I said, it's working. Okay, I skip this because these are other documents, procurement, description, but let's go back. You see here in the procurement description, you see one European standard mentioned, which is a priority sequence of standards, which differs a little bit from the one which was presented by Stephen. Why do I mention this? EN, you see in the title, this European standard was born from a German defense standard. We had this defense standard describing for our procurement the sequence of standards to be used. On top, as Stephen said, there's only a difference in the bottom, but anyway. So you see also the chance that your national standards can get a promotion to be a regional standard or even more. In this case, a German purely defense standard was promoted to a European standard. And this is only if you have a standard and you raise your concern and offer it and inform each other that there might be a perfect solution already available. Another document, coming to the main actors, I mentioned them, DIN and Bundeswehr, of course, based on the standard contract. What DIN is, I will make it very short. You have it all in the slides, and DIN also has a very good web page informing not only what DIN is, but also on ongoing efforts and ongoing activities. 36,000 experts. It's always interesting to compare it to other nations, and I think it was almost the same number in Colombia. It was something with 34,000, I think. Again, DIN, but I should not do too much advertising for DIN because I'm not working for DIN. Oops. And now we have the problem with the second part because the presentation was split in two parts, but it does not harm very much because the only thing I have to address now without slides is that DIN is paid by the government for the support, and the procurement office has an annual contract with DIN, and we tell DIN every year, this is the list of standards we want you to produce for us as defense standards. So all defense standards, which in Germany have the acronym VG, Defense Standards, Verteidigungsgerätenorm, they are DIN standards. They are managed by DIN, they are on DIN homepage, they are sold by the Beuth Verlag, who is selling all German national standards. So the only difference is they are addressing a defense-related issue. But our VG standards are not defense standards like in your list. They are because they are produced by DIN on the same level, which has a big advantage. We are not at place 7 as in your list. We are on place 5 with the national standards. And this list every year costs us 160,000 euro for DIN to provide all the management and the publishing of it and all this stuff and organizing the meetings. We only have to have the good ideas, the proposals, and to send the expert, but DIN is doing the work like for a normal civil standards, which makes it very easy for us. We don't have to have an organization for managing this. It costs a lot of money, but every year, in average, they are producing 90 standards, new standards or new editions of standards, and it's working perfectly. And they are professionals in drafting standards, so why shouldn't they do the work? The second thing, I mentioned the technical delivery specs, the TLs. This is a document which is developed by the procurement organization. But again, the organization, the meeting, and to call the experts, this is also including in the 160,000 euro we are paying them for the defense standards, which also saves our national resources again, not to look for the time for the next WebEx or I don't know what, but DIN is doing this for us. And again, we are only providing the technical expertise. And this is a help for the experts because they do not have to care for administrative stuff. They only have to care for contributing their technical expertise and bring it to the forum. Since 10 years, 95% of all delivery specs are available also in English, because we found out that our delivery specs are used by a lot of other nations. You can see this not only in the specs, but also in the defense standards in the foreword. A lot of Scandinavian countries are using this, these German standards, because if the Germans have a perfect solution for this and this topic, why should they invent something on their own? And we also have been very successful in cooperating with other nations and work together on common standards. And again, I have to look to the UK. Years ago, 2 standards have been developed cooperatively. They have been developed and produced in both languages in the form of a DEF-STAN in your country with the same content like the VG standard in Germany. It was one on fuel cells and one on de-icing of runways. Really strange topics, but there was a need to do something because I think a lot of airplanes of the military kind land very northern areas, which is not so familiar for normal touristic flights, and so there was a need to do something, and it worked perfectly. So exchange information on your need with your partners, and you will find ideas to work together. And it's for the same airfield, whether it's a British or a German or another nation's flight. It's the same ice, so there are no problems to accept what's available. And the last thing I have to mention, EDSTAR, unfortunately not on a slide. EDSTAR is the European Defense Standards Reference System. And as the name already says, it's a database identifying for up to now 30 technical areas the best practice standards to be used. One of the areas is environmental testing, and this is explaining why the 5 former existing standards, standard systems, environmental testing standard systems, they are, yes, but the best practice one is the one from NATO. And in this manner, you see for 30 technical areas, these recommendations. One of them is, which is ongoing now, paints and coatings, a very important issue because decontamination is not a civil, it's not really a civil issue, but for us it's important because it has a major impact on the paints to be put on. And their experts are nowadays sitting to identify the best practice standards in these fields. And again, on the papers you will get, you will have a list of all these 30 areas which are addressed up to now, which are addressing really technical areas. And also to come to this standardization management plan, in parallel to the technical areas, EDA, who is hosting the database, has also now begun with looking at projects and best practice standards to be used in projects. This is still in the beginning, and the 3 projects, which are number one is software-defined radios. One is an NBC project. I do not have the details in mind. And what is the third one? Oh, the third one, I forgot. Okay, I'm getting old. The second tool which was available was, I said, exchange of information is important. A tool, European Defense Standardization Information System. And the name already says all, I think. This was a system where all European nations informed each other on their plans on new defense standards. This notification, which is a common thing in the civil world, this was not existing in the defense world. And I said it was. 3 weeks ago, this was stopped because amongst all 26 European nations, only one nation, till the end, always contributed, and it was not UK. It was Germany, and it was really strange. If only one nation provides information and the other do not provide information, it makes no sense. But for us, it's not a big issue because every year, I told you, we are giving this list of standards and TLs we want to be produced by DIN, so we have this list available, so it was not a big issue. And we have no problems to exchange this list with other nations, because every common effort to develop a standard saves at least 50% for each nation. And it's for defense, and defense is important, we see it now daily, yes, and so why not do this information exchange? So if you are interested in a topic like this, give me a call, send me an email. If you have questions, I'm not at the end, but only some seconds from the end. Any questions, and I know there are a lot of questions, send it to my address, and I know everybody of you has a special interest in a special area of standardization. Okay, my bio, and I have to say this because I said history is my subject. On the first slide, you saw a nice picture. Let me see whether I find it again. Oops. Okay, I do not find it. You saw a statue of a guy. It's strange now, but I have to mention it. A statue of a guy which is Ferdinand de Lesseps, which is very familiar for you too, because he also built a famous channel here in South America, who built the Suez Canal channel. And this statue was blown up by Egyptian engineers exactly at the day where I was born. And this made me an engineer in the Bundeswehr, made me a civil engineer as Ferdinand de Lesseps, with the point of main effort on waterways. And so this picture gives all information how old I am and how long I will bother the people in Bundeswehr from now on 5 more months, and then the golden age of Otterbach is over. You have all the information in written form. I hope I have not bothered you. I hope I have made you aware that you all have an issue in standardization and find the right organization to address it. And whether you come from the logistics side, you have something. Again, I do not want to ask all of you, do you have a feeling? But all of you have in mind something I would like to have solved, which I never, which I hesitated to ask because I did not know who is the right person to be asked. Okay, I have deviated too much again. I hope it was not too boring. Remember me dancing around here and making these mistakes with the slides. And for the next 5 months and longer, and I will tell my predecessor and the people in the organization of the procurement office, if there is a question from Colombia, answer it with priority. If there are any questions, I think I'm out of time already, but sorry for that. But if there are questions, and I will try to answer it, despite the fact that it's going a detour. Unfortunately, I have not informed you on the latest developments which are going on and bothering me. But you see, I'm a busy guy, and if you still do not have the impression, I want to say it, I'm convinced that standardization is a good thing to do because standardization can make things better, and I'm convinced about doing standardization, only to make this safe. Thank you.
Presentación de la conferencia
I would like to introduce you to standardization of supply items by Captain Rodrigo Ramos Caballero. He is the head of the Joint Logistics Department of CGFM in Colombia, civil engineer, industrial engineer with master's degree in integral project management and control systems and management systems. He has a vast experience in different positions related to the direction of areas associated to planning, internal control, and logistics.
Este es el acérico, este para devolver y este para seguir. Okay. Listo, gracias. Buenas tardes para todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor being able to address the DLOG and the Ministry of Defense. I am part of the General Command of the Military Services. On behalf of General Navarro, I would like to extend the greetings to all participants in this very important seminar. The purpose of my presentation is to tell you how the reclassification process was of supply classes and the standardization of our supply items considering the NATO codification system. The joint logistics system of the military services in Colombia is the backbone of and what sustains the missions of joint logistics. Initially, we have the mission of doing logistics planning. The second is coordinating logistics capabilities And the third mission is to coordinate for sustainment of strategic plans. This year, or these years rather, we have had a series of difficulties in Colombia, just like around the world as well. We have had the inconvenience generated by COVID-19, and we also have had problems after the Iota hurricane in the islands of San Andres and Providencia. That's how, through the San Roque plan, we've had the opportunity of integrating our capabilities. That as a CGFM, well, to integrate these logistics processes through our joint logistics process is the overarching purpose and which supports these missions or tasks that you can see to the left-hand side of the screen in blue. This is how the system, apart from integrating our logistics centers of procurement, supply, production, transportation, maintenance, and construction, thanks to the support of military engineering, have tried to know. We have made an impact and achieved benefits in taking advantage of the logistics capabilities that we have available, apart from being able to optimize means and resources. But we cannot stop here. We need to continue moving forward and working not only in codifying, but also in standardizing. That because standardization is offered to NATO partners. That is how.
La siguiente, ya. Nosotros como comando.
We as CGFM and the military services together, each of them, we worked on improving, and this is what you can see in this slide. The first big our first big task, together with the services and with the help of the Ministry of Defense of Colombia, was that we identified that Colombian military services had the 10 different classes of supply established in a joint logistics regulation of the military services number 4-2 of 2016. When checking this regulation and checking each of the supply classes, we identified a series of gaps that we had to work on together, the CGFM, the General Command of the Military Services, and the Ministry of Defense. The second aspect, to give you some context, is that we analyze the use of these classes of the different logistics processes in the military services, and we identified opportunities for improvement related to the definition of those classes. The third situation was that we had the opportunity of standardizing, following the NATO classification system, to classify groups and subgroups of supply classes. And for the briefs, we are accelerating the process of implementing this.
En términos de la línea de tiempo, y no me quiero.
In terms of the timeline, well, we have seen in the different presentations of the previous speakers, everyone has expressed their timeline, but here I wanted to mention 4 big milestones. The first one of 2013, and that is how we started understanding ourselves as a company sponsored, as a country that is sponsored and that gets to be Tier 1. And we are assigned code YCAD in this system, in this NATO system, and the NCS system. The other thing that I want to say is that Colombia joined the NATO system, and we started the work of working in a series of workshops with the teams of the services to define and classify or reclassify these classes together with these groups and subgroups. So we collected results, we adjusted the comments that had been made by the services. They were validated by a strategic logistics committee and efficiency that we have, and we call it Select That Committee. And in 2018, alignment with stores in the C-Log system that works with the SAP platform. And we then aligned our budget line items, and we started disseminating and implementing our supply items classes, and this is the third item, milestone. The fourth milestone is that Colombia became a NATO Tier 2 nation, which gives us the confidence of being able to have a system that has matured and that we participate in today, and well, we're in the phase of implementation.
Es así como estas clases de artículos.
So these classes of supply items that existed in 2018, 10 classes, as I mentioned, and they had the downsides that you have to your right-hand side. In purple, we have the jointness of the military services. We had an absence of definition of the old supply classes. We did not have limits of those items of each of the classes, and this, of course, generated conflicts in inventories and stocks. We had not standardized the different supply classes. With the concepts of material and equipment were not differentiated, which affected our capabilities. As you very well know, some elements are capability elements in the DOMPI, and the DOMPI concerns material and equipment. We also lacked the detail and those articles that were included in each of the classes, and this led to problems regarding their inclusion in our logistics system. And also, we did not have groups and subgroups in the C-Log information system, which gave rise to uncertainty, and well, this made that our processes were not very efficient. For approximately 15 years now, the Ministry of Defense has changed its way of planning, and now we focus on rather a capability projection. And this capability projection has a series of components, as I mentioned before. The D is doctrine, O organization, M material and equipment, P personnel, and I infrastructure, DOMPI. These components were structured and were generated in each of the different processes, both logistics processes as well as supporting and mission aspects that the military services have. In terms of material and equipment, the definition of material includes consumables, and equipment include those items that need to be handed back, those items that are given to achieve the established tasks. This M, this capability component, has been impacted by the standardization task NCS.
Esta es entonces el resultado de la nueva clasificación.
So this is the result of the new classification. It's a classification that I already mentioned in 2018 was adapted according to the needs and structures of the services. The work consisted in reclassifying and complementing and deleting or eliminating certain supply classes. Specifically, The most important aspect here in terms of elimination is class number 10. As you can see here, to the left of each of the classes, we have the previous classification, and to the right-hand side, you will find the new classification. Class number 10 was miscellaneous. It was called materials not included in the previous classes. This was the place where if we didn't know where to put something, we would put it here in class 10. So the work consisted in reclassifying, complementing, and deleting years of classes. And class N remained untouched. Food and forage, forage understood as the forage for animals. Class number 2 had class 2 is TOE equipment. But this was very general, so we decided to include this in class 7. Class 7, which is something more specific, like the mission equipment, components thereof, spare parts, and accessories. Armaments, which was in class 2, is now under class 5. As you can see here, in class number 5, we have armaments, ammunition that existed before, explosives, and their spare parts and accessories. Class 3 used to be fuels, greases, and lube oils, and what this did was, what we did was to complement it with greases and waxes. Class number 5 was special equipment and construction material. What we did was to add the constructions, furniture and goods. Class number 5 went from ammunition and explosives and was itemized and complemented with armaments, explosives, spare parts, and accessories. Class 6 was also added and complemented. It only had personal items and well-being items, and then they deleted this, and it was specified with education, stationery, office goods, and well-being goods. Class 7, as I mentioned before, it used to be articles, pieces, and finished goods. We turned this into mission equipment, components thereof, spare parts, and accessories. Class 8, sanitation material. We added sanitation and veterinary material. Class 9, it used to say spare parts. Now, as I mentioned, spare parts become a part of class 7 of mission equipment, components, spare parts, and accessories. Class 10, materials not included in previous classifications, as I mentioned before, we deleted that class and we created a new class that is called industrial machinery and raw material, which was not included in the previous classes that I mentioned that they did back to 2016. Class 11, which is an additional class, additional to the 10 existing classes. We didn't have it in our previous classes, and we called it Information and Communication Technologies, ICT. This is the work that was done based on the support given to us by the logistics direction and the joint work of the different services and the police. This work together, this work of classifying supply classes together with the standardization of supply classes according to the NATO codification system and standardization system, what it did in essence was that it has strengthened the logistics of the military services. These have been classified, identified, and numbered in the C-log system, which is our support for our logistics operations. Management of processes have been improved, and by this I mean budget processes, procurement, inventory processes, maintenance, transportation processes, and amongst others. Finally, we have facilitated the exchange of material and equipment among the different services, thus increasing the efficiency in operations. And this makes that we have a challenge. And that is, we fully understand in Colombia that we have been throughout history, ever since the creation of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, we know that we're interoperable, but our challenge is identifying and characterizing the way in which we will do it from a logistics standpoint, but mostly from a mission standpoint, to understand what the interoperability between services means. Not only interoperability, talking about mission aspects, training and operations, but also understanding how logistics support the interoperability. Thus, from the logistics standpoint, one of the big facilities that the NCS has given us is our exchange of material and equipment, and this is part of interoperability. Thank you very much for your kind attention. This is what I wanted to share with you today. We also have a challenge, a very important challenge, apart from characterizing our interoperability. The other challenge is to update our logistics regulation, because it still contains the old supply classes. I know very well that NATO has 6 supply classes. We would have 11, which are the ones that I just presented, and standardization of supply classes has been the challenge, a challenge in which we have progressed approximately 60% in terms of implementing standardization of NCS through supply our items. Thank you very much for your attention.
Presentación de la conferencia.
Now we have the panel of the Latin American Commission of Technical Standards on the part of Correguino. Dr. Correguino currently is the Executive Secretary of the Pan American Commission of Technical Standards, COPANT. This is a body that groups national entities, standardization entities. At this very moment, they have 32 active members and 10 adhering members. They promote cooperation for the development of the region by doing an efficient and pertinent standardization, and by using assessment procedures in line with international practices. Madam, the floor is yours.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me and see my presentation. Can someone please confirm? I greet you from La Paz, representing the Pan American Technical Standards Commission, COPANT. Thank you very much for your invitation, and thank you very much for wanting to know how our organization works. COPANT, the Pan American Commission of Technical Standards, is an association, private organization that groups the different standardization offices of Latin America. It's our technical standardization reference in the region, but we also represent our members with our international peers. The vision of COPAN is to promote cooperation for the development of the region through standardization, through an efficient standardization at the national level to promote active participation in international standardization vis-a-vis international standardization standards such as ISO and IEC, and implementing conformance assessment procedures following international practices. Our strategic planning has been recently reviewed and approved as of 2021 and until 2025, and we have two fundamental pillars. The first one, which echoes our vision, is that we dedicate ourselves quite a bit to supporting and developing capabilities of our member states, because we have members, as you will see in a moment, going from North America down to South America, going through the Caribbean region, and we have all types of sizes and developments. So we promote activities to build and improve the capabilities that our COPAN members have to develop standardization at a national level, but mostly to have the capability of participating in international technical committee meetings where the international standards are established. That's why our second big pillar is to promote the increased participation of our region in the process of preparing international standards, and not only adopting standards and translating them into Spanish. Well, in the case of the Anglos, they don't have to translate it, but most of the countries in the region are Spanish-speaking, and they need to be translated into Spanish, and they need to be adopted as standards without having participated in the process of establishing requirements that are in part of these standards. These are the COPAN standards. At this very moment, we have 31 members. As I said, we have members going from Canada, going through South America, going through Central America, and the Caribbean, and down. We have the members. The members are the national standardization organizations, which can be public, of a mixed nature. And what's interesting, they can be members of COPAN if they're recognized as the national body of standardization. Some members, I don't see the full screen projected. Please, can someone please confirm? Well, I see at the master, I see the whole screen. I don't know if you can see the screen. We have certain European standardization entities and some Asian and Pacific entities. Our members are interested in getting to know and follow the standardization activities in our region, and in some cases we have cooperation with them, and we also have an agreement and with our peers in the region in the era of accreditation and metrology of the International Accreditation Cooperation Agreement. And between the three regional organizations we have created, as well as the metrology organization, we have created a Council of Quality Infrastructure in the Americas, and we work together in a series of projects for the benefit of our members. And that not only at a regional, level we can support each other and have a conversation, but that this is also trickles down to the national level, and that national standardization bodies have a good relationship with their national metrology institutes and the accreditation body, which are finally in the end the pillars of quality infrastructure. It is important to highlight that COPAN has stop developing Pan-American technical standards. We only have one technical committee that is still active, that is currently developing technical standards, and this is due to the fact that since 28 we did a survey amongst members regarding the adoption and use of COPAN standards. COPAN standards are very much used as reference documents, but very few are adopted as national standards. So we evidenced that it was more important to support members to have a bigger capability to participate in international committees, and instead of preparing Pan-American standards, we only prepare standards when there are no international technical committees or international standards working on the topic that interests us. That's why we have kept only this committee 152 regarding energy efficiency and renewable energies, which works especially on preparing labeling standards, energy efficiency for appliances. Apart from this, what we have created is focus groups. We have been creating focus groups or rather to follow within the region the international work of certain technical committee meetings that are of interest. For example, in ISO, we follow the work of helmets, which is the committee that to assess the conformity of ISO and that establishes the standards to become credited, to certify, and for laboratories. We also follow very closely the work of the committee regarding environmental management 107, about tourism and related services 228. We also have consumer affairs, which Comolco. We have quality management, which is 176, and these last two are new. 323 is on circular economy, 331 is on biodiversity. On the other hand, there is that other international standardization entity, which is ISE, and later on we will see that in our ICE and our region is not that active therein, and to promote a larger participation we have a focus group on ICE. Well, we have generated a series of projects of introducing of participating in IEC, and we're following the work of 3 groups on IEC regarding photovoltaic systems, transformers, safety in appliances. And electric installations. This slide is to show you how our region participates in ISO, which is the international standardization body. Of the 31 COPAN members, 30 are members of ISO, but in different categories. As you will see, 21 are full members. A full member is a member that has the right to participate in the different technical committee meetings. As observer members, they can vote, they can send comments, and they can adopt standards as participants of ISO. The corresponding member does not have all the rights of a full member. This member can participate in certain technical committees like IPROCHEC, which is a policy that helps to support developing countries, but the country is invited and they can be observing in the committees and issue comments, but they don't have the right to vote. And member countries can participate but cannot vote nor comment, nor can they sell ISO standards in their territory. We still have 2 members in the region that are signatories, 7 are corresponding members, and we are obviously seeing how our members can develop so as to have the capability of becoming full-fledged ISO members. Nevertheless, despite the fact that we already have a lot of presence in ISO and the ISO Council, in the technical board of Technical Management Board. We already have a good participation even in the technical work, but in the technical work we still need to promote the participation of our members. As you can see, for example, well, we don't have percentages yet, but there are very few countries yet that have the secretariats of technical committee meetings in ISO. And regarding membership and participation of members in committees, I think we have good participation, but as you will see in the next slide, this is divided by regions, and North America is the one that participates the most and that has the biggest presence in technical ISO committees. And then South America, some of the countries. This slide, I think you're seeing my slides further than where I am. This slide shows the interest of the region in technical committee meetings of ISO according to the participation, either as observing members or full-fledged, participant members.
As you will notice, the Comité Casco, which is basically a conformity assessment, they had the greatest participation in the region due to the cross-cutting importance of this committee, defining the rules and characteristics for the specifications and laboratory essays and trials and calibration of equipment. Then we have Committee 207 of Document Management, which is related to consumer rights. We did not show all the numbers of the committees on this slide. We have a committee called DEFCO, which is a committee for developing countries, which has a large number of participants, and we also have a committee for food. As the ISE, regarding the participation in our region, is fairly low. Only 8 of the members of COPAND are full members in ISE, and the remaining countries participate in a country of affiliate members, which are corresponding to developing countries. And even though on this slide it looks like if we do have a large participation, that is not really that big. We only have a participation of 8 members, which I'm showing you in the slide. There are these countries with, as you can see, US is very strong. Could you move on to the next slide, please? Because I think you're not showing the slide that I'm talking to. Next one, please. So these are the agencies in our region which are participating actively, as you will notice in the pie, with a huge participation of North America, small participation of South America, which is still pending improvement. As to the affiliate members, which are developing countries, by participating in this program, they can sit on some of the committees of the IAC as observers, and they may also adopt some of the IAC standards as national standards. And in the next slide, you will notice the number of standards that have been adopted by the different members in our region. So you will notice that this is very small participation for some of the countries. Why is it so important to get our region to participate more actively in the IEC? Clearly, it could be that most of the countries in North America and some of the South American countries do have industry in electrotechnical matters, and they're very much interested in participating. But by being importers, all the other countries of these electronic or household appliances, it's very important to consider the safety of the consumers when they use these products to ensure that they meet with international standards. And this is not so very crucial, but we have tried to identify the participation of the countries, developing countries, and those who are full members of the IEC, and which are the committees which create a greater interest among the participants. We have the one for terminology, the committee on power transformers, and also everything related to protection and safety, security for electrical hazards and environmental matters also, as well as photovoltaic matters. So this is the extent of my presentation. I don't know if right now we can entertain questions on behalf of the audience, or we need to wait for this panel to conclude to then address the questions. So thank you very much. Presentation of the standardization management tools by engineer Latasha Beckman, Deputy Director, Defense Standardization Program, Office of the United States of America. Latasha Beckman is currently the Deputy Director of the Program for Standardization in the Defense in the Department of Defense of the U.S. since 2004. She has played various roles by promoting standardization as one of the key enablers for ensuring interoperability amongst the allies and partners of NATO. She's responsible for helping to develop and implement policies related to standardization for systems and subsystems and equipment and components, pieces, parts, materials, and engineering practices and technological fields related thereto. Ms. Beckman also participates in organizations to develop standards on behalf of the Department of Defense of the U.S. She's also the co-chair of the standardization team and harmonization for materials, and she is the incoming president for the group to manage standardization in NATO. Under these capabilities, she relates to the country members.
They tell us we're now in grade school, we've learned about the Industrial Revolution, but they're telling us now we're in the fourth one. And that one deals with bringing together digitalization, physical things, biological things together in a way that we've never seen it before. We heard the phrase at least one time today, artificial intelligence. We've heard the word architectures, at least in one of the briefings today. We've heard the last 2 days about 3D printing. Sounds fancy and futuristic, but we may not have heard the term, you know, the Internet of Things and documents as digital data. All those things allow for us to be able to use technology to do things faster, better, cheaper, and also to allow for us to make better decisions in very short time frames. For example, on yesterday, we were in the taxi in the car going out for dinner, and Matthias shared his location with me on my smartphone. That allowed me to make a better decision. Are we in the right place? Are we not in the right place? He and I do not have the same type of cell phone, but somehow, by standards, he was able to send me something to allow me to see where he is. And my smartphone was able to read it. And then we were able to make a decision. Do we go right? Do we go left? Are we here? Or are we lost? So that's where we are in this fourth industrial revolution. And we're not here because standards didn't help us get here. So on to my presentation. I will not repeat what my colleagues mentioned today. Standardization is a good thing. Working with our allies and partners is a fantastic thing. Seeing what other people are doing is wonderful. However, there are tools that will help us to facilitate it, to make those things run smoothly, and that's what I will focus on this afternoon. Let's see. What's the advance button? Oh, here we go. So this is just the outline of what I'll be talking about today, this afternoon. I might have to do next slide because I'm very, very focused on being short and brief. Is it this button? This one? Okay, thank you. These are the benefits of standardization within NATO. Matthias spoke about it today. I will not go into it in great detail. It's there for you to read. But standardization is desirable and an efficient means for implementing operational plans and enhancing multinational force operations. Standardization is vital to military success. These are some examples. None of these things will be possible without standardization. On my upper right, you see air-to-air refueling. Matthias spoke about that. A STANAC, NATO standard, allows for us to achieve that. And then you also see a container that's based on the ISO standard. And then you see our warfighters holding weapons that are either the bullets are procured based on a requirement that it points to a specification. The uniforms, we heard about manufacture and develop uniforms. The last time I was here in Colombia, I had the privilege of walking through a manufacturing facility to see how, textiles are tested. They're tested according to standards. This framework of standardization within NATO, you can drop the NATO, you can add, I could have said within the United States, and it will still be true. Standardization, the outputs of the process rely on all of these things that you see in this graphic. Laws. Rule of law is important because if you had standards and no one followed it, then the standards are not really useful. The law provides the teeth, the strength behind our policies and procedures. Our policies, procedures sets the framework for, guidance documents if we need them. And then we heard earlier today about feedback. Feedback is very important because if we don't know something's working, you think that the standard we have is still good. But feedback is very important. We also heard today that if a standard is no longer needed, there's no need for it hanging around. You want to use something that best suits the need. So all of this framework is important because without this framework, the tools are sort of useless. What is standardization management? In the United States Department of Defense, we don't have a definition for the term, so I borrowed it from BSI. BSI has a definition. It is the processes that enables for the drafting, development, and maintenance of standards. It promotes the intelligent selection and implementation of standards, policies, processes, and tools. Development of standards without procedures, development of standards without feedback, development of standards without tools to help you, embrace the standards and also keep them maintained, communicate that they exist. You need all of that, and it's a full scope process, full scope tools that are in our toolbox. Standardization management encompasses all these things: the laws, the policies, the procedures, the IT tools, information systems, engagements, that personal engagement, the people that are involved in the process. Let's see. Am I going forward or backwards? Okay. I like this chart. I wish I could say I created it on my own, but I actually borrowed it from France. I saw it in a presentation about 10 years ago, and I said, I like that. I wish I came up with the idea, so I'll steal it for my presentations. I have adjusted it a little bit for this audience, but standardization, the elements of standardization management are all these puzzle pieces here: personnel, the people, the procedures, leadership. Without leadership support, it's very difficult to have a strong, robust standardization program. The guidance. Not everything can be in procedures, else you will have a humongous book that no one will ever read. When you find that, you know, a certain percentage of your standardization management community have challenges in certain areas, then you have to provide guidance for them and adapt it for the changes in time. Information systems are key. We heard about them a couple of times today. Feedback, training, which we're doing here in this workshop. The standards, of course, coordination and cooperation. I will elaborate on these items a little bit later on. Standardization management tools aid in the execution of standardization activities at the national and multinational level. Standardization management tools are all the things we use to effectively implement standardization. It's not enough to develop standards, the implementation is key. It is the systems, the applications, the controls, methodologies, processes, procedures used to manage standardization and standardization-related tasks. The examples within NATO, because that's supposed to be the focus here, I can go on about US examples, but we had two, my German colleague and United Kingdom colleague elaborated on their national system. But within NATO, two example tools are here. AAP3, which I heard mentioned is like the Bible of NATO standardization procedures. That's the standardization management tool. It's a procedure, and it also helps those who engage in the process understand where they are in the process, what they're supposed to be doing at each stage of the NATO standardization document development process. And then the other one, the NATO Standardization Document Database, is an IT tool. One may say, well, one's a document and one's a system. It's still, they're both tools. Here's a sampling. Let's see. Here's a sampling of standardization management tools. I believe I mentioned them, but they're listed here. The first here, we'll focus on the policies and procedures. As you see at the bottom, I'm not going to talk about all the tools that I mentioned, but the items that are at the bottom will be the focus of this presentation. Policies and procedures, you have your laws, the policy, procedures, and guidance. So the laws outlined the basic things that must be followed. So in the United States, we have the Catalogación and Standardization Act. That's the act that actually established the Defense Standardization Program, as well as our codification system that Elaine Chapman and Michael talked about on yesterday. The policies and policies then take what's written in law and say what we will be doing. The procedures gives you the step-by-step instructions on how to do what the law and the policy states. And the guidance is like, okay, helps you if you mess up along the way. The key policy principles that I think that are important and are here, that standardization is desirable and an efficient means for implementing operational plans and enhancing interoperability among multinational forces. So those are key policy principles, because if we don't know why we're doing something, then we wander aimlessly. Within the United States, it's written in our law that we must be interoperable and our equipment must be standardized with our allies and partners in Europe, mainly NATO. Standardization is one of the primary tools for achieving interoperability, and we heard that today. Another key principle is standardization activities should be transparent. If people are actually playing in the standardization playground, everyone should have the same information. Additional policy principles, standardization within NATO is voluntary. NATO does not command nations to implement, the 1600 or 1300 STAN Acts. Nations, standardization is voluntary. And we heard this several times. NATO and most of its member nations prefer to use civil standards, NATO standards, in lieu of developing their own defense unique standards to reduce the proliferation of all those extra standards that Stefan spoke about earlier today. Standards should be selected based on these principles you see here, how suitable they are they accessible, their technical merit, their availability, and broad acceptance. And the critical point here is that the selection of civil standards should not be based on geographical location. Next, key policy principles. I mentioned that civil standards are the preferred solution if it meets our needs. Subject matter experts are encouraged to engage in standards development organizations. Encouraged to engage. If that's not in the Colombian Ministry of Defense procedures, I encourage you all to put a line item in there. Because as was mentioned earlier today, if you're not at the table, you can't voice the Ministry of Defense's requirements at a particular SDO. And then, of course, key policy principle is feedback. Feedback must support the periodic review and update of standards. I'm just going to go over a case study. And the critical takeaway is that within the United States, and I'm sure it's the same in the UK and Germany, there is no separate US policy, national policy, and NATO standardization policy. NATO standardization policy is US policy. The US is a NATO member nation. We participate in the development of NATO standardization policies and procedures. So if there is a policy within NATO to use civil standards, there's also policy in the US to use civil standards. If there's a procedure in NATO to use the template to develop, submit a standardization proposal, we use the template. There is no separation. We incorporate NATO standardization policies and procedures in US policies and procedures. The case study here, our U.S. law, I mentioned earlier, the Catalogación and Standardization Act says, Secretary of Defense, go forth and develop a standardization program. And then the policies underneath it, the DOD Instruction 2010.06, the DOD Instruction 4120.24 says the policy principles, the things that we will do to implement the law. You also will note and see at the very bottom is a NATO standardization policy. When we discuss and when we consider all the policies and procedures that the United States implements, NATO is there too. It's not something separate that, oh, we do the national policy first, then we look at NATO. NATO policy is part of US policy. And the reason why I'm saying this is that I want you all, particularly Colombia, to understand that when you begin engaging in NATO, that you look at it as that you are a part of that framework too, that is not distinct, independent activity that you have to integrate what you do nationally along with the things that we're doing within NATO. The procedures you'll see here, I have our DoD manual 4120.24. It's about a 100-page document that tells our standardization management activities, how to develop standards and what to do in given situations. And I also have listed there AAP3. It is also part of our procedures, and that's the NATO standardization procedures. And then guidance. We issue guidance. I could not iterate them all here, so I only included the guidance documents that I believe are relevant to the topic of this conference. AAP 3.1, that's a NATO standardization guidance document, and it focuses on facilitating the development and use of civil standards. I'm particularly proud of that document. The UK led the team to develop that document, and I actually participated on the team where we took the best practices from NATO member nations and brought them together within NATO to say, how will we engage with SDOs? How will we note the use of reference civil standards in NATO documents so that it's understood where the documents are coming from, how we will use them, and that's in AAP 3.1. AAP 3.2 is the advice on the development of implementation paragraphs. If you develop standards and there's no end game, the users aren't sure what's the overall goal, then that's a complete failure. So we develop guidance on how to help standardization managers within NATO develop clear implementation paragraphs where you know that you have successfully implemented a standard. And then the SD3 and SD9 are US guidance documents. So when you're thinking about your toolkit, just don't think about Ministry of Defense policies and procedures. You should also look at what NATO is doing. Guidance and templates, I mentioned them earlier. There are templates for the submission of standardization proposals to NATO. They're on NATO's public-facing website. Guidance documents and templates are designed to help the stakeholders understand and take the necessary actions on a particular topic or issue. It's important to have them so that users know what their standards should look like, where things should go. But within NATO, I think NATO has come a long way in the last 10 years. The templates are accessible on the internet. And the other guidance are FAQs. NATO has FAQs on their website, as does the US. I don't know, the UK, you all probably have FAQs as well. Those are also guidance. These are the AAP 3.1 and AAP 3.2. They're very short. In my opinion. They're written in English or French, but I think, it wouldn't take too much effort to translate them in Spanish. So I encourage you to have a look at them. The NATO standardization document templates that are available on the NATO's website, they're also tools. If you have an idea, as Matthias mentioned earlier, any stakeholder can submit a suggestion to NATO, and there are templates for doing so on the website. The FAQs, this is a US example. If you have any questions about how we do things in the United States, we have FAQs on our website. If you do not have this on your sites, I encourage you to do that. To answer common questions that people may have about your procedures. But we have them as well, and it's a major tool. The next tool is leadership and organization. Matthias went over the NATO standardization structure. NATO standardization structure and organization fosters cooperation to enhance the military posture and strengthen collective defense efforts of the alliance. As you all know, NATO headquarters is the home to national delegations of member nations, liaison offices, and diplomatic missions of partner nations. So leadership is important, and leadership within working groups is also important. The structure within NATO is very well defined, and I would say that it's clearer to me how NATO is organized than it was when I first started with working in standardization. So if you want to get involved in activities, it's very clear based on the presentation that was given earlier today. But leadership and organization is a tool. This is the structure that Matthias described so clearly earlier today, so I won't go into detail, but structure is essential to manage a successful standardization program. Stephen mentioned it earlier today, how they restructured their organization to focus on standardization management, and we have done so over the years as well. I'm going to skip over this briefing, this slide. Stakeholder engagement is a tool. This was mentioned today as well, but I'll just let you know, within the U.S., we take stakeholder engagement very, very seriously, to the point where we actually have, guidance and procedures about it. The relevance of a document to a nation's own capabilities and its ability to fund implementation are among many factors that affect the adoption and implementation of a standard. So if you're not at the table helping to develop a standard, but then you find out that it's a part of a requirement for a major system, but you can't afford to implement it because it doesn't have your requirements there, or you don't understand something that's within the document, is because you weren't at the table. And that doesn't mean that you have to attend an SDO meeting in person. If you know that, say, IEEE or IEC is working on an update to a standard, contact your national standard body in the case of IEC to see if they're planning on reviewing that document, and then ask them, can you participate in the review so that you can have your voice heard? If you hear of a NATO standardization effort and you're interested in it, contact that working group. If you can't participate in person, that's okay. You might say, hey, I would like to comment on that document. Generally, any Ministry of Defense should maintain multiple networks, engagement networks, internally within your Ministry of Defense and externally. We do that within the U.S. It gets complicated. One person cannot do it. I've tried to do many things, but then you also have to allow for other people to kind of help in this area. Personnel serving as representatives to NATO working groups, standards development organizations, or other types of working groups are encouraged to fully coordinate and cooperate in those groups. Also coordinate your national positions on the standardization endeavors. This slide I've lifted from a national briefing. I created this slide 2 years ago to kind of give a picture of what we do in the United States. This is basically a summary of our networks. And the arrows that are pointing out, there's no end point, because new working groups pop up all the time, and if you have an interest, you should participate. So on the very first quadrant, Ministry of Defense, here it is important for you all to identify and regularly coordinate standardization with standardization subject matter experts participating in SDOs. We're having a challenge with identifying all the Ministry of Defense personnel who participate in SDOs. That's an activity that we're embarking on this year, to identify who within our Ministry of Defense is participating in which SDO. So that if there's an interest in a standardization document that's coming out of IEC, ITU, IEEE. We're able to contact our Ministry of Defense representative to bring our ideas forward. And the one point I also want to point out within the Ministry of Defense, we need to create an atmosphere of consistent communication. There are a lot of people who are interested in standardization, but maybe not all things standardization. They may only be interested in air-to-air refueling. So if you hear that RSAC, the Aerial Refueling System Advisory Group, which is a huge, well, it's not a huge organization in terms of numbers, but it's a consortium group that is comprised of personnel from Ministry of Defense and industry. And they come together to develop standardization content for standards related to air-to-air refueling. If you're interested in participating in that, or that someone hears that, hey, there's an activity going on in this arena, it's important to distribute the information throughout the Department of Defense to those who might be interested in it. Industry and civil SDO engagement. SDOs want the MOD at the table. They would welcome participation from Ministry of Defense personnel. So I encourage you to continue reaching out to industry and as well as SDOs. Multinational information exchanges, which is in the third quadrant here, as mentioned by Stefan. I am a vice chair of the Material Standardization Harmonization team. We welcome observers as well as new members. And at the MSHT, we talk about material standardization, things that are happening in the world, both international standards, NATO standards, defense standards, that impact material standardization. The next one is multinational military organizations such as NATO. Matthias have already given you the process for engagement there. So these are our engagement networks, industry, engagement within, engagement with multinational fora, engagement with SDOs. Let's see how I'm doing on time. I will not go into the key considerations for stakeholder engagement, but I definitely, for those of you who may have not engaged externally, these are some very key points that I train on back at home. For example, it's important for, if you want to engage in an SDO or engage with NATO or engage with another nation on a standardization matter, send your subject matter expert if you can, not a note taker, because coordination and development of standards is really fluid when you're getting together with other experts and you're talking about subject matter and content. So know your subject matter, know your stakeholders. It's not enough for you just to engage, but if there's someone else interested in your MOD, share the information with them. Check your national laws and policies before you show up or after when you come back, because you don't want to go to a meeting and begin agreeing on the technical merit of a document and it's against something that's written in your own internal laws. And be open-minded, that's pretty important. When you're identifying the stakeholders who might be interested in the subject matter in the group that you're participating in, provide documentation, the outputs from the meeting to them. The next bullet is self-explanatory, participate in the process. If you express interest, earlier today, one of you in the audience expressed interest in the NATO C3B. And if you're fortunate to be invited and to participate in the activities, participate in the process. And adjust positions as necessary. I used to have to dispel this myth at least 5 times a year or more to DoD personnel, they'll say, well, once I submitted a response to NATO, you know, that's it, I've submitted it. Well, if our posture has changed, our requirements change, then you have to adjust your positions, and that's okay. I'm going to, because I think we're almost running out of time here, but here's a case study on U.S. coordination. Okay, the United States Army is the lead agent. That's the term we use in policy to identify the military department or defense agency who is responsible for participating in a particular multinational forum. So for the NATO Army Armaments Group, it's the United States Army. They are responsible for identifying subject matter experts to participate in NOG activities. They're responsible for funding the trips. In this particular case study, the United States Army, you know, establishes all the administrative procedures and processes for managing their participation. So in maintaining a record of their positions, identifying heads of delegations to lead delegations to meetings, funding trips, and so on. So the coordination is not just someone going to a meeting, but it's also when you come back, is to coordinate, because if, you know, you're a chair of a NATO committee and a NATO working group, and you've got two individuals from one nation telling you two different things, one that doesn't look good on the nation, and two, it confuses the heck out of the working group. So coordination is important. If you are successful in being able to participate in a working group, set up some kind of internal procedures on how you're going to govern yourself with that group, and be consistent. Information systems. Information systems is a tool. Stephen and Stefan talked about that. The examples here, the NATO standardization website, it has definitely improved over the years. It's a wonderful tool to use. I suggest if you all have not accessed the website, please have a look at it. In the United States, we have a tool called Assist, where we house all our specifications and standards to include adoption notices of civil standards. So if we've adopted a civil standard, there's a notice in the Assist expressing the adoption as well as how it will be applied within the Department of Defense. This is just a graphical representation of tools. The way we see within NATO, the way we look at the tools, we use our Assist as well as the NATO Standardization Office website. We also have access to the data exchange, where we actually get information from the NATO Standardization Document Database. Feedback is definitely a tool. I will not go into great detail because Incotech spoke about this very eloquently. Feedback within NATO is critical because if we don't know a requirement or a standard isn't working, then we think everything's perfect in the world, and it's not. The same is true at the national defense level. We have feedback mechanisms to let the owner or the manager of those standards know that something is not working right, or maybe something in industry or something has changed. So feedback is important, and don't be shy in providing it. These are just some example feedback mechanisms in NATO that the United States uses quite regularly. You can read this at your leisure. I think I've drove the point home that feedback is important. NATO is welcoming to it. NATO working groups are welcoming to it, as is other standards development organizations. training. Training is a tool. It's not something to do because you put it in your job objectives for the year, or a leader says that, oh, we ought to train, and then you pop up 5 or 10 training courses. Training should be integrated in your standardization program, period. And training should be adjustable based on the needs of the personnel. We, in my office, the Defense Standardization Program Office, over the last 5 years, we had a mass exodus of individuals who, on average, had about 30 years of experience. They retired. And those of us, like myself, who were junior staff members, found themselves in the leadership position, and we're backfilling and hiring other people to fill the roles that we vacated. And we realized that there is no school that is cranking out standardizers. You have to bring in people and train them. So for the past 2 years, we've been working on a program to train the new employees. I hosted standardization study groups. It just reminded me of the days that I was in engineering school, and I would not have survived without a study group. So we brought together the new employees, and we designed training to help them understand the organization, help them understand ANSI, our national standards body, help them understand ISO, besides the fact that the S and O is kind of transposed in the acronym. We help them understand that, hey, there's this thing called interoperability with our allies and partners, and this is what we do with them, so that they can have the basic fundamental knowledge. And then the second year, we kind of built on that. So that's just the model we used. And then we also trained outside, because the military departments, the defense agencies also have people who develop standards, and they need to understand our policies and procedures. And we're still training. This summer we will have our standardization conference where we will offer in-person training as well. So make standardization a tool, not a thing to do periodically. Like we didn't have training last year, so we'll do it this year. We have to stop thinking about training in that way. We need to meet people where they are and give them the tools that they need to perform their jobs well. And there are a number of other tools out there, but this is the last tool I will discuss on today. I think collectively, all the speakers today provided you all with a number of tools that you can put in your toolbox and pull out at your leisure to help you perform standardization tasks. I believe these presentations will be made available to you. So if you have any questions of me, once I'm done here, there is a way that the host of this conference can get those questions to me. The critical takeaway, I think that's what that says. I'm going to rely on Annette. Does that say critical takeaways? No. Is this it? Okay. Standardization is essential to interoperability. Standardization is not just standardization documents. It's the implementation of the standards, it's the operations, it's the things we do together. It is essential for multinational force operations to work together. It's definitely a big job. It's, one, you have to standardize within your nation, and then also standardize with, other nations, but I do think it's doable. Standardization management tools will help us realize this goal of interoperability, joint service interoperability, as well as interoperability with other nations. Standardization management tools are essential to realizing true standardization, and I hope that you all got at least something out of what I presented here on today and what the other presenters presented on this morning and this afternoon. And with that, I would like to say thank you for giving me this time to impart my knowledge to you, and I guess I would defer questions for the panel. Thank you.
panel de expositores en modelos de estandarización. Solicitamos unos minutos de espera mientras se ubica el panel de expositores. Como moderador del panel se encuentra el señor mayor Miguel Adolfo.
The moderator of the panel is Miguel Antonio Murcia. He is a manager and professional in criminalistics, lawyer with 3 years experience in quality advisory, quality assurance.
Bueno, buenas tardes para todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will now have this conversation, a conversation in which we hope to have your participation, not only the participation of panel members, but also of all of you, because we have come to the point that we were all expecting, which is the moment of being able to ask the questions for this topic that is so important, this universe of standardization, which is not only a universe of standardizing, but also of quality assurance, which brings a series of topics as is the case of standardization, conformance, assurance, and quality assurance. Do excuse me, I will remove my mask.
I feel a bit more comfortable now. In this huge universe and such a very complex world that faces many challenges, as we have seen already. These challenges where we hope to bring them to higher levels, and hopefully one day we can reach our dream of becoming interoperable amongst all of ourselves. One day we'll make it. This is a goal of all of us who have been here, and I am very pleased to have heard you all say about through your conferences, you have been very helpful, and we have been discussing about interoperability in Colombia. We have gone about a lot of effort, and we know we need to continue moving towards that purpose to ensure harmony and to be able to ensure standardization, together with all the participants on standardizations, whether laboratories, civilian entrepreneurial aspects, communications, and all the other members of society and in this standardization process. But beyond talking about standardization, it's very important to assess conformity, and to evaluate conformity is to verify that who is going to give these components to us do fulfill what has been provided in the standard. Because frequently the services who do not have manufacturing industry or to carry out different procedures need to resort to private industry with the idea of receiving an element, and we don't lose sight of standardization. And as Latasha had said, and I really appreciate having heard you take us to the last step of this cycle of quality assurance, when she mentioned this in her presentation, and this is life cycle follow-up. So once we finish the assessment phase, we need to evaluate what is being standardized and what we're using, and if there's any room for improvement of what we are using. And this serves as feedback to standardization. There may be flaws, there may be different ways of operating, and precisely that is where I would like to begin our panel, having technology at hand that Latasha has already referred to. I have the following question for all the members sitting on the panel. Latasha has talked about the fact that she's been able to ensure internal education and training because, as you have stated, we don't always receive education and training. When we talk about standardization, and I remember Stephen's presentation when he talked about the fact when we talk about standardizing, and we're given a topic that we have no idea about this. And this is something very recurring in the standardization process. So how, Latasha, can we bring training or education, as you have developed it with your working team, when we lose so very important people? We have heard that in 5 months' time, you will not be a part of the standardization process, and we will lose people who have so much professional knowledge, which are essential for us as a standardization. So how can we think about training or education with all the members of NATO, both the partners, also drawing on the technology which is available to us? Because thanks to the pandemic, a positive result is that we can make use of technology. So Latasha, how do you see things? How feasible do you consider this preparing of this training or education?
Thank you for asking that question. It's an easy question for me because I've already gone through the pain points over the last, I would say 2.5, 3 years. Our training shortfalls did not come to be when I sat down and tried to identify all things that are wrong with our training program. We were working on revitalizing or modernizing our online database system that distributes standards. For a long time, we prided ourselves that our assist system was state-of-the-art. And then at a material standardization harmonization team, the UK showed their new modernized STANMIS. And I said, whoa, we're behind. So we hired a contractor to to evaluate our system, speak to our standardization management activities, speak to some of the leads who work the international standardization program, to ask them, if we were to modernize our system, what would you want? And the contractor had a series of questions that they asked everyone, because with any survey, you want to have some stable questions that you can actually look at and see how everyone compare, contrast. And then they also asked them, some other things. And what we found is that a recurring thing was they weren't familiar with our policies and procedures. And time and time again, and I said, well, that doesn't make sense, because our system is based on our procedures. Everything that's in assist is based on what we have in our procedures. So then we began to look deeper, and then we started looking at some of the other comments that, well, they think that the way they're supposed to do X is this way. So then we started to say, well, I think there's a gap in knowledge, and we need to identify how we can fill that gap. So it came about by looking at another issue, and if your standardization management, we call them standardization management activities, which are those who develop the standards, if they're not familiar with basic standardization procedures, that's a lack of training. So we are like, okay, if we were to develop a training that talks about all things standardization, well, that will take weeks. So we compartmentalized the training. We had training that was focused on international standards, training that's focused on, document development and coordination, training that's focused on using our system to develop the standards, because you have to use our system every step of the way. And then the pandemic hit, so we could not meet in person. So then we just went virtual. So we had standardization table topics one year, and it dealt with NATO standardization. And basically every month we had a new topic. And then we also had something similar on our IT system. So I would say, if I were to go back in time, knowing what I know now, perhaps we should have sent out a survey to our standardization management activities and asked them, what are some things that they need? And they may not be honest, because who wants to say that I don't know anything? But you might ask some key questions so that you can identify or target your training in a particular area, because you don't want to gather people together, try to gather people together to talk about a particular topic and no one's interested. So we found out about our training gaps by happenstance when we're looking into another problem, another issue. And through that, for the last 3 years, we just kept going. We knew, in terms of our internal office, we knew people were retiring. And fortunately for me, I've been with the office 17 years, so I've been around the previous leaders, but what we had to institute is ways that we can actually archive educational material. So if you have people who've done previous presentations, briefing, we make sure that we have those things saved. And this year, what we're doing is we're developing videos that we'll post on YouTube that talks about the history of the program, because one thing you want to know is why you're doing something. So that you don't undo something that's supposed to still be in place. So we're using technology to distribute training to the masses, and people can watch it at their leisure. We're also doing in-person training as well as web-based training. So we're using a myriad of tools to get training out to people, because not everybody can afford to travel. So I would say that query your standardization offices or standardization management activities, and then also look at the results from that query to then decide how will you address the gap. And I can also defer to any of my other colleagues if you all have any suggestions as well.
Please don't blow into the microphone, because that bangs my ear directly. Sorry, and thank you.
Tasha, we hold stakeholder management 6 monthly meetings, and at those meetings we actively seek feedback from SMEs on areas where they're having problems, and we develop workshops and we run the workshops internally for that. So we tailor it exactly for the areas where people are having problems, very similar to what you do. And that way you're not training people that don't need the training. You're targeting the right audience with the right training at the right time, hopefully. So yeah, I would back that up completely. We do exactly the same thing in the UK. It's very effective.
And I want to point out one thing. We do not duplicate training that already exists. Where NATO has training, we encourage our personnel to attend those training courses. Where our national standards body have training, where ANSI have training, we encourage them to take that training. We only provide training in areas that aren't covered elsewhere.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you see me? Okay. Yes. The basic is the person who is responsibility for any topic. Okay. Now you were too polite. The essential is the topic. Is it a topic for government, for defense? Who, and this is my role, is supposed to go there because he or she is the expert, and then the biggest problem comes because if you are confronted with my request to go to a certain civil standardization forum, but this is DIN and this is business and we are governance and what can I say and blah, blah, blah. So the first issue is, who is the person to go? To contact this person and say, calm down, you will get a 1-hour presentation, and thanks to Corona, that's a little bit sarcastic, but thanks to Corona, all new representatives get this 1-hour lecture, and there they are trained, you should do this, don't hesitate to raise your voice. If it sounds strange for the others, well, you have a certain reason for raising it. Keep track that they are taking care of it and that it lands finally in the papers. And be polite and listen to the others and be patient, because also civilian processes can be very lengthy, because it's easy to say achieve consensus, but there are such a lot of interest. And to bring this in the behavior of the potential candidates for these technical bodies. This is also including a general introduction in standardization, but this is 70% of our training activities. Maybe the remaining 20% we try to fix via our new Wikipedia page, where we inform where can you obtain standards, where do you have register for the NSDD, what are new trends in standardization. And meanwhile, I know what this third PS project standardization management plan is. It was on additive manufacturing. Additive manufacturing is a high important issue for defense, because we face the problem, everybody has such nice little machines and is using it. And well, as long as they make nice little holders for cigarettes, that may be nice. But they are also producing safety critical parts. And there is a big activity in civil standardization, how to do the conformity assessment and that everything is safe. And to tell this to people, there is a new trend. You are responsible. Here is the DIN committee working on this. This is the remaining 20%. And the last 10%, these are special events where once a year we try to make I think road trip is a term, to go to the test centers and inform them in general, look, be aware of standardization, you are responsible for EMC issues, are you representing defense standardization issues in the technical committee? But this is only 10%. The major thing is not history and political procedures or something like that. We want you to go to the committees and behave in this way. And this is our part in training and education. Sorry, too long again, but it's essential to talk to the people and tell them, and this is why I had this long list of, here is written that you have to do it. Because quite often there are stupid excuses, my boss does not allow because we do not have the travel money to go there. And they say, sorry, but WebEx is possible, and if you go there, do this and this and this. It's this 1 hour training and introduction efforts which I think are essential, and without this they may know the perfect policy of standardization, but not how to really achieve success and progress by stating your defense interest, and it will not work other way. Thank you.
No, muchísimas gracias. Y es una gran
Thank you very much. And that's great news for all of us who are preparing the standardization process. Because through this online training, we have time, we have the right time zone, and there are no excuses for us to join, to receive training and receive feedback on all these topics related to standardization, which is a full universe of knowledge. But we can make great benefit from them. And this opens the door to the second question for me. I saw all your presentations, and the standardization processes of the different members of the panel are a bit different. So I would like to ask you, how feasible would it be to be able to standardize the standardization process? To have some standards in place so that the training will flow. Do you consider this is feasible, or do you think this is complicated or difficult to be able to ensure that everybody of the partners and members of NATO can have rules in place for the standardization process, and then the training would be much easier if we standardize this, for us to be able to reach our dream of interoperability? Stephen, what is your take on my question?
Stefan or Stephen?
Okay. Stefan, todos vamos.
Stefan, Stephen, we will all be participating. If you would like to start first, sir, thank you very much.
Green light here, so I take the chance. My guts tell me the answer is no. Because this is, in my view, again, such talking on the philosophy level, which is not the practical level. You can do this in parallel, but it should not be the first priority to talk about a harmonization of standardization processes. I think every nation is happy with their own process, and there are not so many big difficulties except this hierarchy of standards, but this is because we develop them combined and you different, but okay, everybody can live with it. We also accept British standards. So it's not a problem for us. So to make this harmonization effort on this level, I think is it's a good thing to do, but I think the priority is the level lower, to maybe exchange how do you train your people, like I described in Germany, and because then, if you exchange this information, I think then it's only a language problem, because how to behave as a defense expert in a committee, it's the same in all nations. And I know the US document on how to behave in this, and it's very clear. So to have a common habit of all experts, of all experienced experts, and to concentrate on a harmonization here, how to educate them. I think this should have priority one. And in parallel, you can think about this philosophical level, but you may have heard, or at least the feeling that I'm not, I do not like to work on the philosophical level. Important is what is the result. We had a chancellor who said it in a very drastic German way, but what comes, I don't want to say it, but the result is important. This was he meant. And how to achieve it, okay, there are different ways how to do it, but experts are experts. They know how to behave, and if they come together, they do not have to know this basic rules of standardization and processes and blah, blah, blah. They should know to do their work in combination with other experts, that's all. And this should have priority and not what you raised. But this is a single German standardization manager's opinion.
I think you have two standardization manager opinions, Stefan. I absolutely agree with Stefan. I think we have standardized NATO processes. We have standardized NATO training. I think if we try and standardize national processes, what we do is stifle innovation amongst the nations, because we all learn from each other, right? The UK have got good processes. We've got an efficient system. However, we can still learn from the US. We can learn from, from Germany. We can learn from any nation, and we do. So I think if we try and standardize national processes, one, we stifle innovation, and two, implementation is a national responsibility. Nations don't have to implement according to the policy. So, whether they implement or not and how they do it is down to nations and their own processes. So I would absolutely agree with you, Stefan. I don't think it's something that we should entertain. I don't think there's any benefit there, to be honest.
Y Matías, ¿qué opinión?
Matías, what do you have to say?
The analysis that they both gave. I mean, it's also like a very practical question. I mean, every nation has its own rules, has its own structures, and they have grown over the past years, over the history, and to change this, just to get it harmonized, I think it's not worth it, and it's not very reliable, or it's not possible neither. And what my German colleague said, it's important what's the result. And in NATO we have a standardized process for standardization. It's written down in documents, it's clear. And coming back to the first point of training, we have a lot of trainings for that. And that's something what I wanted to mention also again here for the Colombians in regards of the working groups, in regards of participation in our working groups. The working groups are a really good place for training, not just to talk about subject matter topics, but also to talk about processes. And I'm quite sure that everyone in this kind of working groups, in the panels, takes a lot home, and it's then a learning process of the nation. It will be most probably, if Colombia is engaging more with NATO in this kind of groups, it will be a learning process for Colombia as well, and it is a chance to adopt their processes, their standardization process, if they see that there are things that other nations are maybe doing better.
Ok, de acuerdo a esta respuesta.
According to your answers, what we see is that the starting point is NATO standards. We verify, we try not to repeat standards that are already in NATO, but we try doing parallel work according to our needs. How feasible would it be to establish a technical standardization committee with all of the partner and member countries to verify needs, and so as not to duplicate standardization efforts?
Is that in relation to training? You're talking about training here, or what was the basis of the question again? Sorry.
La normalización.
I'm talking about standardization as such. I am suggesting that what if we achieve the consensus when we're going to standardize? Let's say that we invite laboratories, civil companies, the services here in Colombia that participate, and as well as certification bodies or entities. And the effort, it depends on the needs, of course. If we see that has not been standardized by NATO. My question is, do you think it's worthwhile inviting and summoning a standardization committee with all of NATO member countries and partner countries to say, okay, we're working all on the same topic and do a unified standardization process that benefits us all?
That process already exists. So if there is an intrinsic need to standardize within NATO, you just submit a standardization proposal. And if you're not quite sure who to submit it to, you will submit it to the NATO Standardization Office, and then they will determine which tasking authority, which Matthias discussed earlier today, should get it. So you would start with, there's a need that has been identified, and that's in national procedures. It's the same in the UK, the same in Germany. Standardization starts off with a need. You don't develop standards if there's no need for it. And within NATO, you submit that requirement through a standardization proposal, through the bottom-up process. So any stakeholder can submit a proposal.
Okay. Matías, por favor.
And I mean, what you just described, it is possible. So we are open to partners. Theoretically, every partner nation can participate already. So if, and coming back to what Latasha said, if they see the need, they can participate, they can give their proposal for the standard, so it's already open. So there's no need to create already anything, because we have it already. Most of the standardization activities are open to partner nations. All 40 nations, maybe not all 40, but 33 or 35 can do that. And that's one practical point from my work with partners. You know, I'm the partner coordinator within the NATO Standardization Office, doing this now for 2 years. The nations, or the partner nations, working with us on standardization are somehow limited. Maybe it depends because they don't have the interest to develop kind of standard. They have their own standards, or they're just not interested in having standards in different parts, or they don't have the resources. You also have to know, NATO is a big body, is a big structure. You have a lot of committees, you have a lot of working groups. We just talk about standardization. Standardization is maybe a really small part of the cake of NATO when we speak about it. And if we speak about partner nations, Germany, for example, I think we have like 300 people in our representation in Germany or in Brussels. Colombia, I think, has 4. And so it's also a question of resources to have or to cope with our level of standardization in NATO.
I mentioned this European Defence Standard Information System, which was cancelled 3 weeks ago. And the purpose of this information system was to inform all other nations to do the notification. We are planning to draft a standard on de-icing of runways. Only to share this. It was a sharing of lists. And then all of a sudden, automatically, we realized, oh, there is a similar need in Great Britain, and it worked. So the good news is, or the bad news is, ETSIS is dead, but there is an idea to work on functional requirements for future notification in EDA. And I think it's important not only to share what's going on in Europe when we are talking about the icing of runways. Why not keep this acronym ETSIS in mind, and as soon as the work on the functional requirement starts, well, where's the mailbox where we should send? Everybody can send the national list we are planning in the defense area to draft those standards. Where is the problem? So I think I will keep this functional requirement issue and will ask the question next time, will it be limited to European nations or not? And why should it be limited? Because it will not be a purely Colombian need to do a tropical testing of combat clothing, camouflage or something like that. This will be also a need for Germany, because Germany has a tendency also to send troops not only to Bavaria or northern Germany, but also abroad. So I think if everybody keeps ETSIS in mind, and listen to the news coming from maybe Germany, how the functional requirements would look like, with the answer on the question, will it be open also for all other partners? It may be a solution. And to be honest, it will not be thousands of new proposals. I do not know the situation in your country, how many, let me say, defense standards you are drafting every year. In Germany, it's 90, but it's not 90 new ones. It may be 50 new ones, and the rest is new additions and modification and blah, blah, blah. So I think it's a limited number, because the soldiers, when they go on a common mission, it's the same standards to achieve interoperability. And if there is a need, they all must have the same need for new standards. So I would recommend to keep the fantastic acronym ETSIS in mind, and listen to the news which will come from Brussels, how it will be done in a more functional manner in future. Thank you.
Vemos la importancia de este tema.
The importance of this topic is evident, and I would like to ask you all about the difficulties that you see in Colombia for interoperability with the NATO members, with all of the NATO members, and based on your experience with interoperability with other countries, and what would you recommend for us to have a more functional interoperability so that we adapt to this change faster? And then I hand the floor to you, Stephen.
That's an excellent question. That's an excellent question. What I would suggest was, obviously, coming in as a new partner nation, Colombia have identified some capabilities that they're able to provide to NATO. Okay, so those capabilities, as I mentioned in my presentation earlier, are underpinned by standards. So the advice I would give to the whole of Colombia is, if you can identify the capabilities from the list of 350, you are willing to support, identify the standards, you can get help on this, identify the standards, make sure the standards are adopted within your nation, you know, make sure your services understand the standards, make sure they're implemented or adopted, you know, in your nation, in order to, you know, that you are in a position to support those capabilities with other nations, you know, within the alliance. So that's the advice I would give as a starter, you know. Yeah. So I don't know.
I would say engagement. I mean, you learn things by being around others. So participating in engagement where you can. Maybe you need to prioritize engagement, because when you're new to something and then you're giving all this information, it's consuming, it's overwhelming. But prioritize, you know, and you'll get this help from the NATO Standardization Office. Prioritize where you can engage and show up. You know, 90% of it is showing up. And then also being able to communicate effectively, not only in language, the two languages of NATO, as was mentioned earlier, as English and French. So it's very important to be able to engage and communicate effectively, and you know, show up. And even if all you're doing is observing and taking in what's being said, being there is very important. The last 2 years, we've had the benefit of having virtual meetings. Some working groups may still host virtual meetings. I don't know about all of them, but the group to which I am the chair of, we plan on hosting 4 virtual meetings a year, 2 in person. So there's an opportunity to engage. So show up. And then also the communication is key. You know, and all that get an understanding. So you want to show up as well as engage and understand what's going on. So understanding the procedures, I believe that NATO Standardization Office can help you with that. The NATO Committee for Standardization, particularly the Standardization Management Group, can help with procedures. And as Matthias said, the individuals who participate in working groups are experts in that topic. There aren't too many nations within NATO, partners or allies, NATO members, who would send personnel to a meeting and they're not SMEs in that subject. So when you show up, you'll learn from others who are there, know what they're doing, and they'll learn from you too. The last time I was here in Colombia, I learned some things. So I was able to sharpen my pencil by being, you know, in the environment. So engagement, communication, showing up.
Matthias, por favor.
Yeah. Also, my experience the last 2 years with partner nations is referring a little bit to what Tasha said. Very, very important is to prioritize. As I said, I think in my presentation, as I said earlier, NATO is a really big cake, and you really have to choose in which field you want to work at the beginning, because you cannot work in all fields. It's just too much. I mean, even the big nations have not problems, but they need a lot of resources to stay, let's say, or to run the same speed that NATO does, because NATO is producing a lot. NATO produces so many documents, it's impossible for everyone to read that. And therefore, it's very important to prioritize. I said that in my presentations last week with the forces. Really look which capabilities and which areas you're interested, prioritize, and then work in these areas. It's better, I think, and I'm sure, and I don't just think it, if you pick 3 capabilities, if you pick 3 topics that you're interested in, and you really work hard on them, instead of taking 100, you will not get anything out of it if you take 100. And then, also as Tasha said, I mean, a really big run starts with the first steps, participate, and what's very important also I think for Colombia is to see and to understand where you send the people. So you need to identify the right person for the right committee, you have to identify the right subject matter expert for the right working group, and that's, I think, a very challenging task for the beginning, especially if you're not so familiar with NATO. But we are there to help you. That's what I did last week, and that's what we as NSO will do in the future too.
I have only one small addition. Let's give it a try and identify the topics, because if you have identified the topics, we'll come to the experts and then give it a try. And 5 topics, I think, is a good number. To give an example, the topic of water purification. Is this a defense issue? Yes, it is. And we put it on our list. And immediately Poland, our neighbor, said, well, it's also on our list. It's this ETSI stuff again. And so we are working together there. We have prepared also a list of best practice. This is done in IDA. But we have prepared a best practice standard list, and we will offer this also for the other nations. What I want to say is, all depends on the topics. And if you raise the topics, you will automatically find interested other nations in the same topics. And then the experts to be identified, brought together, and then it's self-running, I think. But to exchange a list of not of 100, but 5 topics, I think would be a good start.
No, agradecemos inmensamente en nuestro...
Well, we truly thank you. In our yearly standardization plan, we went little by little. We want to start including all those topics as mentioned by Matthias. We would like to cover them all immediately right now, but the staff, the financial aspect, the lack of time would not allow us to do that. We are just beginning. But nonetheless, be reassured through these fora and through these seminars where we provide feedback, where we learn, where we guide, take guidance, as Latasha said, in this standardization world, despite the time that you're dedicated to it, you always learn, and you learn new things, and you start joining this expanding uniform, which is quality assurance. We are very thankful. We will continue, and we would like, Stephen, in the 5 months that you have left, we'll be sending you lots of emails. The services will send you lots of emails, because it is so important to have your guide, we who are just starting with this process, to be able to make firm baby steps at the beginning of this very important career in this global universe. We're going to continue with today's agenda with the Master of Ceremonies, and we will now going to give you the thank you for your contribution on behalf of the ministry. Would like to thank you for your experience, professionalism, and guidance in all of these areas. For us who want to continue growing, and we will continue growing together with you, we're going to grow, and we're going to have your help for this. Thank you very much. Please stay in those seats. We're going to give you a gift.
Matías, ¿nos esperas un momento?
Buenas tardes, se va a realizar la entrega de su...
We're going to exchange the gifts.
Tenemos una pregunta por parte de...
We have a question to you, dear audience, taking the advantage of our panel members. Who is going to ask the question? Okay, there is a question by the audience.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Soy el coronel.
Hello, my name is Mauricio Gonzalez, Colonel Head, Chief of Staff of the Logistics Command of the Army. I would like to thank you on the part of all of us soldiers, sea, land, and air, the National Police, for this very enriching intervention for all of the processes and procedures that we manage at the military services of Colombia and the police. My question is to Latasha Beckman. In your presentation, Madam, you mentioned how we can interpret when you talk about technical standards, when you say that they should not be for the geographic area of the region. We would like to identify how we interpret well, considering our weather, and we have different weather conditions, different climates in our country. For example, Class 2 material that our soldiers use, boots, T-shirts, we have to have different items, and technical standards must be different because of weather conditions or climate conditions. My question to you is, how can we interpret these climate or weather conditions?
Within the United States, as well as within NATO, that we do not select standards based on where the standards come from. We actually develop and we actually use standards based on their technical merit. So if you have a requirement for boots worn in the jungle, you want to pick standards that will help you meet that requirement, that performance, form, fit, function requirement. You should not pick a standard because it was developed in Peru and you happen to know the person in Peru and you like him and you want to adopt his standard. If it doesn't meet your form, fit, function, purpose, that is what I meant by we do not select standards based on where they come from. You'd select standards based on your requirement. I hope that clarifies the point I was making earlier. Maybe I wasn't too clear. And when I meant that we know that there are geographical, regional requirements. For example, I was born and raised in Buffalo, New York, which is northern part of the US, pretty much almost Canada. And from about October to May, we wear coats. Where I live now, I would not wear the type of coat that I wore when I was a child living in Buffalo because it's not that cold there. So you won't see heavy coats in the store in Northern Virginia in August, but you'll see them in Buffalo, New York, because that's the geographical requirement for that area. So when I speak of we don't select standards based on where they come from. We select standards based on their technical merit. Does it meet your intended need and purpose? If it does, then you use it. In the past, that wasn't always the case, and then we got standards that we couldn't use. So that is what I meant by when I stated we do not select standards just because it came from a U.S. domiciled standards development organization. If it doesn't meet our need, we should not be using it. Does that answer your question?
I like to tell stories. When we had the big reorganization in 2012, everybody was on the trip how to best in defense describe processes. And for some reason, they were not happy with all existing standards. And now we take where we think it's the best standard to be used. We took a former Eastern German standard. And if you ask 100 people in Germany, where is this procedure, on which standard is it based, how we are describing our procedures, nobody will know that it was an Eastern German standard. But it was a standard who for some reason fit best our needs. And in the number for the standards in EDSTAR, the best practice one, you still see the number of 2,700. There was a purification process because if experts meet, there is a certain tendency. I put in my 2 standards, and then you give also 2, and all of a sudden you have 8 standards, and you are looking for the 2 best practice standards. And this purification process took place, and it reduced the number to 2,300. But of course, if expert means nobody wants to harm the other, and so standardization, yes, is a voluntary process, but there must be the big stick and say, no. The best practice for defense is the one you should select, wherever the standard comes from.
I think the word that just hasn't been mentioned is you have to think about the requirement. Right, what's the requirement? So you'll have a requirement and it'll be written down and it'll be quite clear for boots, to fulfil a particular job. You need to understand the requirement, and the requirement drives the standard that you select. So that's the key word I would suggest. What's the requirement? And then it could be, the standard could be from anywhere, but it best meets your requirement. I think that's important. So I would always remember that. If you're going to select a standard, always think in your head, what's the requirement that I'm having to fulfil here? I think that will help. Yeah.
Para finalizar nuestro seminario de catalogación y estandarización, la Dirección Logística del Ministerio de Defensa Nacional quiere hacer un reconocimiento muy especial al grupo de ponentes que participaron en este importante encuentro para nuestro país. A continuación, haremos entrega de los reconocimientos. Ministerio de Defensa Nacional. En reconocimiento a su participación en el Seminario de Catalogación y Estandarización, características comunes que
common features that guarantee quality, Bogota, Capital District, Colombia, May 17 and 18, 2022. Officer Matthias Shuttle.
Mr. Stephen Otterbach. Mr. Michael Kendalf.
Mike Kuykendall.
Miss Leticia Ray Beckman. Este sí está acá, Mr. Lane.
Falta Steven. Sí,
Lapsley, algo así.
Falta Steven, ¿cierto?
Sí, Lapsley.
Ok, y ya lo vamos llamando yo, ¿no? Aquí en la traducción.
Mr. Stephen Leslie. Teniente Coronel Juan Carlos.
Lieutenant Colonel Juan Carlos Forero Arango.
Miss Miriam Roddy. Teniente de navío Bruno da Silva Teixeira. Doctora Luisa Fernanda Payares Wilches.
Que busquen a Dan George, porque Danny no está.
Mr. Danny Wetheraldo. Doctora Hilda Raquel López Gómez. ¿Está la doctora? Coronel Giorgio.
¿Sí está?
Coronel Dan Georgial.
De esta manera, ¿ok? ¿De una? Sí.
¿Cómo era la entrega?
Since it was the exchange of gifts, I would like to give a gift on behalf of NATO, a small present, and since you, Dr. Mosquera, are the head of this project, I would like to thank you. Thank you very much for having us, but also thank you very much for the work that you have undertaken in the past years with Mario, with Major Yasmin. And for this, thank you very much. And I hope that this will find a place in your office or in your department to remind you that standardization is important and that we're here to help you, sir.
De esta manera, agradecemos a todos.
We would like to thank you all for your participation on behalf of the Minister of Defense, on behalf of the Vice Minister of Strategy and Planning, on behalf of Fernando Mosquera, Logistics Director of the Ministry of Defense of Colombia. We would like to thank you all for your participation in this codification and standardization seminar. And let's continue with working together. We will continue working to achieve the highest standardization standards and codification standards in Colombia. Thank you all for your kind presence, and we will do a small closing. We ask you not to go away from the room. We will take a picture with all participants to the event. Thank you very much.
Damos gracias a todos los participantes del Seminario de Catalogación y Estandarización realizado por el Ministerio.
We would like to thank you, all participants to this codification seminar. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much to all of you who visited us today in this wonderful seminar held here in Bogota, Colombia. Thank you very much. We would like to invite you to stay in the room. We're going to take a group picture of this seminar held in our country.